The House will come to order. Good morning. This morning, the pledge will be led by Representative Jim Wilson from House District 60 in Salida, Colorado.
What a coincidence. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Arndt, Daisley, Benavidez, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Buck, Representative Buck, Buckner,
Present.
Buenteo, Representative Buenteo, excused. Caraveo, Carver, Catlin, Champion, Coleman, Cutter, Duran, Escar, Exum, Representative Exum, excused. Froelich, Garnett, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Herod, Holtorf, Hooten, Representative Hooten, excused. Humphrey, Jackson, Jaquez Lewis, Kennedy, Kipp, Representative Kraft-Tharp is excused. Landgraf, Larson, Liston, Montine, Representative Montine, oh, there she is. McCluskey, McKean, McLaughlin,
Present.
Melton, Melton is excused. Michelson Janae,
Present.
Mullica, Neville, Felton, Ransom, Rich, Roberts, Sane, Sandridge, Singer, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Sullivan, Tipper, Tone, Valdez A, Valdez D, Van Winkle, Weissman, Will, Williams, Wilson, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. How's that? So you were not with me yesterday. I'm going to try a little harder today. My hair is red. My eyes are not blue. Please vote yes today. I mean you, and you. I move that the Journal of Monday, June 8th, 2020.
Representative McCluskey, I apologize. Representative McCluskey, I should tell you all that we have a quorum. Now go.
I move that the Journal of Monday, June 8th, 2020 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You have heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is Representative McCluskey's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye!
Those opposed, no.
No!
That motion passes. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Anybody want to announce anything? Anyone want to introduce anyone? You got to come down here. I have an announcement. Representative Weissman will replace Representative Kraft Tharp on the Finance Committee for today only. I believe we have an announcement and/or introduction from Representative Holtorf. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. This day in history, a Civil War battle was fought known as the Battle of Port Republic. On this day, Stonewall Jackson concentrated his division east of the South Fork of the Shenandoah River near Port Republic against isolated brigades of Brigadier General Erastus Tyler and Colonel Samuel S. Carroll. Now, I would like to let all of you know that I, as an officer in the United States Army, wore a uniform that was also worn by the Union Army. Our dress uniform is modeled, unless it's changed. I'd have to ask Representative Geithner if they've changed it, because every 10 or 15, 20 years they change the uniforms. But that uniform is modeled after the Army of the Potomac. Now you're asking, why is that important? Well, allow me to share this announcement. The Confederate assault across the bottomlands of the Lewis family farm along the River Road, spearheaded by the Stonewall Brigade, was repulsed with heavy casualties by the Union Army. I want you all to think a little bit about this, because I'm going to make a point here very soon. Heavy casualties by the Union Army. Could I have some attention and some respect for the Union Army and the fallen soldiers?
Members, please direct your attention to the well. Representative Holtorf is making an announcement and an introduction.
If I could have your attention, because I'm talking about fallen soldiers, allow us to have a little bit of respect for those that have made the ultimate sacrifice. Please. So then the Confederate initiated a flank attack headed by a brigade from Louisiana, which overtook the artillery emplacements of the Union left. Also, a division of Confederate reinforcements under Major General Richard S. Ewing at Cross Keys marched to join Jackson at Port Republic, burning the North River Bridge behind them. The Union counterattacks under Tyler, the senior brigade commander, failed to reestablish the line, and the Yankees were forced to retreat, losing hundreds of captured prisoners. Now, I'm going to stop this story here because I want to make a point, and I'm going to actually ask a favor. If Representative Coleman would come join me, I'm going to ask you, just because I want to make a point here, and it's important. I'll ask you. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it's that important. And if you don't, you can be here in spirit, because this is a very important message, ladies and gentlemen.
What is he doing?
And thank you. Thank you very much for coming forward. The Civil War was a great struggle. And the great struggle has not ended. For all of us to be equal in the eyes of God and equal under what our declaration by our forefathers says. But we cannot forget this struggle. We cannot forget that the Emancipation Proclamation and that Civil War was to try to find, in that time in history, racial equality. We cannot forget the historical recognition that over 300,000 Union soldiers gave their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice for this country to move the needle, and we did at great cost.
Representative Holtorf, I'll remind you about what the rules for announcements and introductions are. They don't generally include speeches about historic events. We're trying to get some leeway because I'd like us to all get along together today, but I would definitely ask you to not identify other individual members as part of that speech. I want you to finish what you're saying. We can go over the rules for it, but I want you to finish it because I can tell it's important to you. I just ask you not to refer to other individual members as part of it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it is with great sadness today that I watch these protests and these riots, who willingly and shamefully defame historical monuments to our Civil War history and our Union history, especially the monuments that were erected to revere black soldiers who fought for the side of the Union in our Civil War. So with that, I want to share this announcement, share this moment in time in history, and the importance of respect. Respect for this country, respect for what has been given. The blood and the lives have been shed. And understanding that there is still room for improvement. We cannot disrespect and defame those things and those people that have made the ultimate sacrifice. So with that, I'd like to recognize this famous battle at Port Republic, and also that the Union did not give up. And at the end, despite the Confederate advances, as you know in history, the Battle of Gettysburg, that is where the tide was turned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time and consideration. Thank you, Representative, for coming forward and supporting what is precious and important to all of us in this great union. Thank you.
Are there any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none. Representative Donald Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And at this time, I'd like for a moment of silence.
Representative Donald Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, for an individual who is fighting for his life right now in the hospital for what happened last Thursday in my community of Alamosa. His name is Danny Pruitt. Danny Pruitt is fighting for his life right now. I stopped in to see him on Saturday. And I want to thank everybody for taking a moment of silence this morning for his family, for his daughter, for his friends, and for what happened. And with that, I'll continue praying for him and his family at this time. And that I thank you.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I wasn't going to speak about this, but I will since it was brought up. My great-grandfather actually served in the two battles that the Colorado militia fought in the Civil War. It was only two battles. They were both in New Mexico. It was the Battle of Glorieta Pass and the Battle in Socorro. And it was the Colorado militia that mustered the armies to fight those two Civil War battles. In fact, my grandfather has a monument at his gravesite in Savoy, New Mexico, as a result of that. But I want to say that we do have monuments in this state that do recognize people. And I'm not going to judge people that are out there that are exacerbated with what has been going on. That same militia is the militia that fought in the Civil War that also led the charge at Sand Creek. So the militia is not by itself without issues. And I'm not going to recount what happened at Sand Creek, but I will mention that Governor of Colorado a few years ago did apologize for the state for that battle. So when we say we're recognizing people that fought in the Civil War, we are also recognizing the other things they did. So if people take some, which I am not here to condone, any vandalism, any desecration of anything, but I am here to say we have to consider and understand where people are coming from. And our history on both sides is not a pure history. So we cannot look at it one way. We have to take it in totality. And that's all. Thank you.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, members. If I can just have your attention, I believe in the power of prayer, and we had a wonderful person that was involved in a terrible accident and burned a lot of his body, and a couple times they were even thinking about taking him off life support. But we got on our knees and prayed, and he's been pulling through. But would you just take a moment with me to pray for Brent Abernathy and his family? Thank you. Thank you very much, members.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, it's with heavy heart I have some bad news, and I have some good news. The bad news is our economy officially went into recession in February, but the good news, according to all of the experts, is that our economy now, it's the shortest recession we've ever had. It was only for February, March, April, and it ended in May. The economy is on a strong rebound. They were expecting our economy to lose 8.5 million jobs last month. Instead, we gained 2.5 million jobs. America is back. America is strong. America is great again. Thank you.
Representative Majority Leader Garnett.
Doctor, actually. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I just want to make a quick announcement about schedule today. We're going to go through third reading of bills now. Then Representative Pelton has a conference committee report. We'll do that. We're going to do a few consideration of Senate amendments to House bills that are related to JBC, long bill, and orbitals. So that would be House Bill 1360, House Bill 1384, House Bill 1381, 1397, 1382, and 1399. And then we'll leave the rest of the concurrence calendar for, or not concurrence, but Senate amendments to House bills calendar for later. And then we'll get into special orders. There are 3 committees that are meeting today. Energy and Environment has to meet first because bills that are going through E&E have to then go to Finance. Finance and State Veterans Affairs, State Veterans and Military Affairs will meet after E&E. E&E, Energy and Environment is going to meet at noon today, probably while we're still on seconds. So just a heads up about that. And then we're going to have to read committee reports across before the other 2 meet. So I'm just trying to give everyone as much information as I can now. And as we get more information, we'll try to update everybody. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
All right. With that, then we're at third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1403.
House Bill 1403 by Representatives Roberts and Catlin, also Senators Donovan and Sonnenberg, concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1403 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1403 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Who did I miss? Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Then Coleman, Gray, Ransom. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1403 is passed. Co-sponsors. Representative Michelson Janae, co-sponsors Representative Buckner, co-sponsors Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsors Representative Froelich, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1407.
House Bill 1407 by Representatives Kipp and Baisley, also Senator Story, concerning temporarily allowing a Colorado institution of higher education to determine whether to require national assessment test scores as an eligibility criterion for admission for first-time freshman students who graduate from high school in 2021.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1407 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1407 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Gonzalez Gutierrez Rich. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1407 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, Representative Michelson Janae, Representative Buckner, Representative Titone, Representative Froelich, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1417.
House Bill 1417 by Representative Becker, also Senator Hansen, concerning the establishment of administrative conditions related to money in the general fund from the federal coronavirus relief fund that apply to an allocation established in separate legislation until the unspent money remaining in the subfund is transferred to the unemployment compensation fund on December 30th, 2020.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1417 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1417 on third reading and final passage. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Humphrey. Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1417 is passed. Co-sponsors. Yep. Sullivan, co-sponsors. Titone, co-sponsors. Froelich, co-sponsors. Michelson Janae, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1416.
House Bill 1416 by Representatives Garnett and Neville, also Senators Fenberg and Holbert, concerning the modification of fiscal information prepared by Legislative Council staff relating to an initiated measure in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1416 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1416 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote.
I got her.
You got her?
I got
Awesome.
Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Buenteo, Humphrey, Sane, and Soper. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1416 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Snyder.
Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1413.
House Bill 1413 by Representatives Byrd and Cutter, also Senators Zenzinger and Donovan, concerning the establishment of a state and private investor-funded small business recovery loan program and in connection therewith authorizing the Department of the Treasury to obtain the state share of funding for the program by selling insurance premium tax credits to qualified taxpayers and authorizing the state treasurer to contract with the program manager to establish and administer the program.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1413 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1413 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Carver, Champion, Liston, McKean, Van Winkle. Please close, oh, no, okay. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1413 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsors. Representative Michelson Janae, co-sponsors. Representative Buckner, co-sponsors. Representative Froelich, co-sponsors. Representative Sullivan, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Benavides and Garnett, also Senators Fields and Gonzalez, concerning the Department of Public Health and Environment inspections of penal institutions.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1409 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1409 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. It looks like Exum is available. Representative Exum, are you?
Yes.
Okay, okay. You're marked as absent, so we'll fix that. Representative Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Representative Lontine and Bachenfeld. Mr. Gregorio, Representative Tatone voted yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1409 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1085.
House Bill 1085 by Representatives Kennedy and Harrod, also Senators Winter and Priola, concerning the prevention of substance use disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1085 on third reading and final passage.
Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for permission for a third reading purely technical amendment. The drafter sent me a note yesterday after we adopted some of the second reading amendments, just noting that we needed to make one amendment to ensure everything was consistent within the bill. So I ask for your permission.
The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment to House Bill 1085. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Exum. I think you have to say it.
Yes.
Okay. Exum votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Valdez, Harrod, Catlin, Benavidez. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 10, permission to offer a third reading amendment on House Bill 1085 is granted. Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for your permission. I move Amendment L18 and ask that it be displayed. So this amendment is just clarifying a definition in the bill. There is a provision about insurance coverage of atypical opioids that originally was including both atypical opioids and non-opioids in the definition. Now we have narrowed the scope of the bill as part of a conversation we had to reach a compromise with the insurance industry. And so we've narrowed the scope of the bill to atypical opioids in this section. And so this is just a conforming amendment to align with one of the amendments we offered yesterday. I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is L018 to House Bill 1085. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please vote. All right, Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Exum is excused. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 58 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 4 excused, L018 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for supporting that amendment. Before I move for the passage as amended, I'm only going to take 1 minute, and I will follow the script that everyone seems to use on third reading by saying, I don't usually come down here to speak on third reading. I do want to bring up that this bill is something I poured my heart and soul into over the last year, and this is an idea that has been discussed in the Opioid Interim Committee for 3 years. It is about better coverage for alternatives to opioids. And I think that the progress we've made on reaching a deal between the providers and the insurance carriers is really remarkable in this place. We work together with them to make sure that we're providing better coverage for physical therapy, occupational therapy, acupuncture, and chiropractic care at lower cost-sharing amounts for people who are going in to get these services, so that when they're choosing between just taking a bottle of pills home with them for a $15 copay versus the current status quo paying $60 a visit for 6 physical therapy visits, that they're not going to be in that position where they have to choose the cheaper thing that might risk their life. There's also a provision in here asking for better coverage of some of these safer atypical opioids that have a much lower fatality rate, much lower chance of addiction, where if we can get these appropriate drugs in people's hands when they're dealing with very serious pain issues, rather than the traditional highly addictive opioids, we can save their lives. So those provisions of this bill are the biggest part of what is still in here after we gutted everything else that cost money in the Appropriations Committee the other day. The last thing I want to bring to your attention is there's been considerable conversation with the chronic pain community over the years over what we've done on opioid policy. And there's been concern that as we try to reduce the opioid prescriptions for people, that we may have the adverse impact of cutting off the drugs that some people really do need to manage extremely severe pain in their lives. I can't tell you how many hours I spent talking to the chronic pain advocates, and we at least are taking one step forward on helping the chronic pain community in this bill by ensuring that the future provider education programs are including teaching doctors about the significant risks that come from titrating people off of their opioids too quickly. I really do believe that this is a huge step forward in this conversation, and I really hope you support this bill today. Thank you. And with that, I move for the passage of House Bill 1085 as amended.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1085 as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Let's see. Representative Michelson-Jeannet, how do you vote?
Yes.
Michelson-Jeannet votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Tone? Tone votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Gray, Holtorf, Humphrey, McKean. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1085 is passed as amended. Co-sponsors. Representative Michelson-Jeannet, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1408.
House Bill 1408 by Representatives Roberts and Valdez A., also Senators Story and Sonnenberg, concerning the appropriation for controlled maintenance projects, including controlled maintenance projects that are capital renewal projects of any proceeds from Senate Bill 17267 lease purchase agreement that will be executed in state fiscal year 2019-20 that are credited to capital construction fund as a result of House Bill 2013-77.
Majority Leader Gurnett.
Nice job, Mr. Gregorio. I move for the passage of House Bill 1408 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1408 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Okay. Representative Titone, how do you vote? Titone votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Michelson-Jeannet?
I'm a yes, but apparently my dog is a no.
Representative Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Lontine. Please close the machine. With 50 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 4 excused, House Bill 1408 is passed. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1414.
House Bill 1414 by Representatives Weissman and Tatone, also Senators Foote and Pedersen, concerning prohibition against engaging in price gouging for a period following a declared disaster.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1414 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1414 on third reading. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am down here to ask for permission for a third reading amendment to 1414.
Please proceed.
So, members, we had a robust discussion yesterday on the price gouging bill, and a lot of members brought up the concern, how is an innocent retailer who is just passing on prices that that retailer has encountered due to economic disruption, how is that person going to be held harmless? So, subsequent to our discussion on second reading, I kept digging and I talked to some of the stakeholders, and the amendment I'm going to propose and put up here in a second, if permission is given, is an attempt to respond to that. So I would ask for your support for permission.
Are you displaying it now? Go ahead and display.
Okay.
I think you want to.
So members, I think it'll come up in a second, but I'll read it as well. The amendment's going to say, a price shall not be considered unreasonably excessive if the seller can prove that due to the events that gave rise to the disaster declaration, the price charged by the seller is directly attributable to additional costs imposed by the seller's supplier or suppliers, or other direct costs of providing the good or service sold or offered for sale by the seller. This is to try to respond to the conversation that we had yesterday.
The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment to House Bill 1414. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to speak in favor of the permission and just encourage everyone to vote in favor of the permission, and then I'll come back up here and speak to the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please vote. Okay. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 4 excused, permission to offer a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you for permission. I'll acknowledge this is not strictly technical in the sense of the amendment that we had up on the prior bill. It didn't come from the drafter. To me, though, it doesn't change the intent of the bill, it doesn't change the spirit, it doesn't change what I hope will be enforcement against bad actors, but it does clarify and concretize and put into statutory text what I tried to say yesterday, which is that this isn't about retailers who are just caught up in the flow of things. So I would ask for everybody's support. This is my best attempt to respond to the conversation that we had yesterday. I did hear, let's make this change before it leaves the House. So I wouldn't normally ask for a third reading amendment, but that's why I'm doing this now. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say I don't normally come down here on third reading, but that's not entirely true. It's usually to talk about egg laying or seeds, but in this case, it's to speak in favor of this amendment. I really do appreciate Representative Weissman understanding the issues that we had with the bill. There's still issues, but this addresses a lot of those because it certainly safeguards that. And it's nice to be able to see that when we've raised certain issues like what this amendment addresses, that you'd take the opportunity to actually have an amendment drafted, work with us on the amendment, and then bring it forward on third reading. So I would just encourage everyone to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I actually thank you so much, Representative, for bringing this amendment, I really do appreciate that you listened to the concerns and address them with a third reading amendment. I guess what I wanted to ask then is the one line that the seller has to prove. So it looks to me like the presumption of guilt is already on the seller and that he has to prove. And again, as a non-lawyer, I kind of need that piece possibly explained to me, because if with this gouging bill, if we're making the sellers prove their innocence versus having that presumption of innocence when they're accused, I just wanted maybe some clarification on that, and thank you again.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to try to respond briefly. So again, there is no presumption in the bill that we're amending here, and it's different than other states in that respect. The burden is on the Attorney General or the DA to prove up the case by the usual civil preponderance standard. So there is no presumption to start with. On top of that, by adding this amendment, even if there is an investigation that has begun, the retailer now has another opportunity to defend him or herself by bringing evidence that the price increase was directly attributable to additional costs and so on. So there wasn't a presumption of guilt before. There is not a presumption of guilt now. There is a second opportunity for the retailer or seller, really, the seller in question, to prove that he or she wasn't doing anything wrong. So I would ask for your support on the amendment.
Any further discussion? The question before us is L005. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Yes. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Titone? Titone votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, no votes, and 4 excused, L005 is adopted. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1414 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1414 as amended on third reading and final passage. Any discussion? Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Titone? Titone votes yes. Kennedy and Young? Please close the machine. I'm sorry. Kennedy, how do you vote? Yes. Kennedy votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1414 is passed as amended. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Michelson Janae, co-sponsors. McLaughlin, co-sponsors. Buckner, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. I'm sorry, yes? Okay. Representative Lontine, co-sponsors. Anything else? Majority Leader Garnett?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1410 till the end of the third.
Hold on. I just need to, close this, close sponsors. Okay. Now, Majority Leader Garnett, you move to lay over
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1410 till the end of the third reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1410 will be laid over till the end of the third reading calendar. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1412.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Kennedy and Cutter, also Senators Story and Zenzinger, concerning assistance for individuals unable to pay their utility bills due to economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and in connection therewith transferring money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act to the Energy Outreach Colorado Low-Income Energy Assistance Funds provided to provide such assistance.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1412 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1412 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. All right. Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Humphrey. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1412 is adopted. Co-sponsors. McLaughlin co-sponsors, Buckner co-sponsors, Michelson Janae co-sponsors, Sullivan co-sponsors, Froelich co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1411. Oh, I'm sorry, Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1411 till the end of the third reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, 1411 will be laid over to the end of the third reading calendar. Please read the title of House Bill 1415.
House Bill 1415 by Representatives Harrod and Sullivan, also Senators Pedersen and Rodriguez, concerning a workers' rights in the workplace for conduct related to a principal's actions during a public health emergency and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1415 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1415 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Sandridge, Soper, Van Winkle. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1415 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1065.
House Bill 1065 by Representatives Kennedy and Harrod, also Senators Pedersen and Priola, concerning the use of measures that do not involve Schedule I controlled substances to reduce the harm caused by substance use disorders.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1065 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1065 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Benavidez, Caraveo, Carver, Champion, Esgar, Geithner, Woodrow. Ruh-roh. Wickrow. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1065 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Michelson, Janae, co-sponsors. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1312.
House Bill 1312 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Titone, also Senators Todd and Heisey, concerning behavioral health training requirements for educator licensure.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1312 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1312 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson, Janae.
Yes.
Michelson, Janae votes yes. Who would have guessed? Representative Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Oops. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1312 is adopted. Co-sponsors. McLaughlin, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1017.
House Bill 1017 by Representatives Harrod and Kennedy, also Senators Donovan and Priola, concerning treatment of individuals with substance use disorders who come into contact with the criminal justice system.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1017 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1017 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Yes. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson, Janae.
Yes.
Michelson, Janae votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Baisley, Benavides, Carver, Champion, Kipp, Landgraf, Lontine, McKean, Snyder, Tipper. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1017 is passed. Co-sponsors. Representatives Titone, Michelson, Janae, and Buckner co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1200.
House Bill 1200 by Representatives Titone and Weissman, also Senator Story, concerning the continuation of the HOA Information Resource Center in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1200 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1200 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Titone, how do you vote? Titone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Michelson, Janae.
Yes.
Michelson, Janae votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Geithner. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1200 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Michelson, Janae, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1053.
House Bill 1053 by Representatives Sirota and Wilson, also Senators Story and Pedersen, concerning measures to support the early childhood educator workforce.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1053 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1053 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine. Members, please vote. All right, Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Michelson-Janae votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Duran? Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1053 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Buckner co-sponsors, Michelson-Janae co-sponsors. Anyone else? Okay, now we're closed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of 1418.
House Bill 1418 by Representative Becker, also Senator Todd, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1418 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1418 on third reading and final passage. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Michelson-Janae votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Garnett? Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1418 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Michelson-Janae, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1213.
House Bill 1213 by Representatives Young and Pelton, also Senators Rodriguez and Sonnenberg, concerning the continuation of the Department of Agriculture's regulatory functions related to persons who work with agriculture products and in connection therewith implementing recommendations contained in the 2019 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies concerning the Commodity Handler Act and the Farm Products Act.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1213 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1213 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson-Janae?
Yes.
Michelson-Janae votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Bachenfeld, Herod, Kennedy, Larson. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, no no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1213 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Oh, I'm sorry. McLaughlin. I look, and then if it's not then, I just move away. McLaughlin co-sponsors. Please read the title of Senate Bill 57.
Senate Bill 57 by Senator Lee, also Representatives Snyder and Cutter, concerning the inclusion of firefighters employed by the Department of Public Safety in the Division of Fire Prevention and Control and certain employee benefits, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 57 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 57 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Catlin, Humphrey, Garnett, Landgraf, Lontine, Tipper. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 57 is passed. Co-sponsors. Michelson Janae co-sponsors, Titone, Sullivan, and Froelich co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 41. Oh, Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 41 one day.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 41 will be laid over one day. Please read the title of Senate Bill 35.
Senate Bill 35 by Senators Scott and Janal, also Representatives Gray and Carver, concerning the kiosk program that authorizes private providers to offer services on behalf of the Department of Revenue and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 35 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 35 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Benavidez, Buenteo, Humphrey. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 35 is adopted. Co-sponsors. McLaughlin and Titone co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 29.
Senate Bill 29 by Senator Fields and Moreno, also Representatives Coleman and Duran, concerning a one-time basic cash assistance payment to Colorado Works Program recipients.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 29 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 29 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Baisley, Bachenfeld, Catlin, Soper, Tipper. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 29 is passed. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Michelson Janae, Titone and Froelich, and Buckner, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 33.
Senate Bill 33 by Senators Tate and Fields, also Representative Lontine, concerning access to Medicaid buy-in program for certain working adults with disabilities who have become ineligible for the program due to age and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 33 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
So, members, I apologize. I meant to come down and speak in support of this bill on second reading, and I missed that opportunity, but it is something that I feel is so important. I do want to come down and just take a brief moment to speak in favor of this. You know, the IDD community has experienced something wonderful over the last couple of decades where, thanks to the advances in medical technology, they are now living full lifespans. But it is creating a whole new set of issues in this community that are oftentimes dependent on parents for their support. And that looks something very different when you're talking about a 65-year-old individual than when you're talking about a kid or someone even in their 20s or 30s. This bill is so important because it allows members of the IDD community to continue to be engaged, to continue to contribute to society without losing some of the benefits that are often just so critical for them to live full, productive, and meaningful lives. So just wanted to say, great bill. Won't take up any more of your time. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Let's see. Buck? Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 33 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Michelson, Janae, Buckner, co-sponsor. Please read the title. Oh, please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 206.
Senate Bill 206 by Senators Todd and Cook, also Representatives Landgraf and Singer, concerning the clarification of disqualifying a recipient from participating in a public assistance program when the recipient is found to have committed an intentional violation of the program.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 206 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative.
Members, I normally don't come down on third reading.
I know I've heard you say that at least 10 times.
I'm writing it on the chalkboard multiple times after this. No, I actually normally don't come down on third reading to not specifically talk about the bill, but the process that brought us the bill. And I want to invite my co-prime sponsor, Representative Landgraf, down here as well. Representative Landgraf and I have both served on the Public Health Care and Human Services Committee for the last 8 years. She's been the ranking member the entire time. And if anyone has been to that committee, we try to find a way to pass bills together. Please join me, Representative Landgraf. We talk to each other. We don't yell at each other. We find ways to create compromise. Rep. Baisley might have a bill that comes up a little bit later that I won't talk about on third reading. But we couldn't make this work unless there was a commitment from you and your caucus to make it work. We took bills that were no votes and turned them into unanimous votes. And that doesn't happen every day. And there's another representative that formerly sat on this committee, and I won't name them right now, but they approached me one day at the end of a committee hearing. And if you've ever been to our committee hearing, this Kleenex box is sort of like welded onto the table because it's so, the issues we're dealing with are so human. And they approached me and said, you know, Rep. Singer, I came to this chamber because I wanted to work on forestry issues and water issues. Because you know what? This committee, this is what's important. And with this bill, it just highlights that importance. A bill that passed 33-2 out of the Senate because we're trying to do the right thing for everyone, not the perfect thing, but the right thing. But we couldn't do the right thing without you, Representative Landgraf. And I want to say thank you so much for your service and being with us. This is probably our last bill together, and I look forward to serving our last few days together here with the knowledge that we'll pass this bill.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, funny thing, I was going to come down and I was going to say, I was going to ask permission to speak, and then I was going to say, in 8 years, I've never come down and asked for a third reading amendment. And then I was going to say, and I'm not going to do it now. But since I'm down here, I won't say that because you've heard it, but it has been a trip. I've heard this committee referred to as the Emotional Blackmail Committee. And it is, but in a good way, because you can go in thinking, there's no way I'm voting for that. And I think that's an easy, it may be easier for people here who don't hear the testimony, but when you hear testimony that can bring you to tears, and I'm thinking back actually to one of the first bills I heard, Breakfast After the Bell, and I thought about my grandson going hungry, going to school with an empty tummy, which he doesn't fortunately ever have to do, to say the least, because he eats and eats and eats. But I thought about the kids who would like to eat and eat and eat, and they don't get an opportunity. And so emotional blackmail, yes, but in a good way, because we've done great things for Colorado, and we've helped the people of Colorado. And yes, I've had a lot of bills that don't get the support on this side that I would like, but that's okay, because they've passed and they've done good things, and it has been a trip. And I've got to say that Chairman Singer, he really is the best. He's always been fair, 100% fair to our side of the aisle. And I think everybody on that committee would agree that we don't always agree, and we don't always leave happy with all the members, and that's just life. But we sure do come together when it's important, and it's been a pleasure, an absolute pleasure. Thank you. So, can we just vote from here?
That was lovely.
Voting from here?
What did you say?
Can we just vote from here?
No. Thank you, Representatives Singer and Landgraf. That was really lovely. We are all going to miss you. All right. The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 206 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Titone? Titone votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 206 is adopted. Co-sponsors: McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Buckner, co-sponsor. And Titone, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Donovan and Quorum, also Representatives McLaughlin and Buenteo, concerning the creation of the Rural Economic Development Initiative Grant Program.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 2 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 2 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan? Yes. Sullivan votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Tipper? Please close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 14 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 2 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Buckner, Michelson Janae, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 118.
Senate Bill 118 by Senator Heisey, also Representatives Gray and Valdez D, concerning the transfer of the function of issuing permits for the transportation of hazardous materials by motor vehicle from the Public Utilities Commission to the Department of Transportation in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 118 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 118 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 118 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 209.
Senate Bill 209 by Senators Garcia and Holbert, also Representatives Becker and Neville, concerning bills enacted in the second regular session of the 72nd General Assembly that include an act subject to petition clause.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 209 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 209 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Bockenfeld, Herod, Champion, Wilson. Please close the machine. Oh, gotcha! Who knew that Representative Humphrey was anti the petition clause? It's that co-ledge humor, so funny. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 209 is adopted. Yeah. Co-sponsors.
Perfect.
You're following in the Neville tradition of voting, co-sponsoring the bills you vote no on. Please close the machine. Oh, anyone, sorry, Michelson Janae co-sponsors, Sullivan co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 208.
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Story and Quorum, also Representatives Cutter and Rain, concerning the extension of the period of time that voluntary contributions that are set to expire in 2020 will appear on the state individual tax return form.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 208 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 208 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Yes. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Baisley Ransom Soper. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 208 is passed. Co-sponsors. McLaughlin, co-sponsors. Froelich, co-sponsors. Please, did someone else? I don't see anyone else. Okay. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 9.
Senate Bill 9 by Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, also Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning expansion of the Adult Education and Literacy Grant Program.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 9 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 9 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Benavidez, Bockenfeld, Buck, Garnett, Soper, Tipper. Please, Buck. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 9 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Buckner, Michelson Janae, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Please read the title of Senate Bill 158.
Senate Bill 158 by Senator Todd, also Representatives McLaughlin and Wilson, concerning measures related to providing professional training for educators.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 158 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of 158 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan. Yes. Sullivan votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Catlin, Champion, Hawkes, Lewis, Williams, and Larson. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 158 is passed. Co-sponsors. Michelson Janae, co-sponsors. Please close, Froelich, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1297.
House Bill 1297 by Representatives Baisley and Singer, also Senators Lundin, concerning clarifying that personal immunization exemptions cannot be used as the sole basis for child abuse and neglect for the purposes of Colorado Children's Code.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1297 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I come forward to request permission for a third reading amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment would, should I describe it or
Go for it.
Yeah. This amendment basically would provide exemptions from immunization rules that have to do with another piece of legislation. So it's would exempt homeschoolers so that they just have to provide records and a signed statement of exemption. And we're sort of trying to plug it into this bill with this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? So the question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is something that we've discussed, so I'm pretty sure I don't need to look at the amendment. I do think that this probably is more appropriate to fit into another bill that is about to go before us, and part of that is actually the title of this bill is dealing with Children's Code and child abuse and neglect, and this is dealing with an exemption within our public health statute. So I'm not sure that this is the best place to do this, so I'm going to ask for a no vote on permission, but I'm sure we will see a similar amendment on a different bill very soon.
Any further discussion on permission to offer a third reading amendment? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues. Yesterday, I spoke very proudly and respectfully about the leadership of the chairman of the Public Health and Human Services Committee. As much as it pains me, I'm going to side with his comments and ask for a no on permission for this amendment. I believe they're separate issues, and in the spirit of bipartisanship, cooperation, and mutually working together, we came up with a compromise, and by adding this amendment, that changes the things that we discussed. So I'm going to ask for no on consideration.
The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Buckner.
No.
Buckner votes no. Michelson-Jeannet.
No.
Michelson-Jeannet votes no. Froelich. Froelich votes no. McLaughlin.
No.
McLaughlin votes no. Sullivan. Sullivan votes no. Titone. Titone votes no. Baisley, Bockenfeld, Soper. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 2 excused, permission to offer a third reading amendment is denied. That brings us back to the bill. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1297 on third reading and final passage. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative, Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson-Jeannet.
Yes.
Michelson-Jeannet votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1297 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
We got 2 left.
Oh.
I laid over 2.
Oh, you laid over 2. Okay, sorry. That's right. 1410. Please read the title of House Bill 1410.
House Bill 1410 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Exum, also Senators Gonzalez and Zenziger, concerning assistance for individuals facing a housing-related hardship due to the COVID-19 pandemic and in connection therewith transferring money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act to the Eviction Legal Defense Fund and Housing Development Grant Fund to provide such assistance and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1410 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1410 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Van Winkle. I'm sorry. Who did I miss? McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. And Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1410 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Madam Speaker.
Michelson Janae, co-sponsors. Sullivan, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1411.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Kraft Tharp, also Senator Pedersen, concerning the allocation of money the state received from the Federal Coronavirus Relief Fund for behavioral health services.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1411 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1411 on third reading and final passage. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Hooton. Bachenfeld, Champion, Larson, Lontine, McKean. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1411 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mike McLaughlin, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Sullivan, Froelich, Tatone. Co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, will proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1029. It's on page 7. There you go.
House Bill 1029 by Representative Pelton, also Senator Heisey, concerning the authority of an elected county officer to elect to receive a lower salary than the amount provided for by law.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1029.
Can you please explain the conference committee report?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The conference committee in the Senate, they put on an amendment that you could reduce your salary by one category. Well, that is fine unless you already are in the bottom category of counties, and then there's nowhere to go. So in conference committee, we came to an agreement that you could divert half of your salary, 50%, and that was what was agreed to.
The motion before the House is the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1029. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Let's see. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. And then Bachenfeld and Geithner. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1029 as amended by the Conference Committee report.
The motion before the House is the repassage of House Bill 1029 as amended by the Conference Committee report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Sullivan, how do you vote? Sullivan votes yes. Tatone, how do you vote? Tatone votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes no. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. Tipper? Please close the machine. Oh, Escar, sorry. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1029 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1360, which is on the consideration of Senate amendments to House bills calendar.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1360. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House reject the Senate amendments to House Bill 1360 and that a conference committee be appointed with permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate. Members, this is the budget and the long bill.
Seeing no objection, a conference committee will be formed on House Bill 1360. The conferees are Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Ransom. What'd you say? You have to talk to your minority leader. All right, Majority Leader Garnett.
Hold on one second. Hold on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1384.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1384.
House Bill 1384 by Representatives Escar and McCluskey, also Senator Moreno, concerning the delay of the Department implementation of high-fidelity wraparound services for eligible at-risk children unless money is appropriated for the services and in connection therewith reducing appropriations.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is a bill that went along with the long bill to help us balance. I move that the House reject the Senate amendments to House Bill 1384 and that a conference committee be appointed with permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the House and the Senate.
Seeing no objection, the Senate amendments to House Bill 1360 are rejected and a conference committee will be formed. The conferees are Representatives Escar, McCluskey, and Ransom. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1381.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1381. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title for House Bill 1381.
House Bill 1381 by Representative Escar, also Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning the augmentation of the general fund through transfers of certain money.
Representative Escar.
I'm sorry, which number are we on?
1381.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1381.
The question, do you want to talk about what the Senate did?
It added a transfer from the State Employee Reserve Fund to the scheduled list of cash fund transfers.
The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1381. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Baisley Tipper. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1381 is adopted. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1381 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1381 as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Let's see, Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Herod Humphrey Snyder. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1381 is adopted. Majority Leader Garnett. Oh, co-sponsors. I'm sorry. I said the motion to concur. So actually what we did is repass 1381 as amended. We just did. So I said the wrong thing. So the motion to pass 1381 as amended passed. So now we're at co-sponsors. Okay. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1397.
House Bill 1397 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, also Senators Moreno and Zenzinger, concerning the elimination of the requirement that the Department of Public Health and Environment provide assistance to certain boards and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies for my delay. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1397.
The question before us is whether, actually, why don't you proceed with explaining the Senate amendments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was a change made to make sure that we allowed the Stroke Advisory Board and Coroner's Board to directly accept gifts, grants, and donations for support instead of the CDPHE staff. With that, I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1397. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Yes. Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Yes. Sullivan votes yes. Titone. Titone votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1397 is passed. Co-sponsors. Oh, I'm sorry, Majority Leader Garnett. Gosh, I'm all over the place. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1397 as amended.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I do concur with the amendment, and I urge a yes vote on the bill.
The motion before us is repassing House Bill 1397 as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Yes. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich? Yes. Froelich votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Arndt, Buenteo, Hooton, Valdez, Woodrow. Valdez D is MIA. Please excuse Donald Valdez. Okay, I excused you, so I will, it's fine. We'll just let it go. What do you, okay. All right, please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1397 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close, Tatone co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1382.
House Bill 1382 by Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, also Senators Moreno and Zenziger, concerning the repeal of certain cash funds that include re-revisions of general fund appropriations.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1382.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This was just a technical amendment to make sure that we kept the SURF fund active. We didn't mean to completely eliminate it. With that, I urge an aye vote.
The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1382. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Byrd, Champion, Hawkes, Lewis, Kennedy, Soper, Valdez, D. Wilson. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, no votes, and 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1382 is passed. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1382 as amended.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also support the amendment and urge an aye vote once again on the repassage. Thank you.
The question before us is the motion to repass House Bill 1382 as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Tatone, how do you vote? Tatone votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Froelich? Froelich votes yes. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buck, Gray, Humphrey, Landgraf, Liston, McKean, Snyder. McKean. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1382 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1399.
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Escar and McCluskey, also Senators Moreno and Rankin, concerning the temporary suspension of statutory allocations of limited gaming tax revenues in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House concur to Senate amendments in House Bill 1399.
The question before us is the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1399. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Froelich. Froelich votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Benavides, Bachenfeld, Geithner, Harrod, Holtorf, Soper. Harrod. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, no votes, and 2 excused. I forgot where we are.
Concurrence.
What'd you say? The motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1399 is adopted. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1399 as amended.
The question before us is the motion to repass House Bill 1399 as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. McLaughlin.
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Tipper. Williams. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, House Bill 1399 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Please read the title of House Bill 1206. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for general order, second reading of bills. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm going to move a special orders calendar. I distributed it to both sides this morning, but there was one addition, so I'll call that out now. And just a reminder that the Energy and Environment Committee will be meeting in 271 at noon. So with that, Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders at 11:05 on Tuesday, June 9th. House Bill 1197, Senate Bill 163, House Bill 1113, House Bill 1332, and House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
Seeing no objection, those bills will be made special orders today at 11:04 a.m. Representative Byrd. Seeing, you all have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Byrd will take the chair.
No on the public health.
The committee will come to order.
Bill.
With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and of course the Cote rule is relaxed.
I guess it's the appropriations report as amended.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1197.
House Bill 1197 by Representatives Snyder and Rich, also Senator Bridges, concerning the statewide communication system for referral to essential services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 2011-97 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee
and the
report.
Public Health Committee report.
To the Appropriations report. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we met with Appropriations today, and we took a nice amendment there that makes sure that this funding can come from the CARES Act and will be expended by the end of December. So I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Appropriations report is adopted. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, pre-COVID, we had actually gone to the Public Health Committee and passed a small amendment but the amendment we took in appropriations today strikes out all that language. So what I'm asking for now is a no vote on the Public Health Committee report.
Members, is there any discussion on the motion? I think the motion we have before us is a no vote on the Public Health Care and Human Services report. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. To adopting the question before us is, shall we? Pardon me?
How does that work?
So the question before us is the adoption of the Public Health Care and Human Services report. And Representative Snyder has asked for a no vote on this. So all those in favor say aye of adopting the report. All those in favor say, or against, say no.
No!
The Public Health Care and Human Services report is not adopted. Motion fails. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill.
To the bill.
Yeah, so this is a bill that's been a long process. Representative Rich and I brought this pre-COVID. We're working hard, and of course, with all the changes, I don't know if you folks know, but the 211 authorities, there's 4 centers in the state. They have been doing incredible work. They have taken on all kinds of responsibilities from the governor's office. They're having their people get trained in behavioral health. They're taking complaints about discrimination and others. It's really a great program. We're going to be this bill will allow them to stay fully funded through the end of December 30th. So we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the centers is in the district that I represent in Mesa County, and the top 5 needs have been legal and consumer and public safety, healthcare, individual, family, and community support, housing, and information services. This has helped connect Coloradans all across the state, and it's a really good program, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1197? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1197. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1197 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read for us the title of Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Gonzalez and Priola, also Representatives Mullica and Roberts, concerning the modernization of the school entry immunization process and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate Bill 163 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report,
But actually, there is no committee report, so you can go right to the bill. Is that right, Robin?
they appropriated the money.
Is there?
There's no report. Okay.
So to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Mullica, first move the bill.
I move Senate Bill 163.
Great. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, let's start off by talking about facts. Vaccines are a public health tool that have saved millions of lives. The facts are, according to CDPHE and CDC data, Colorado is last in the country when it comes to MMR vaccine rates. Another fact, we need to have a 95% vaccine rate for measles to have herd immunity and to protect us from an outbreak. We are currently at 87.5%. And that is exactly what SB 163 is trying to improve. SB 163 is about protecting our communities. It's about protecting our most vulnerable populations. It's about protecting our frontline healthcare workers. As many of you know, I've been on the front lines during this pandemic. I've seen the fear in our frontline workers' eyes, afraid they may contract a contagious disease that will harm them or their family. Yet they still go in the room and treat that person. This bill is to protect them from an unnecessary exposure. It's to protect our vulnerable populations like our seniors and our newborns and our immunocompromised who can't be vaccinated. This bill is about one thing and one thing only, and that is improving our immunization rates through a formalization and streamlining of the process and obtaining exemptions, period. We continue to hear arguments that we are stripping away rights, forcing vaccines, taking away choice. We've heard that we are mandating vaccines. This bill is a compromise. It is moderate. Make no mistake, though, this bill comes from evidence-based backing. We worked extensively with doctors and immunologists and public health experts to come up with this policy. Again, a policy that keeps exemptions. We have compromised on this bill. We have expanded from legislation last year to have any immunizing provider eligible to sign the non-medical exemption because we heard issues from our rural population that their public health agency may be too far away. We have added an online learning module as an option for those who may not want to use the non-medical exemption. Let me say it again. It is an option, not a mandate if you choose not to use the non-medical exemption. Also, we have put in statute that the information provided must be science and evidence-based and show both the benefits and risks of immunizations. We have made sure that this policy still affords the option of parents to opt out of having their information in the SIS system. We have also heard testimony from CDPHE on the security measures in place through OIT. Mind you, let's not forget that CDPHE is the department that issues all of the birth certificates in Colorado, and the same department in which personal medical information such as do not resuscitate records are stored thanks to legislation from this side of the aisle. We may also hear that this is not the time to bring this up. Really? We shouldn't be talking about improving our vaccination rates in the middle of a pandemic? We shouldn't be protecting our communities from vaccine-preventable disease outbreaks? I would argue that there is no better time than now. Members, read the bill. We are creating a process of equal effort if you choose to exempt. Do not adhere to excuses to not do this bill because of the what if or slippery slope arguments. Now more than ever is the time to rely on science. Let me say that one more time. Now more than ever is the time to rely on science and not pseudoscience. Our communities depend upon it. And I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 163.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Mullica. It's an honor to be joining you on this bill, and thank you for all your work on this. I know, as everybody knows, this has been a multi-year process for you, and you touched on it, that this bill is full of compromises, and I want to thank you for that because you've worked very hard on this over the last 2 years to bring us to this point, to have a bill in front of us that walks the line that I think we can walk in Colorado between wanting to raise our vaccination rate and protecting parental choice. And that's what this bill does. Now, we heard a lot in committee, and I'm sure we're going to hear today that this bill mandates vaccines, that it mandates a way to make decisions for your child, but that is not what this bill does. Read the bill. This bill does walk the line between wanting to raise our vaccination rates, which is good for our state's public health, but protecting parental choice. Any parent in Colorado who does not want to vaccinate their children will not have to vaccinate their children after this bill passes. And so I want to thank Representative Mullica for his compromises on this bill, for working on this bill. I think we have a worthy product in front of us that we should approve. So I also ask for your aye vote.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in strong opposition to Senate Bill 2163. I certainly realize that immunizations are an important topic. For my 8 years that I've been down here, I have voted no on every single immunization bill that comes forward that is hostile towards parents' rights and is coercive when it comes to immunizations. I certainly understand there are differences of opinion and that we need to respect that. I think we've had a good system and we need to leave that alone. And I take offense to the statement in the Ledge deck where we're citing 1777 and George Washington as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army, who decided that the troops had to be inoculated. I mean, that's great, but we're not conscripted in an army here in Colorado, and we should not be subjected to inoculation or be forced to have our children inoculated without our consent. When I was in the military, I was with a rapid deployment force, and had to just run the gauntlet and just get all manner of immunizations pumped into me. But that's a very different circumstance, and our parents and children are not soldiers, and they are not. They have a choice, and they need to maintain that choice. And I appreciate, the hard work that has gone into this bill on both sides, and I certainly don't impugn the motives of the sponsors. But they do say, read the bill, and I understand that that's critical and that's important. And so I do request that the bill be read at length. Thank you.
Members, there's been a request that the bill be read at length. We'll now read the bill at length.
Health and Human Services Appropriations, a bill for an act concerning the modernization of the School Entry 101 immunization process, and, in connection therewith 102 making an appropriation point. Non-medical. Them young children were hospitalized or went to an emergency 1 department to be treated for a vaccine-preventable disease, resulting in $255.5 million in charges. 3C. In 2016, the cost to investigate and prevent the spread of 4 disease from just 2 Colorado measles cases exceeded $68,000 in public 5 funding. 6D. In 1777, George Washington, as the commander-in-chief of the 7th Continental Army, determined that his troops would be inoculated against 8 smallpox. Smallpox significantly affected troops who fought for the 9 British. George Washington's decision to inoculate the Continental Army 10 contributed to America's independence from the British. 11E. During the Spanish-American War, more American soldiers 12 died from yellow fever, malaria, and other diseases than from combat. 13. The U.S. Army created the Yellow Fever Commission, which was led by 14 Major Walter Reed, a surgeon. The commission's work eventually helped 15 contribute to the development of the 17D vaccine against yellow fever. 16. A vaccine that is still used today. 17. F. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention identified 18 vaccinations as one of the 10 great public health achievements of the 19th-20th century. Since 1900, the average lifespan of people in the 20 United States has lengthened by more than 30 years. 25 years. 21 of this gain are attributable to public health advances, including the 22 eradication of smallpox, the elimination of poliomyelitis in the Americas, 23 and the control of measles, rubella, tetanus, diphtheria, Haemophilus. 24 influenza type B, and other infectious diseases in the United States and 25 other parts of the world. 26. G. Evidence shows that state immunization requirements for 27,163 to 3 schools, including child care facilities, are important tools for maintaining 1 high immunization coverage rates to prevent dangerous, costly, and 2 sometimes deadly diseases. 3. H. Evidence shows that states with lenient exemption policies for such as Colorado experience higher rates of vaccine-preventable 5 diseases. 6. I. Compared to other states, Colorado has one of the highest 7 exemption rates for non-medical reasons. 8. J. In 2018, Colorado ranked last among 49 states that reported 9 kindergarten measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination rates. 10. K. During the 2018-19 school year, 28,874 kindergarten through 12th grade students attended Colorado schools without protection from 1 or more vaccine-preventable diseases. 13. L. Statewide, nearly 25,000 students would potentially be 14 excluded from school for up to 21 days in the case of a measles outbreak. 15 because they have a non-medical exemption filed for the measles, mumps. 16 and rubella vaccine. 17. M. Because diseases such as measles can spread rapidly. 95%. 18 immunization coverage in schools helps to protect the health of students, 19 staff, and others in the community, including people who cannot be 20 vaccinated for medical reasons or because they are too young to have. 21 received all recommended vaccines, and 22. N. Accurate and up-to-date documentation of immunization status. 23 supports coordinated and effective public health disease control response. 24 efforts in the case of an outbreak, which help protect the overall health of 25 a community. 26. 2. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that all children 27,160 deserve to attend schools, including child care facilities, that provide them with the greatest protection from vaccine-preventable diseases, support to their well-being, honor their personal circumstances, and build strong 3 foundations for learning and thriving. 4 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-4-901, add 1.7, 5 as follows. 625-4-901. Definitions. As used in this Part 9, unless the context 7 otherwise requires 8. 1.7. Non-medical exemption means an immunization 9 exemption based upon a religious belief whose teachings are 10 opposed to immunizations or a personal belief that is opposed to 11 immunizations. 12 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-4-902, amend 1, 13 and 4, and add 1.5, as follows. 1425-4-902. Immunization prior to attending school -15 standardized immunization information. 1. Except as provided in 16 Section 25-4-903, a student shall not attend any school in the state of 17 Colorado on or after the date specified in Section 25-4-906. 4. Unless he 18 or she has presented one of the following to the appropriate school 19 official 20. A. An up-to-date certificate of immunization from a licensed 21 physician, a licensed physician assistant authorized pursuant to 22 Section 12-240-107. 6. Advanced practice nurse, or authorized 23 representative of the Department of Public Health and Environment or 24 county, district, or municipal a local public health agency stating that 25 the student has received immunization against communicable diseases as 26 specified by the State Board of Health, based on recommendations of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices of the Centers for One Disease Control and Prevention in the United States Federal 2 Department of Health and Human Services, or the American Academy of 3 Pediatrics, or 4-5. B. A written authorization signed by one parent or legal 6 guardian, or an authorization signed by the emancipated student, or 7A student 18 years of age or older requesting that local 8 public health officials administer the immunizations, or 9. C. A certificate of medical exemption, or a certificate 10 of completion of the online education module or a certificate of 11 non-medical exemption in compliance with Section 25-4-903. A 12 certificate of medical exemption, or a certificate of completion 13 of the online education module or a certificate of non-medical 14 exemption, IS only valid if completed in compliance with Section 1525-4-903.16. 1.5. A student is not required to comply with subsection 17. 1. Of this section if the student is participating in a non-public 18 home-based educational program pursuant to Section 1922-33-104.5, except that 20. A school district may require compliance with 21 subsection 1 of this section pursuant to Section 2233-104.5 22, 3, G, and 23, B, I. A school district may require compliance with 24 subsection 1 of this section if the student participating in a 25 non-public home-based educational program attends a school of 26 the school district for a portion of the school day. 23. A private school may require compliance with 5 subsection 1 of this section if the student participating in a 6 non-public home-based educational program attends the private 7 school for a portion of the school day. 8. 4. A. On or before March 1, 2011 January 15, 2021, the 9 Department of Public Health and Environment shall develop and provide 10 to the Department of Education and the Department of Human 11 Services a standardized document regarding childhood immunizations. 12 The Department of Education and the Department of Human Services 13 shall post the standardized immunization document on its website. There 14 websites on or before January 15, 2011 January 31, 2021, and on or 15 before January 31 each year thereafter. The standardized document 16 shall must be updated annually and shall must include, but need not be 17 limited to 18. A list of the immunizations required for enrollment in a 19 school and the age at which the immunization is required, and 20. B. 2. A list of immunizations currently recommended for 21 children by the Center for Disease Control Advisory Committee on 22 immunization practices of the Centers for Disease Control and 23 prevention in the Federal Department of Health and Human 24 services and the recommended age at which each immunization should 25 be given. 26. 3. A place on the document where a school can include 27-100. The school's specific immunization and exemption rates for the 1 measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine and for every other 2 vaccine for the school's enrolled student population for the 3 prior school year compared to the vaccinated children for standard described in Section 25-4-911, and 5. 4. A statement that the school is required to collect 6 and report the information pursuant to this subsection. 4. A. 7. And that the school does not control the school's specific 8 immunization and exemption rates, or establish the vaccinated 9 children standard described in Section 25-4-911.10. B. On or before February 15, 2021, and on or before 11 February 15 each year thereafter, a school shall include on the 12th document the school's specific immunization and exemption rates 13 for the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine for the school's 14 enrolled student population for the prior school year compared 15 to the vaccinated children standard described in Section 1625-4-911. The school may include on the document the school's 17 specific immunization and exemption rates for any other vaccine 18 for the school's enrolled student population for the prior 19 school year. The school shall directly distribute the document 20 to the parent or legal guardian of each student enrolled in its 21 school, emancipated students, or students 18 years of age 22 or older, consistent with Section 25-4-903, 5.23 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-4-903, amend, 2, 24 and 5, and add, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.7, as follows 25-4-903. Exemptions from immunization, rules. 2. It is the 26th responsibility of the parent or legal guardian to have his or her child 27-163 immunized unless the child is exempted pursuant to this section. A 1 student shall be exempted from receiving the required immunizations in the following manner. A parent or legal guardian shall have his or her student immunized, unless the student is exempted pursuant to this section, or an emancipated student or a student 18 5 years of age or older shall have himself or herself immunized 6 unless the student is exempted pursuant to this section. A 7 student is exempted from receiving the required immunizations 8 in the following manner. 9. A. by submitting to the student's school certification a 10 completed certificate of medical exemption from a licensed 11 physician, physician assistant authorized under pursuant to section 1212-240-107, 6, or advanced practice nurse that the physical condition of 13 the student is such that one or more specified immunizations would 14 endanger his or her life or health or is are medically contraindicated. Do 15 to other medical conditions, or 16, b, I, by submitting to the student's school a statement of either 17 a completed certificate of completion of the online education 18 module or a completed certificate of non-medical exemption 19 signed by one parent or legal guardian, or the unemancipated student 20 or a student 18 years of age or older that the parent, legal 21 guardian, or student is an adherent to a religious belief whose teachings 22 are opposed to immunizations or that the parent or guardian or the 23 emancipated student or student 18 years of age or older has a 24 personal belief that is opposed to immunizations. Point 25, 2, a complete certificate of completion of the online 26 education module is acquired upon completing the online 27
Members,
160.
There's been a request to stop the reading at length. Representative, so we'll stop and we'll go back to Representative Humphrey. Recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and yeah, I'll go ahead and make that motion. I withdraw my motion, and I think we're ready to continue the debate at this point.
Great. Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is also a pleasure to serve with you.
So, members, I know there was a lot of testimony this past Sunday, which was what, day before yesterday, before the Health and Insurance Committee, and there were many good people who were wanting to testify on both sides, I'm sure. And I have a number of very good constituents that are very passionate about this bill, this piece of legislation, mainly in opposition to it, quite frankly. And so with due respect to one of my good constituents who wanted to be there, probably was there, but just for the time considerations, they were not allowed to be able to testify. I am going to go through their testimony because they make a lot of good, valid points. So if you'll give me the indulgence, many people are correct in saying this bill does not mandate vaccinations. So let me talk about why this is not a bill that Colorado needs. This bill was brought on the premise that Colorado is last in the nation in kindergarten in MMR rates. That may be true, however, it is a very narrow perspective of Colorado's overall vaccination landscape. In fact, we could raise Colorado's kindergarten vaccination rate by following up on incomplete or missing records. Currently, there is at least 3% of students attending Colorado schools who have not turned in a single immunization record. They are non-compliant. This is directly from the CDP-HE website. We must realize that when we say we are behind, we are only off 0.5% off target. If concern of the bill sponsors is truly to fill in the 0.5%, why go after those who choose religious exemptions and personal exemptions? Why not boost the compliance percentage? But rather, this bill aims to add significant burden to parents who are fully following the law and choosing to exempt from even one vaccine. For instance, a parent who wants to be a law-abiding citizen but wants to delay one dose of a certain vaccine will now have to watch a module aimed at educating them enough to hope they make a different choice. We don't know what this module is going to be like. Will parents have to enter PII in order to access it? Will they have to watch it once for every child in the household? And how long will it be? If it's 1 hour long and a family has 5 children, they will have to be watching this video module nearly all day in order to skip or delay even one dose. And this would happen every single year. And this bill is not only about increasing children's kindergarten MMR rates. In fact, it isn't about this at all, as I've already pointed out. It's about having a centralized database. And even though parents are told they can opt out, their child who skipped or delayed even one dose will be forever in the database so they can be tracked down in case of an outbreak. So you can't have it both ways, opt out and traceable. It is either one or the other. This bill also includes rules for the health department for future immunizations and exemption practices. Given that not all stakeholders were involved in the drafting of this bill is concerning because the health department is not an elected body. They have no obligation to represent the people. It is vital that the legislative body maintains the ability to create, review, and prevent future rules and laws regarding vaccination. Because it is you who have the ear and which is meaning us, and the will and the choice of the people. Colorado is right in the middle of the pack when it comes to immunization. That's according to the various health rankings that are out there. When it comes to immunization, health, and policy as compared to the rest of the nation. And we, as always, lead the nation in overall health. Colorado has a very healthy society, as I think most of us know. So Colorado doesn't need more rules and laws to make our state healthier. We are already doing a really good job of this. This bill adds a fiscal responsibility to our already strapped budget. It diverts attention away from other things such as COVID recovery. And it burdens our law-abiding Colorado families. The families who are moving here for the health freedom offered through marijuana and the education freedom offered through school choice will be looking elsewhere. And those who have lived here their entire lives, like the person who wrote this, I'm reading there on their behalf, will be looking for another state where they are welcome to live in freedom. In summary, this bill is not good for Colorado. And I read this on behalf of my constituent and her family, who I know and I've met several times, Tricia Winslow, who is a Colorado native. So thank you, members. I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 163.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you to my fine colleague from El Paso County for his comments. I just want to address a couple of the things that he said. In regards to the online learning module, it is not mandated, it is not the requirement, it is an option if you don't want to do the non-medical exemption form, if you don't want to have that filled out or completed. All it is there for convenience. It's not a mandate. As far as the Board of Health goes, the Board of Health already controls our vaccine schedule. What this bill calls for is a report from the CPHE on an annual basis to our Board of Health just to update them on any guidance from CDC. That's all this bill calls for. And that's what we want to make sure of, is that the Board of Health has that information. It's still their prerogative. Nothing changes from the control they have right now over our schedule to after this bill. It's just that the CDPHE is going to give them an annual updated report.
First, Representative Pelton, I know you had wanted to speak. No? Okay. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in opposition to 163. I just don't think that will come as a surprise to you. I had the ability to sit on the committee that heard this bill, and I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about my observations in that process. And I think the best way to kind of start it out is, we heard a mantra that was offered in the halls of this building. I actually heard the mantra on this floor several times of what we were looking at when we came back after that extended adjournment that we had related to coronavirus. And that mantra was fast, friendly, and free. And I know that there are some in here, whenever I brought that up, they found that mantra to be incredibly inconvenient or that it should be brushed aside. But certainly it is true. And in the process of trying to make things fast, friendly, and free, I think every one of us, from the first day we got back, started participating in committee meetings that worked toward PIing bills, postponing indefinitely various bills. Some of those bills had no fiscal note, some had a fiscal note. Some had unanimous support in the process that it had ventured on to that point. Some had both, meaning no fiscal note and unanimous support. And we PI'd those bills. I look at 163, and I don't see how there's anything related to the fast, the friendly, or the free aspect of 163. Furthermore, the committee was actually scheduled on a Sunday. Now, I haven't been here that long. I'm in obviously my second session, still first term, but I haven't seen that before. I ran it by some of my colleagues, and I'm not sure how many of them, maybe Larry Liston, Representative Liston, can actually. I mean, I think Larry, you've been here the longest, and I'm getting head nods from Representative Liston that he had never seen that. And I get that the idea was that we were trying to create a safe space. Well, I don't know that there is the ability to make a safe space necessarily, given just the array of issues that are facing not just Colorado, but certainly our nation. And so we had people who also agreed, that did not find it fast, friendly, or free, that descended upon the Capitol. And they were in droves. Probably unlike I've ever seen this issue addressed by the people of Colorado. And they were here on a Sunday afternoon to speak about a bill that was to specifically, in part of the bill, this is just one aspect, but to remove the actual religious exemption piece on a Sunday, on an afternoon. To further compound that, and in light of the other protests that were going on that we all are well aware of, testimony was limited, unlike I've never seen before either. It was an hour and a half to each side on an issue that I think we all understand in this body as a very contentious issue. Again, kind of violating that whole aspect of fast, friendly, and free. And I can't tell you how many people I spoke to that said that they felt that they were denied the opportunity to have this body hear their voice. And the only consolation that I got was that there was an extended hearing in the Senate, and that somehow these people should be pacified by the opportunity that they had to engage in that process in the Senate. Well, I want to answer and address that very specifically. When the Senate had its hearing, everybody in Colorado couldn't take the day off of work, couldn't free up their schedule because they had appointments with their kids, they had doctor's appointments. That's why we have two chambers. That's why there's two opportunities for the public to weigh in on. And certainly there were people that spoke during the Senate committee hearing that also spoke at the House committee hearing. But certainly there were people that did not speak at the Senate committee hearing. They were also denied the opportunity to speak at the House committee hearing. This issue is probably one of the most divisive issues that I have seen, and yet we're going to say we're going to limit it to 3 hours total, an hour and a half on either side. I find that appalling. And it's not like we can even suggest or begin to make the argument that the reason that we did that was because, well, we're under time constraints or any of those types of things. I would offer to this body, it's a mantra that I heard growing up as a young lieutenant in the Army. I'm sure there are other veterans in here, regardless of your branch, that had it, is that's when in charge, be in charge. And when you're in charge, it carries a tone of responsibility. And I tell my kids all the time, we have to make decisions. Every decision that we make has a consequence. Not every consequence is bad. Not every consequence is good. In fact, some decisions can have both good and bad consequences. And so when we have leadership in the building on the other side of the aisle that says we're going to schedule one of the most contentious bills of this session on a Sunday afternoon and limit debate, I don't think that you're honoring the people or the voice of Colorado. Furthermore, when I asked the members of the committee, and when my Republican members of the committee, hey, were you engaged in any type of what the rules look like that were published in advance? So I will give that much. You know, we weren't surprised by the rules. We didn't show up to committee that day and all of a sudden learn that there would be limitations. We knew that in advance, but there was no dialogue between the Democrats and the Republicans on this committee as to what those established and agreed upon rules would be. And while I understand that the chair has that discretion, I'll focus back in on the responsibility and the leadership aspect and the very contentious nature of this bill and the mantra that we all walked back in this building to work towards, which was fast, friendly, and free. There was no cooperation there. I see it very much as an opportunity to push agenda, regardless of perspective of the people of Colorado. And to that, I take grave offense. I think it is highly appropriate that given the very contentious nature of this bill, that we gave it its due hearing. And whether that meant that we were here until 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning, it doesn't matter. The people have a right to have their voice heard. And that was not satisfied. It wasn't satisfied in the hour and a half of testimony that was permitted. It wasn't honored in the fact that it was scheduled for a Sunday afternoon. And these are all decisions that the leadership in this body has to take responsibility for. And I get that they want to go for cover of security, that we're trying to keep people safe. But at what point do you sit back and you say, we're going to make a decision for the people to mute their voice and instead to provide them security? There were a lot of people that showed up that day, Sunday afternoon, this past Sunday. And they put aside all other responsibilities that they had. They put aside all other concerns that they had because they wanted their voice heard. No one mandated that they come. They came on their own accord. And we made decisions for them. I don't know that I've seen that before. I certainly hope I never see that again as long as I'm here. I don't know how long that'll be, but I think that when it comes to a contentious issue, we owe it to the people of Colorado to honor them. Because ultimately, it's the policy that's going to impact them. They elected us to go ahead and weigh in on policy. I don't see how we weigh in on policy without their voice. And we denied them that opportunity. And I'll reiterate, I know, it was said, oh, well, there was a long committee hearing in the Senate. That doesn't matter. That does not matter. We had an obligation in this body to honor the people of Colorado and hear their voice. And so I am opposed to this bill. I'll probably be back up here again as we continue debate on it. I would have rather seen that the process that we went through on a Sunday afternoon, which I'm hearing from members of the body they've never seen before, that never happen again, regardless of who is in leadership. We have a responsibility to the people of Colorado to allow them the opportunity to weigh in on policy and not, in what is my opinion, put obstacles in front of them. And so before I even get to the necessarily direct merits of the bill, I needed to address what I observed on the committee as it related to the debate and the discussion that we heard on the bill. And I would urge leadership, whether it stays with Democrats, whether it goes to Republicans, that the way that 163 was handled in the House never happen again.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I had the, I guess you would call it the honor of sitting on the committee on Sunday. And I just want to tell the committee here what I saw in that committee on Sunday. It was equal time for both sides of the issue. When the opponents of the bill spoke, it was respectful. The members of the committee asked thoughtful questions. And when the supporters of the bill came to the dais to speak on the bill, we were shouted down. I could not even hear the testimony that was going on. We come to this well all the time and talk about, the merits of a bill. When we talk about the process, I think it's so important that everybody that is in this building right now know how the opposition to this bill was acting during the committee hearing. There was no dialogue. There was shouting down. There was siren sounds. There was chants at the window. There was screaming. This is not how we're going to get to the place that we need to be. And on the bill itself, I'm just going to say a little something about my experience with vaccines. I grew up in Aurora, and when I was a sophomore in high school, I came to school to find that the person who sat next to me had died the night before of meningitis. Gone. Andrea Mascarenas was her name. Meningitis started to work its way through our school. We were horrified. We were terrified. At this time, there was no vaccine. Had there been a vaccine, she would still be alive. There is no debate about what vaccines do. There is no debate. And while I believe that there are some in the opposition that come in and tell true stories of vaccines causing issues for their children, there would be more people alive. Andrea Mascarenas would be alive if there was a vaccination for meningitis then. This is a very important bill, members. We're going to have an all-day debate about this bill. We're not going to be debating the merits of the science behind vaccines. That's not something we need to discuss. There's data. We shouldn't even start to debate the decorum that was happening in the chamber on Sunday in the committee. That is insane. I had to lean forward. My back hurts because I had to sit at my speaker to hear. That's not dialogue. Let's talk about science today. Let's make it quick. Then let's pass the bill. I address vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I often hear, and I'm going to speak to the process a little bit here because I was fortunate enough to be on the committee myself. I often hear from the majority that, you know, equality doesn't always mean that it's equitable. And I've heard that saying before. So the fact that there was equal time given to both sides doesn't necessarily mean it was a fair process to begin with. We had, I'd say, about 1,000 people. The news reported that maybe there were 3,000. I don't know if it was that high, but there were certainly a lot of people there who wanted to speak, who didn't get time to speak. And with respect to opponents that were being very vocal in the hallway, I've seen that before too. You know, I've seen it from, you know, Moms Demand Action, for instance, or other organizations, maybe the unions, who actually come to the building and make their voices loud as we're conducting business in this chamber. So I'm not really buying the crocodile tears that I'm hearing right now. So what I will say is that it was unfair. This whole process was unfair from the word go. And I understand that the Senate, you know, had a very long hearing. That's all well and good, but that shouldn't be an excuse for the House to limit discussion and debate in the way that they did. And I also want to tee off on this issue that I think is becoming very troubling. And I won't speak to any individual member here or in this chamber right now or at the committee, but I will say this. There's this disturbing rhetoric that I'm hearing that somehow anyone who opposes this bill is anti-science. That's not how we should be having this discussion, right? There are very well-informed people on both sides of this aisle, in the gallery, and certainly on both sides of this debate, and we shouldn't impugn them, right? We expect each other not to impugn anyone's character in this building. We should do the same for the opponents inside and outside this building as well. So as we move forward on this debate, I simply ask that we don't disparage each other and say we're being anti-science, because that's completely false. And it's inappropriate. There are legitimate concerns that people have, and I look forward to hearing why this particular bill, you know, might not be the best way forward. And I'll save my remarks for why I oppose this bill as it pertains to the language in the bill itself. But moving forward, I do want to point out that this whole thing has kind of been a train wreck. And given the fact that we had the Supreme Court give us more time through the interrogatory, means that we could have done this not only in a safe way, but in a way that allowed for those thousands of people to come and testify. And that's the point here. So thank you, Representative Geithner, and thank you for everyone else for pointing that out. Let's have a good debate about the science, and let's not say that somehow one side is being ignorant or not wanting to honor the science, because there's a lot of people in the gallery right now that know a heck of a lot more about the science than I think a lot of us in this chamber right here. So thank you.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you also to the people that are in the gallery. I do stand in opposition of this bill, and I think it's very egregious. I mean, we're fortunate that we encourage public testimony to make decisions, and we couldn't get enough of that, right? An hour and a half just was not enough. Not when you have that many people outside protesting. It, to me, it's embarrassing. So I do come here, though, because I have a question for the bill sponsors. You know, I think I heard it so many times on the other aisle that would say to save one life. To save one life. How many stories did we hear where one life was lost on a vaccination? Heart-wrenching stories of people. So this whole one-size-fits-all type of vaccination, when we know now seems like kids are more gluten-free, peanut allergies, there's more to science when it comes to the nature of the genetic, or the genetics of that child. Even maybe to go far as doing a genetic study on a child before you just automatically vaccinate them. So my question to the bill sponsors is, can you list all the vaccinations that you are going to impose on these kids? Thank you.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Weld County. I appreciate the question. The answer is 0, because we still have the exemptions in place with this bill. We still have a non-medical exemption in place. We still have a medical exemption in place. And guess what? If you don't want to do either one of those, you can do an online learning module, which is optional. So there is nothing this idea that we're going to send somebody to your house and tie your child down and force a needle in their arm is just ludicrous. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about formalizing the process on how the exemptions take place, period. We want to improve our immunization rates because we're last in the country. So we went through a stakeholding process. We tried to find a solution that kept the exemptions in place. We formalized that process. The exemptions are still in place. Other states haven't done that. Other states have just eliminated the exemptions. We have not done that in Colorado. We have compromised, we have worked, and they are still in place. And so this idea that we're going to forcibly inject your child is just not true.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've had a lot of discussions as this bill has moved along last year and then into this year. I hear from a lot of my constituents that they're very concerned about where this bill might go. That by tightening up these exemptions into one, that it's just a faster track to get rid of the exemptions altogether. And to me, those are the kind of concerns that I think that we need to be aware of. And really, truly, when we talk about having a lower than optimal or a lower than desired vaccination rate in this state, it makes me start thinking about what those solutions look like. And so, Representative Mullica, I appreciate the conversations that we've had. I also appreciate kind of what I see, not just from sort of living in the real world, but also talking to a lot of people, that often when we have people who are asking to be exempted from vaccinations, it is often not a medical issue. it is often not really a philosophical issue. It's an issue of being at a point in time where they need to be able to offer the vaccination proof to the school or whatever else. And so sometimes either they don't have that proof with them or they have not managed to get those vaccinations. And so it seems to me that there might be a simpler solution to raise vaccination rates rather than try to push bills along that say you must do these things or take this class or do something else, but maybe even go to the point of shifting the location of some of our county health departments' vaccination clinics so that they're there at a convenient time for parents who have no objection to vaccinating their children. And then I think it ends up leaving open the exemptions and the world for the people who truly do have a philosophical objection, a religious objection, or a medical objection, and leave the system as it is because we can increase the rate somewhere else through completely voluntary participation. One, have you had that consideration? We've talked about it. Is it something that is just me being in left field and talking to parents who say, I wanted to sign up Johnny for basketball. Gosh darn it, we didn't have the vaccination stuff. I haven't gotten it done. Filled out the exemption form because I could do it right then. Am I in left field in that? And then is it something that would be a significant move toward increasing our herd immunity and our vaccination rates?
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the representative from Loveland for the question. I think there's a lot of things that you could look at to try to improve immunization rates in the state. And, you know, if it's access in our rural areas, if it's trying to go into our schools, I think that there's a lot of different things. If it's more resources towards it. What I will tell you, though, is that in Senate Bill 163, this isn't Representative Mullica's idea that I just pulled out of thin air. This isn't Representative Roberts' idea or Senator Gonzalez or Senator Priolo's idea. This is an idea that we've worked on extensively with public health experts, doctors, immunologists, on to come up with a solution that would work for Colorado, that kept the exemptions in place, but still did something about our last in the nation immunization rates. And so that's where Senate Bill 163 is. I think all of us are still willing to consider other options and look at other things that we can do. But I believe that 163 is much needed. It's what the data shows. It's what our experts are telling us that we need to do, an option that we have without eliminating the exemptions. And so that's why I want to move forward with 163 is because the work that we've gone on, the experts are saying this is what we need to do. But I still think that there's other conversations that we can have to make sure that we're having that positive impact on our immunization rates as well.
Follow-up, Representative McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yeah, to follow up, Representative Mullica, before I came to this august body, I was serving on a city council where we had our public health officials coming and saying that we had a problem with teen vaping, and what we ought to do in Loveland is just ban all kinds of sales of tobacco or vaping or vape products. And so my inherent nature was to say, hold on. Are we going to try to solve an issue by simply banning something, creating, in that matter, a black market for something? I don't always know that our public health officials give me the best answer, especially when I think we might have a voluntary way to do the very thing that your bill is asking to do.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just real quick to the representative from Loveland, I guess my argument back would be that if you see what other states have done and what other public health experts really actually, would like to see is the elimination of the non-medical exemptions. There's no question of the effects that has on the exemption, on the vaccine rates. And so that is kind of the option, like you said, that the public health experts came to you around the vaping issue. And so that's where it was. And we moved back from that. We compromised because of what we heard from during the stakeholding process, and that's represented in 163. And so I appreciate that story because I think that it represents, you're right, the public health community, usually wants to go to the no questions asked, easy to understand, we'll know we'll have, results. Whereas this 163 represents us bringing that back a little bit and making sure that we are compromising, that we're trying to maintain those exemptions like we heard that the people wanted.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank all of the mothers, parents, children here today and watching. I want to thank you for being here to fight for your freedom. to fight for your personal choice and to fight for your kids and to push back at the government and tell them, you know better than us. So I want to thank you for being here and watching today. The relationship between a child and parents is a sacred relationship. It is a sacred relationship that the government needs to understand that you know better than us. When I hear the people in favor of this bill, we hear they've talked to experts. I want to hear more about you've talked to parents, because parents know better than the experts of what's best for their kids. I'm sorry you have to listen today. I'm sorry you have to be here today to protect the relationship between you, your child, and your doctor. I'm sorry you have to feel that there is no debate. I'm sorry you had to hear that. I'm sorry you had to hear that the science is already sound. And if you suffer some type of vaccine injury, I'm sorry that you had to hear that what happened to you did not happen. So I apologize to you. But let's get down to the real essence of this bill, of really what it means. Now, I've been getting a lot of letters, a lot of communications from people in my district. They have specific concerns about the broadness of this bill, the true intention. Because if we really wanted to increase vaccination levels, immunization levels, there's things we could do to increase people who actually want these vaccines. There's things we could do to make it easier for those people to get them. To make it easier for the people who want them to get them. But that's been kind of pushed to the side. As you can see when Representative McKean has talked about. If we wanted to increase this level, there's things we could do to make it easier for people who want this to get it. So, but that hasn't really been happening. So the people in my district came out to me and they expressed concern. Why is this bill express coercion? Why is it? It seems like the government wants to coerce a certain behavior. They've used the word indoctrination, that the government wants to indoctrinate you to make you think that no one ever gets hurt. No reason to be scared. Let the government make the decisions for your child. And the proof is right now. We just heard the proof. There is no debate. There is no debate on the science. It's just great. And if you're nervous and if you've been injured from a vaccine, well, I guess you must have hallucinated. I guess what you've read, all the examples and all the children who've been injured and killed, I guess that didn't really happen. It was all made up because we just heard it. It's sound science. We shouldn't even debate it. And when the government says we shouldn't even debate it, you should be worried because that means the decision was already made for you. It's already been made. So I want to thank you again for being here today. And I want you to keep on being here and reminding us on bills like this that the government does not know better. You know better. The government is not experts in everything, especially how you raise your child. So the people in my district watching right now and here today, I'm here to represent your choice. I'm not here to stand up and say vaccines are good. I'm not here to say vaccines are bad. I'm here to say I'm going to fight for your choice to do what is best for your children. Now, some people say, well, but this bill says if you can get certain exemptions. Well, people in my district feel those exemptions are going to be dwindled away. And they feel exemptions are a form of indoctrinating, making it difficult for you to do what is best for your child. You should not have to jump through hoops to make the proper medical decision for your child. So stay strong, stay here a long time, and keep on fighting for your freedom. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, for listening, and thank you, Representatives Roberts and Mullica, for sitting here and facing it. Appreciate that. So I rise against Senate Bill 163 to no one's surprise, but I want to give 3 specific reasons why. One is science. First is science. So there's quite a bit of science that was presented in testimony not only on Sunday, but also a year ago during the 1312 conversation that went on into the morning. The parents, for one, that came in droves last year and then this year again, presented incredible science, especially those parents who are dealing with the reality of a child who has been injured from medical procedures, including vaccinations that did not go well. They are so informed, I don't think that anyone else in the room, experts and the like, certainly none of us in the State House are qualified to stand up to the science that they have researched and that they deal with, and that where they manage their children's health day in and day out, and sometimes all through the night. That's the science. Also presented on Sunday was an enormous amount of science presented from the opposition that went first, and disappointingly, that was all dismissed when the proponents came and testified afterward. That was a big disappointment to me, the dismissive nature of all that was being presented from people who have researched this at great length, professionals, a giant in the industry of Robert Kennedy Jr., who gave us as much as he could give us in 6 minutes, and it was all just dismissed of almost like a nuh-uh by the proponents afterward. I said this during committee, and I'll repeat it now. I don't claim to be a scientist myself, but as an aerospace engineer, I have worked closely with a lot of scientists, propulsion scientists and physicists, astrophysicists, who have to get the science right. Science is humble. Science is not haughty and assertive. It does not insist on its own way because it might be wrong. And in the nature of science itself and the scientific method, there's self-correcting methodology. And that's towards trying to find what is true, what is factual, what we can rely on. So to ever say the science is settled is to dismiss yourself as a non-scientist. No scientist ever said the science is settled. So that's my first, is that scientifically even though the sponsors claim to have sat and worked with stakeholders, that is not evident in how they are writing this bill, and which moves me to my second point, which is the coercive nature. And that was also dismissed on Sunday during the committee testimony. There was a lot of talk about the coercive nature, and it was met with, no, it's not. When the entire purpose of the bill is coercion, that is the goal. There's nothing else to the bill other than government coercion of citizen behavior. If that were not the case, then the video that is to be viewed by those wishing to not comply with the vaccination schedule would not be a single-sided video. The other science would be an option as well, or perhaps they would both be presented together. Here's what one side says, and here's what the other side is saying. It's not as if there's no risk to vaccinations. The risks are known, understood, demonstrable. We can see the results. So to deny the science and to present a single, unhumble view in a required video is absolutely coercive. There's another piece to the coercivity, to the coerciveness of this that I think bears pointing out, and that is, it's the nature of us, of our very fabric as a country, how we were put together as a nation in the first place. We are, remember, a republic and not a democracy. In a republic, and I remember this from my high school government teacher, he had posted on the wall, just printed from the computer, but printed up on the wall, and I saw it every day, and all it said was, majority rule, minority rights. Majority rule, minority rights. That's a nice, succinct way of describing a republic. Because in a democracy, it's majority rule, and then put a period on it. Where we all might have the largest opinion about something, and the majority could be absolutely correct, and the minority could be absolutely wrong on something. But the minority in a republic has its rights, and its rights are always maintained. In a sense of being coercive, in coercion, then the majority decides, and the minority, their opinions and their rights are set aside. And the coercive nature of this bill reflects a democracy and not a republic. That is very bothersome to me, and I believe it ought to bother anyone else that's looking at this bill. Lastly, our oath of office. We do not stand here on this floor every January and swear to uphold state statute. We stand here and we swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado. And the Constitution of the state of Colorado guarantees every student of school age a free public education. It does not say that we guarantee within these qualifications of vaccination. It says that we guarantee. The Constitution is not subject to statute. The statutes are subject to the Constitution. So I find it problematic that anyone would vote for Senate Bill 163 knowing that this bill has constitutional issues in the first place. Lastly, I'll just say that of the way that we want to look at the citizens, when we get elected, they elect us to represent them and their rights, their privileges, And for any of us to believe that we would know better and we should make the decisions for their children, what's the agenda here? Why is there such an agenda? And that's what makes me scratch my head more than anything else is there's not a goal for health. There's a goal for vaccination rate percentages. So who should be deciding what's best for their children, for their health? Should it be the government deciding, well, you got to keep up the vaccination rate percentages, or should the parents should be deciding what is best for their children's health? I think that should be obvious to any of us. I won't even attempt the answer. So I appreciate the heart of the sponsors, but this is an ill-conceived bill, and we ought to vote it down and vote it down hard. I ask you to vote no on 163.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To those in the gallery, did you have any idea that you would have to be back another time to fight this? I was here on Sunday. I was standing out in the temperature, probably the hottest day that we had in Colorado so far, but it was certainly worth it to be there with those that wanted to rally against Senate Bill 163. I was happy to stand shoulder to shoulder next to Ronnie Prine, whose son died from vaccine injury 1 month after testifying in 2014. I just want to go over some things about why Senate Bill 163 is not needed. Existing law and the administrative rulemaking authority conferred to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment already provides the ability to review recommendations, expand and change vaccine requirements and policy, and to provide education. Emergency powers already exist for CDPHE and the governor in the event of an outbreak or epidemic to address any public health crisis. We have already seen that that's true. Existing law already requires CDPHE and schools to make vaccination and exemption rates available to the public. CDC guidance and school enforcement of existing law to collect missing vaccination records demonstrate increased vaccination rates while preserving exemption and privacy rights. Resources would be better spent identifying barriers preventing schools from enforcing the existing law and assuring transparent reporting by public health officials relating to limitations of their data. That means report rates in context. This is why I oppose Senate Bill 163. The democratic checks and balances are disrupted. It circumvents the administrative rule and legislative process and confers authority without check to CDPHE and the Board of Health to expand vaccine requirements and policy and to mandate forms and use the educational content. I believe it's discriminatory. It assumes exempting families are ignorant and without re-education and approval of their beliefs by healthcare providers or public health officials to obtain an exemption on the newly created form. It forces students in Colorado's vaccine tracking registration and robs students of their federal privacy rights. Students vaccinated according to Colorado requirements will retain their federal privacy rights and not have their benefits judged or approved. Families who are refused well care due to vaccine choices, use holistic medicine, or who have been refused a religious or personal belief exemption by a vaccine provider will be coerced into completing CDPHE's education module to obtain their exemption. It also violates the informed consent ethic through coercion and sanction convert sincerely held beliefs. Informed consent has guided the ethical practice of medicine since the Nuremberg trials. It burdens parents, schools, and vaccine providers. Schools will be required to insert their vaccination and exemption rates onto CDPHE's Certificate of Immunization for annual hard copy distribution to families, and vaccine providers will be asked to sign off on a new exemption form. Families may have to see several vaccine providers before finding one who will sign their exemption forms, or spend the time to be re-educated by the state's education module. I do have a question for one of the sponsors. Can you tell me why the form has already been changed when this bill has not even become law yet?
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from the Western Slope. I appreciate the questions, and I'll answer your question, then I'd like to address some of the other things that you testified or got up here and were talking about. It's not to my knowledge that the form has been changed. We can definitely reach out. I'll text my contact over at CDPHE to ask about that, or if you want to. But it's not to my knowledge that it's been changed, because obviously this bill hasn't been passed, and so this bill needs to be passed. But you did talk about a few other things as well. You talked about an outbreak, and you talked about the executive orders that our governor has to deal with something like that. I want to be clear that this bill is to try to stop that outbreak before it even happens. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to prevent an outbreak. We've seen our healthcare system come to its knees already with dealing with the COVID pandemic that we're dealing with right now. There's no way that we could deal with anything else. I've been on the front lines. I've seen it. There's no way that we could deal with a measles outbreak or a pertussis outbreak right now. It's just not possible. You also talked about that there's no checks on the CDPHE. We're not changing anything with that right now. The Board of Health already has that authority to determine what's our vaccine schedule. All this bill calls for is to make sure CDPHE is annually updating the Board of Health on what CDC recommendations are. Doesn't mandate them to do anything. It's just an education piece to make sure that the CDPHE and the Board of Health are in communication on an annual basis on what's what's recommended by the CDC. And then you talked a little bit about that if they don't, if there's a doctor or an immunizing provider that doesn't want to sign the form, that they're going to be forced into an education module. In the bill, we made clear that it could be an immunizing provider or it could be a local public health agency. And so we have broadened that as much as we can, and I know you represent some of rural Colorado, and a lot of that came from hearing from our rural Colorado constituents to make sure that we gave as much opportunity to them, if it's a PA, if it's a nurse practitioner, if it's a doctor, or if it's your local public health agency, to really expand that as much as possible so that they had the convenience to get that form signed. And so I just wanted to address a couple of those things, and hopefully I answered your question.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since you received a lot from the Western Slope, can you tell me who you received that from?
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Rich. I mean, I can't say names up here. Like, I'm not going to list out names. I mean, but I've received, as I'm sure you have, thousands of emails of people that had issues. I met with people last year on 1312, which a lot of 1312 is in this bill. And so I did a significant amount of stakeholding to make sure that we were addressing those issues. I sat in a room with 300 people that had issues with vaccines to try to hear them out. And that's what this bill represents. This bill represents compromise. This bill represents hearing those people that had the issues by keeping the exemptions, okay? By making sure that we weren't taking away anything. That was their big thing, is they wanted to make sure that we weren't taking away the exemptions. Those exemptions are still in place. And so read thousands of emails, made sure that I met with people this year, met with a significant amount of people last year on 1312 as well. And that's all represented in Senate Bill 163.
Follow-up, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know you met with a lot of people, and I certainly appreciate that, but there's probably still thousands of people that you haven't met with because we all received thousands of emails opposing this bill. So I just am wondering why you're not listening to them as well. Please vote no on this bill. Don't make these people come back and have to fight this thing over and over again. Please listen to what they're saying.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, one of the problems I have specifically related to the bill has to do with the data, right? And this was certainly brought to my attention by opposition, and they had concerns around privacy and what have you. And I wanted to read this, and this comes from, and I just want to make sure I get it right, comes from let's see here. I'll have to get you the website, but it's one of the state agencies that we have here in Colorado. And it was the CIS Security Audit Concerns, record safer at doctor or school is the title. And so the Governor's Office of Information Technology hosts and manages CDPHE's 3 information systems that were under review during a 2017 audit. And here are the findings. Number 1, the 3 information systems did not comply with multiple Colorado information security policy and OIT cyber policy requirements and did not comply with several best practice recommendations. Security controls this is number 2, security controls implemented for these 3 systems did not comply with all state policy requirements and need to be remedied to ensure the protection of the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of these systems and the data they maintain. Number 3, data protection. We identified control weaknesses indicating OIT was not fully compliant with some requirements related to data protection. Number 4, CDPHE IT policies are out of date. 22 of the sample of 24 CDPHE agency-wide IT policies we examined had not been reviewed or updated by CDPHE management in over 1 year, and did not include explicitly or by reference current CISP and OIT cyber policy requirements. Number 5, information security system software. We identified control weaknesses indicating OIT was not fully compliant with some requirements related to system security plans. And then number 6 references a prior House bill. HB 1288 required CRS 25-4-910 that the Department of Public Health and Environment, in consultation with other state departments, shall establish a joint policy on immunization data collection and sharing. However, and this is the last part, however, that has not happened. And so, what's interesting about this particular piece of the puzzle here is that we had testimony on both sides. And I'm going to be, fair to both sides here. We did have testimony from the opponents that said there are legitimate data concerns, and we had testimony from the proponents of the bill where the witnesses said there's no problem. And now it's up to us to decide, who are we going to side with on this one. I happen to think that we should err on the side of caution, and that when we're talking about data specifically, that we make sure that we're not harming anyone's personal identification information. And in that spirit, I wanted to offer, and I will move, L091 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is not a silver bullet, right? I mean, there's when you're housing data and when you're trying to protect people's personal information, you do the best you can. And what specifically this relates to, at least my intent was that no matter whatever data that is collected, that we not collect the personally identifying information related to that student or their parents. And also when I had this amendment drafted up, my further intent was that once there are individuals that do participate in the online education model, that there would be some sort of certificate that would be granted to them that would not, it would be anonymous, in other words, right? You wouldn't be able to take that certificate and track it back to the original person who participated with the online educational module. And so I think, this certainly doesn't, in my estimation, take away anything from the bill sponsor's intent here. I think it simply just protects privacy rights, and it still, again, it doesn't upend any of the requirements to gain an exemption, and I don't think it takes away from the data, the mass data, if you will, that I think would be important to know when we're talking about vaccination rates, but it would safeguard against the government or anyone else being able to see personally identifying information. So that's the intent of it, and I'll put this on the table right now. I'm happy to rework this amendment too, but my point is this: I just want to make sure that we're safeguarding, personal information. So if this wording isn't helpful or doesn't work with the bill sponsor, I'd be happy to rework it, but that's essentially my goal. So with that, members, I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Colorado Springs for the discussion. Members, this has already been addressed in the bill, and it was actually addressed through amendments over in the Senate, page 12, line 26, and then into page 13, lines 1 through 3. For that reason, I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I stand in support of this amendment. I know that there's a little bit different than what's in the amendment and what's actually in the bill, but I want to reiterate something that Representative Williams stressed about this amendment. It does not change the essence of the bill. What it does is it helps secure data that the government is retrieving from you. So look at that deeply. If it doesn't change the essence of the bill and it lessens the chance of personal data going to the hands of the government, why would anybody vote no against it unless you want that data? Again, if it doesn't change the bill, but it decreases the government from getting access to personal data, why would you vote no unless you want that data? And what do you want that data for? You need to understand that people are nervous right now about the government having data on you. There's a history, and I don't want to get real deep into history, but there's a history of the government taking personal data for unjustifiable reasons. So with that said, I stand in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a bit of some technical things that need to happen with respect to the committee of the whole here, so I'm going to go ahead and withdraw this amendment and pass it over to the majority leader.
Mr. Majority Leader. And the amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Williams, for that. I move the special orders calendar be laid over until later today.
Upon the request of the Majority Leader and seeing no objections, we will follow his direction. Are we at recess? I'm sorry, I missed that. No. Right. Apologies. Seeing no objections, we'll lay over the balance of the special orders calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
That's right.
I'm ready. The House will come back to order. Majority Leader Garnett. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendation. House Bill 1197 as amended passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 163, House Bill 1113, House Bill 1332, HCR 2010-01 related over to later in the day.
Majority Leader Garnett. Oh, I'm going to do the count. Okay. So you've heard the report of the Committee of the Whole. There's one amendment at the desk. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Let me just explain what happened because it's definitely a first. The committee reports from the Appropriations Committee this morning weren't read across before we moved a special orders calendar. So I'm going to move a Committee of the Whole report amendment to say that House Bill 1197 was laid over instead of passing. We're going to pass the Committee of the Whole report and we'll start all over again. So my apologies. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move the Garnett, this is my first Committee of the Whole report amendment. I move the Garnett Committee of the Whole report amendment to House Bill 1197 to say that the bill was laid over instead of passed, and I would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Okay, so members, we can't have a bill go from one committee to the next or to the Committee of the Whole unless the report has been read, and it wasn't read across the desk. So with that, the question before us is the Garnett amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote.
All the yellow members.
Oh, are they here? Oh, that's good to know.
Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin? McLaughlin votes yes. Melton?
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Representative Valdez is present. There are a bunch of people present. Hooton is present. Jackson is present. Sirota is present. Kipp is present.
Yeah, I got everybody from A&E.
Oh, fuck, we didn't do that. I don't know.
What's that? I think we can probably just do it after we finish this amendment vote.
Do you want to?
I don't know.
Did Melton vote yes? Did we get Melton?
Yes, those are the two people I think might know the answer. You have to do it again. I mean, but I don't know. And Sharon's also somebody I trust on.
Okay, Representatives Geithner and Tatone. Tatone, how do you vote? Okay, then Geithner. Is he present? Geithner is excused. Humphrey is, okay. Mr. Gregorio, please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 2 excused, the Garnett amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Representative Byrd. You all have heard the motion. Please, The motion was to adopt the committee of the whole report as amended. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Yes. McLaughlin votes yes. Tatone. Tatone votes yes. Sullivan. Sullivan votes yes. McLaughlin. I'm sorry, Michelson Janae.
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Melton.
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Buckner.
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Oh, Froelich, how do you vote? Froelich votes yes. Benavides, Hooton, Harrod, Soper, Humphrey. Please close the machine. With 58 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the committee of the whole report, the committee of the whole report as amended is adopted. All right. Mr. Gregorio, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. HCR 2010-01 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the committee of the whole favorable recommendation. House Bill 1113 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the committee of the whole favorable recommendation. House Bill 1197 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the committee of the whole favorable recommendation. House Bill 1332 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the committee of the whole favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 163 be referred to the committee of the whole favorable recommendation.
I have one announcement. Rep. McKean will replace Representative Ransom in appropriations on June 10th only. And with that, Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders on Tuesday, June 9th at 12:54 p.m. House Bill 1190.
Oh, 12:54 p.m. I'm sorry, I thought you said 11:54.
Oh, sorry, yep. 12:54 p.m. House Bill 1197, Senate Bill 163, House Bill 1113, House Bill 1332, and House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
Seeing no objection, those bills will be made special orders at 12:54 p.m. Today. With that, Representative Byrd. Of special orders. You have all have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Byrd will take the chair.
Okay, we will start again. With your unanimous consent, the committee will now come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The Cote rule is once again relaxed. So, members, we are now back to House Bill 1197 as amended. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1197.
House Bill 1197 by Representatives Snyder and Rich, also Senator Bridges, concerning the statewide communication system for referral to essential services and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Rich to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1197, the report of the Public Health Committee and the report of the Appropriations Committee.
To the bill. Representative Snyder.
To the Appropriations Committee report?
Yes, forgive me, to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative
Yeah.
Snyder.
So we did get a favorable vote this morning from Appropriations, and we ask for a yes vote.
Members, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report.
As amended.
As amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment we took in Appropriations today wiped out the language that had been amended in the Public Health Committee report. So we are asking for a very solid no vote on the Public Health Committee report.
Members, the question before the body is the adoption of the Public Health Committee report. That's right. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
No.
The motion fails. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. And folks, I got to tell you, this bill got so much better in the last hour and a half that if you voted for it before, I would ask you to vote for it again.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is a lifeline for the state. It provides, it connects Colorado all across the state, and I'm asking for an aye vote. Thank you.
Members, any additional comments about this bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1197. As amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. House Bill 1197 is passed.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Gonzalez and Priola, also Representatives Mullica and Roberts, concerning the modernization of the school entry immunization process and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 163.
Is there a committee report?
No committee report,
No.
Madam Chair.
Okay, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, I mean, I guess this is a first, so I don't know if I read my opening statement all over again, or I'm not quite sure how that works, but I'll just stick to moving Senate Bill 163 for the time being.
Further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I think we're all set. We're doing the cow correctly now. So I'm going to go ahead and move L091 again and ask it to be displayed.
All right, L091 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Okay, so members, just as a recap here, we were discussing before we had to kind of reset, we were discussing personally identifying information and how we don't want the state or anyone to be able to collect that. And you'll forgive me because I think when you were responding, I was hearing about the need to restart the cow. So my intent is to protect personally identifying information, and I'm happy to work with you on language if this particular language doesn't work for you, but my intent is to make sure that we're taking care of, or we're safeguarding people's information and privacy. I move this, I ask for a yes, and I'd certainly welcome the thoughts of the bill sponsor.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to my colleague from Colorado Springs, El Paso County. My response earlier was that this has been addressed already over in the Senate. Page 12, line 26 through 27, going into 13, lines 1 through 3, speaks to it, and actually a lot of the language is the same. But we do feel like we've addressed that to make sure that privacy is being addressed. Again, there's still the option to opt out, but if they don't opt out, to make sure that we are still addressing the privacy and only getting the necessary information that we need. And so for that reason, I would ask for a no vote, members.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? This has kind of been one of those days, so I'm going to go ahead and withdraw this, Madam Chair, and I'm going to speak with the bill sponsor a little bit more about this aspect. So I'll withdraw this amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Members, is there any further discussion on House Bill 163? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh. So, you know, I think the problem with Colorado and the reporting, I think, is a clerical thing. You know, we've seen that Boulder County had some issues with not having enough vaccinations, and when they went back and got all their records in order, all of a sudden they were at 96%. So I think if we could just fulfill the current law, we don't need to have this bill. So another thing I wanted to bring up, that you know, anytime there's risk, there needs to be choice, and vaccines are a liability-free pharmaceutical product carrying the risk of injury and death. Have you looked at the labels? I've got a stack of papers that thick of the labels and what is in the labels, what is in those vaccinations. So this bill, I think, is just uncalled for right now. Let's get our current law fulfilled, get all those clerical issues fixed, and I think right there would show. Another question or just statement, maybe it's a question for the sponsor. Is kindergarten the only class that is low in vaccinations? Does that gap narrow up when they get to first, sixth, whatever?
Representative Malika.
What county are you from, Pelton? What county you live in?
Cheyenne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Cheyenne County. So the MMR rates is what initially brought this issue up with us being last in the country, and that happened before I was even sworn in when I went to one of our SMART Act hearings to get that information. As a dad and as a nurse myself, you know, that was concerning to me. I can definitely get you other information around the where other vaccination rates are, but I will tell you, until I can get that other information for you, the MMR vaccination rates is really what kind of got the ball rolling on this, where we are on our rates.
Follow-up, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad you brought up MMR. I've got a granddaughter that had a severe reaction to MMR. Thankfully, through cleanses and getting all those metals and things out of her system that were injected into her with the vaccine, thankfully she recovered. But again, where there's risk, there's got to be choice, and thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. I visited with the bill sponsor on numerous occasions, and this representative has worked hard. As a professional registered nurse, he's compassionate, and he has a great deal of passion for the health and the health care of Colorado citizens. And I do understand where he comes from. And understand that the bill sponsors have worked very hard this legislative session on this bill. But ladies and gentlemen, in the state of Colorado, I rise before you to state that this, in everything that has happened, in everything that the state has experienced, even in light of COVID-19, and all of the science, confusing science, conflicting science, changing science, changing interpretations of science and what it means. Ladies and gentlemen, in June of 2020, with everything that's going on, this is not the right time for this. Now, I don't say that for me. I say that because as I've watched the process and felt the shudder and shake of this pandemic, and then with the recess and then returning to session, regardless of fast, friendly, and free, and this particular bill is none of those three. We understand that. This might not be the right time. Now, we used to call it shoving the golf ball through the garden hose. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're trying real hard. Nothing against my esteemed colleagues, their professionalism, their passion, or their justification for this bill. But it's not the right time. I would encourage them to withdraw the bill. I would encourage them to hold very detailed and in-depth stakeholder meetings during the interim. I would ask them to work with all parties and find a compromise. Because a famous senator who works in this building once told me, Senator Don Coram once told me, as a brand new bucket right in the building, he said, remember there, young legislator, the best governance is a governance that drives down the middle of the road and makes sure it has full stakeholder participation. You need to hear all sides. I have received probably 500 to 600 emails, and I'm not an expert on this subject, opposed to this. I maybe have received 50 that are in support of this. Let's say it's 100. The balance of opposition so greatly outweighs the support that as a representative who is here to represent the people, if I just use the simplest measure of our job, I am obligated to vote no. I am obligated to vote no because the people are speaking loudly, voluminously, and there is significant opposition. I refuse to turn myself away from those voices and those people. I won't do it. Now, I am not going to say that there is not great merit in science and the value of vaccinations is known, but there are also some risks. I have a daughter who's a registered nurse, much like Representative Mullica, who I greatly respect and had the pleasure of serving with on the Public Health and Human Services Committee. And he was an expert in testimony on medical matters. And I grew to respect his opinion and his comments while I served on that committee. But I still struggle. And my biggest struggle is with this. Now, I'm not a woman, but I've heard for many years, my body, my choice. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. When it comes to abortion, and you may remember earlier in the session, I ran with another colleague, Representative Williams, a bill to make late-term abortions illegal. The discussion of my body, my choice came up vehemently in the matter of a small child, a living, not breathing yet, but a living human being. But when it comes to this discussion about vaccinations, all of a sudden my body, my choice, or my children's bodies, my choice as a parent, is challenged. It's challenged on grounds of public health. But we don't have that same challenge on the previously mentioned issue. But we still have the same mantra. Well, I will tell you, choice is something as Americans that we have the privilege of having. A choice. Because we are not a dictatorship. We are not a theocracy. We are not ruled by socialist government, communist government. We are a democratic republic. And it is my opinion we should not diminish the individual liberties of the citizens of the United States. But in this case, this particular bill moves the needle in that direction. It's taking away choice. It's taking away individual liberties. You may call them civil liberties. I don't know where the organizations that are in this country to protect or supposedly protect our civil liberties are at on this subject, because their voices are silent. And that should be noted. That should be noted. Because where does a citizen's liberty start and where does it end? That's even a larger debate that we cannot have here today. But it is an important consideration. Where do your liberties start and where do they end? That still hasn't been determined and may never be settled. Not on this earth. We talk about facts. We talk about how ashamed or embarrassed we are that we have one of the lowest vaccination percentages in the country. Well, we don't have to be like every state. We're Colorado. We're a Rocky Mountain Western state that has unique heritage, and maybe part of why people are here because of their individualism, because of their freedom, because of their right to choice. Maybe that's what they cherish about Colorado. I know the people in House District 64. You go out to my district, I'll show you Western. I'll show you where people want to live, and they do not want government involved in their lives. And that is a choice. That is a choice. We all get the privilege of getting to live where we want in this country or where we can afford. Now, I want to speak to the matter of reprogramming and re-education. I heard comments during this process that, well, it's not fair. It's not fair to the people that have to take all this time and effort to get vaccinations. So it needs to be a level playing field. We're going to make them feel the pain, if you will. Now, I didn't hear those exact words. It's a metaphor for what I'm trying to describe. They have to rise up and do the same or feel the same or have the same obligation or requirement, because submitting a waiver is too easy. Saying that I don't want to do this because of personal beliefs or religious beliefs or the medical conditions of my children that I know are genetically inherent to my family's DNA and our genetic traits. The vaccination protocols are not permissible in my mind because of many reasons. So they said, well, we're going to have a class. You're going to have to get some training. You're going to have to be subject to re-education, if you will. at least an understanding, because you're naive and ignorant. Now, I've used the word ignorant many times in my life, and most people take offense to this. But ignorance is not the fault of the person. I am ignorant. I'm ignorant. Representative, I'm ignorant, because I don't know all the ins and outs that you do of how the legislative process works, because I don't have the experience. I'm not learned. I'm not taught in the procedures. And it's very difficult to get your head around all of this stuff. It's true. But I don't say that and most people misunderstand me, and I apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. I was talking to another legislator about some misunderstanding. And at the end, we hugged each other and agreed that we're both brothers of another mother. But we're still brothers. Now, having said that, but not to digress from this, education is important, and I support education, but forcing and mandating this type of education may be excessive. Is it voluntary or is it mandatory? That's a concern. There's four things that often are argued that were presented during the committee meetings, and now here we are on second reading and still having these discussions. One was vaccination rates are too low because we're too busy in our lives to take care of this important thing. We're just too busy. We got families that both parents work, the children are very active, and it just doesn't become a priority. Well, maybe the issue here is priorities need to be relooked, and part of the education needs to go to the entire state, reprioritizing what's important. Because I will tell you, in my experience, and the experience of many around me, we will go to the ends of the state to participate in football games, basketball games, volleyball games, track meets, Christmas cantatas, concerts, all kinds of youth sports and activities. And we will allocate and delegate a great deal of time to these endeavors and activities. But now we have the argument that we're too busy to go down to the local public health department or to a doctor's clinic to get vaccinations. I would argue that if we are this low, the people that we are attacking with this bill that are rising up the most vehemently are the ones that have already stated they have a clear conscience, they have justified reasons, and clear objections to not vaccinating. It's not this other population. So there's a different way to target that other population. This bill does not address that. Another discussion was, well, people really don't care. They don't care, they're apathetic. And that's irresponsible. So collectively, we have to force them to care, and we have to take away their apathy. And we will show them by passing this legislation so they will understand the importance of public health. Not to diminish the importance of public health in any way. But it appears to me from the public outcry that nobody's apathetic here, not the people that are here today or have come on a Sunday, which was unheard of, because we're still trying to shove the golf ball through the garden hose. So I don't understand that particular argument either. I've heard the discussion, well, a lot of families and children just don't know. Some of them might be immigrant family and children. Well, I will tell you, serving a district that has a very large Hispanic community and a great deal of immigrants, I will tell you that many times one of the most important things these families, when they come to this country, are concerned with is immunizations to protect their children. Because my Hispanic community, there's nothing more valuable and precious to than the family. And they will give everything and all to fight for, defend, and protect their family unit because it is that sacred to their culture. And many of them seek out these immunizations to have their children protected. But if they do not, then we go back to education. Let's focus on that. Another argument and discussion has been that, well, the health clinics are just too far away. They're just too far. People don't have the transportation. They don't have the ability to get to these places. Well, once I will say, if that's the case in Colorado, particularly rural Colorado, I have a real simple remedy. Let's have mobile clinics travel across this state and target these communities and these people in a way that makes it voluntary, permissive, and inclusive. And maybe if we're so worried about our low percentage, incentivizes their participation. I'll tell you what, if I was a kid, I sure would be interested in participating in a program if I had a little incentive. I can remember when my dad would say, go do something. If you go do it, here's $5. Well, my attitude would change really fast. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just giving a personal example of how when you incentivize something, attitudes change and participation increases. So another approach maybe, ladies and gentlemen, in this legislation is offering some incentivization for families to participate, and also having mobile clinics where we can travel this state and we can improve our statistics using that type of methodology. None of these things are mentioned in this bill. I've had other people, including my own family members, say, well, you guys are selling out to Big Pharma because they're the ones that are going to make all the money on the drugs. And what do I say to them? No, no, no. This is about public health. And the sponsor of this bill, there are things that I've said to support the merits of this. But many of my constituents aren't hearing it. They're like, nope, this is more about choice. This is more about what we believe in, and it's infringement. And those comments have been made earlier. Now, I know, having had a daughter go through nursing school, as Representative Mullica has, that one of the hardest classes you take is pharmacology. I heard about it. Boy, did I hear about it. My daughter, thankfully, didn't buckle under the pressure. But the hardest class, one of the hardest classes, and one of the things that would affect the success rate of nursing students was this class. A lot of students did not have the privilege of being a registered nurse because they couldn't get through this very difficult class. And it's all about drugs and compositions and chemicals and so many things that I don't understand. And I know it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And no, I don't think it's a sellout to Big Pharma. But Big Pharma does profit from this type of legislation. Make no mistake about it. And don't think they're not, in some way, rooting for, tacitly supporting, or actively supporting this type of legislation throughout the country. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, excuse me, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, boy, am I stumbling?
It is all good.
Madam Chairman?
Madam Chair is
Thank you.
good.
Madam Chairwoman, I don't know. One of the things I want to say is science is not always right. It's not wrong oftentimes, but it's not always right. Medical communities oftentimes take a great deal of time to get it right. The COVID-19 and other pandemics show us that our understanding of medical science is evolutionary. It takes study, it takes time, it takes analysis, and oftentimes we must change. How do we move the needle on health safety without attacking the rights of our citizens or their civil rights? Having said that, I believe there's an amendment. Did it ever come back? I have an amendment that I'd like to propose that with this amendment, and I'm going to offer a copy here to the sponsor.
Representative Holtorf, would you like to move your amendment now?
Madam Chairwoman, I would.
L0. What's the amendment number?
What's the amendment number?
I move Amendment L0696 to Senate Bill 163.
All right. Members, the amendment is properly before us. Please proceed, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Now, I offer this amendment because I greatly respect what the sponsors are trying to do, and I greatly respect my colleague here. And this is the one thing that moves me, that helps me get to a position of support. So what does it say? It merely speaks to if you have a religious belief or a personal belief that is so strong that you have an opposition to this, it gives you the civil right to take that option. Nothing against the importance of immunization, nothing against trying to move the needle of Colorado to get from whatever that low percent is to the highest percent, to being in the top tier, the top third of this country, which I think is important, but it merely allows for this. And I would ask for compassion. I would ask for consideration. I would ask for taking a little time and not just throwing this out the window, because I think this right here solves and settles a lot of things. And if this isn't the right answer for Colorado, as we push this golf ball through the garden hose this month, we can always come back and relook this. And maybe we need to do something different, and it'll allow for that process. So I offer this amendment in good faith and in good spirit to my colleague. Thank you.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Eastern Colorado for this discussion and for the thoughts that you put in. And obviously, you're very passionate about this topic, and I appreciate that. Members, I would like to point to page 5 of the bill, lines 9 through 12, and I'm going to read it here real quick for the definitions. Definitions of non-medical exemption means an immunization exemption based upon a religious belief whose teachings are opposed to immunizations or a personal belief that is opposed to immunizations. I believe that this is addressed in the bill already, and for that reason, I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Baisley.
Well, it's like trying to shove a Madam Chair through a hose, isn't it? Garden hose. Is that one? No? Am I not doing that right? Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the sponsor, because this brings up a general area of concern, Representative, that a lot of folks have in combining the two of the three current exemptions. So for sake of anyone listening in, there are currently 3 exemption categories. One is religious exemption, another is personal exemption, another is a medical exemption, and Senate Bill 163 would reduce that to medical and non-medical. The concern, Representative, is that this is one step towards the elimination of religious objections by first categorizing them under non-exempt, non-medical exemption, and then ultimately eliminating the non-medical exemption as has been done in other states. Is that your intent, sir?
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague. I think we've heard that slippery slope argument or that what if argument quite a bit. And it's just not the case. Members, I've been clear. We wanted to formalize the process on how exemptions are obtained. We wanted to streamline that process. That's what we're doing here. We kept in statute what a non-medical exemption is, that it could be for a religious reason or a personal reason. Okay, so that's still in statute. We're going to identify that as a non-medical exemption. And we talked about this in committee as well, is that
In doing this, it not only streamlines it, it gives us a standardized form both for medical and non-medical. So we're not down to 3, we're down to 2. You can put whatever you want on that, or you don't have to put anything on that, Representative, because guess what? It's none of the state's business why you want that exemption. It's not the state's business to say that you should have a religious exemption. It's not the state's business to say if you should have a personal exemption. Okay? It's a non-medical exemption. It's going to be a standardized form without them having to put why they want it. Now, if they want to put it, that's their prerogative, and no one's going to stop that. But to be honest with you, it's not the state's role to validate anyone's religious reason or validate anyone's personal reason. And so for that reason is why we're doing the non-medical. It streamlines it, and to be honest with you, it's not their business.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Now, the concern is that it would be far more untoward of the legislature to directly eliminate a religious exemption. So I'm going to ask again because I feel like, while you gave me a good answer, it wasn't an answer to the question that I asked. The question I'm asking is it your intent, or is it the intent of whomever, to eventually eliminate non-medical exemptions altogether?
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to my colleague. I guess I wasn't clear. I'm up here to pass Senate Bill 163. That's what I care about. I'm up here to make sure that we improve our immunization rates. That's what I care about. I'm not up here to try to strip anything away. We've had that discussion here in Colorado. We explored that option of eliminating both the personal and the religious exemptions here in Colorado. We determined that wasn't a way of doing things, that there wasn't a path forward for that. And so that's where 163 came from. Okay? We've maintained, if you want it for a religious reason or for a personal reason, it's called non-medical because they don't need to put it down. It's no one's business of why they want it. But there's no intent to strip that away. We've explored other options like other states have done. We have not gone down that path. We've gone down the path of 163, which maintains those. And I don't know how much clearer I can answer that question other than that 163. I just said it's not our intent, Representative Baisley. Okay? That's not the intent of the bill. We've kept that in statute. It's not something that we had to do. We kept that in statute to specifically describe what a non-medical exemption was. Okay, and that's individuals' prerogative if they want to say why they want that non-medical exemption. But if they don't want to say, then they're not forced to say either. So,
Representative Sandridge.
The amendment.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this amendment because I just want to relay some of the concerns of a few people in my district. There was an email that was sent to me associated with the elimination of the specific religious exemption, and they called it, their concerns were playing politics. Because what their concerns was that now, since you streamline this, so-called streamline it into 2 exemptions, if you ever remove the religious part, then you can go around and still say, oh, we didn't remove any exemptions. We still have 2. We previously had 2, and we still have 2. But you can take away that religious part and then go back and say you didn't really remove any exemptions. We previously had 2, still have 2. They have those type of concerns. So with that said, hopefully people can understand those concerns, understand that they may not trust the government at all times and the politicians at all time, and would like to see that religious exemption not just stuck in under another exemption, but specifically clarified in this bill. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was adjusted for someone much taller than me. I just want to say that I think what Representative Mullica did with regard to the exemption and combining them is a rather elegant solution. And I say that because I understand the lack of trust in government, and for those who have that lack of trust, to list a religious affiliation in any way seems a more frightening thing if you have that government distrust than requiring that you list your religious affiliation. This seems like this is forcing people to put their religious affiliation in a way that government will have a list of. And so I don't understand why you would want to have government have what religion you observe. It doesn't seem to make sense if you have that lack of trust of government. And so I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one thing I wanted to point out to the bill sponsors is this. The entry point for the declaration is the school. As you interact with the school, it doesn't directly involve CDPHE or a government entity. It's the relationship between the parents and the school district. I think that's getting overlooked in this, and it's a very important part of the amendment. It's probably the most important part of what I'm trying to promote, ladies and gentlemen. So don't get lost in the debate. This is very, very important. Now, we know that the founding of this great country started way, way back when with religious persecution. And those in Europe who wanted to leave, at that time, what you would call modern society, to get away from that persecution and find a new life. So this country's history is deep-seated with a lot of mistrust. I've had fellow colleagues up here from the other side of the aisle talking about the mistrust and the misdeeds of this government throughout history. Now, I don't want to go into that, but the mistrust may never go away. And you know what? It's the right of a citizen to have that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, is part of what is the great balance of this great country. Because of mistrust, because of not believing in certain things, and because of their ability to petition, to protest, and file grievances with their elected officials and their government, we have a great balancing mechanism that leads this great country forward. You're seeing it now. But I will tell you to not listen to the people that have spoken out in volumes, to not consider this amendment, I would say, is to some degree overlooking hundreds of years of history, and also is not considering, irrespective of your religion or your religious position, is not respecting the religious considerations of the people that are crying out the loudest. And I believe that a religious exemption should, could, can, and will be preserved if you consider this amendment. And there's nothing wrong with that in my mind. It's so simple. It's so simple. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I heard one of my colleagues say that they understand the mistrust of government. Well, if that's the case, we'd be passing this amendment. And getting rid of religious exemption is not an elegant solution. We've always had room for conscientious objectors, especially those for religious reasons in this country. So it's a slap in my face to say this is a non-medical exemption. This is a problem in search of a solution, or a solution in search of a problem, sorry. It's the other way around. Because our parents have worked through this solution for us already in this state. And it worked well. So yeah, the minority does have a mistrust of government, but they have worked out a solution for us. And if the real issue is we want to increase vaccination rates, we can accept this amendment, and we can do that by finding out why schools are having trouble reporting. That alone would increase your vaccination rates. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Let's keep religious exemptions in there. Let's allow the minority in our state, those who are the rights we are already supposed to be protecting. I must pass this amendment. Because we can pass this and get to what the sponsors want to do. There's many ways to do that. But let's pass this amendment.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. But there's a few things I want to just kind of clarify, because I think we're somehow getting tunnel vision on this specific aspect without looking at the entire piece as it interplays with this potential amendment here. Right now, at least to my understanding, there is no standardized form for an exemption currently in law, and I think the bill sponsor would agree to that. And so right now, no one who has a religious objection actually has to say what religion they are. They could simply just say, we're taking the religious exemption, and not actually mention their faith. So we're not giving some new option. Instead, what we're doing in this bill, which pertains to this amendment, is that we're combining two current exemptions into one, the non-medical exemption. And I think it's fair to say that when you look at that, you step back and you look at the whole of it, that we're really not doing anything to give them more options. We're shrinking these options because of the fact that there is no standardized form. And so when the majority or members of the majority come up here and they give a seemingly good retort about how we want to protect people of faith and people religious beliefs and whatnot, the minority kind of doesn't buy into that, because that's not normally something we see from the majority here. So I wanted to make sure that we're being clear that currently we would be in effect eliminating the religious exemption and rolling it into a non-medical exemption, and thus characterizing it in a way for potentially some future legislator, maybe not the current bill sponsor, but for someone else, to do away with non-medical exemptions. And this is something that I think the opponents, especially in the committee hearing, would have eventually got to, is that in other states, there's this incremental push to eliminate all exemptions except for the medical exemption. And even in some cases where there is a medical exemption and no other exemptions, that medical exemption itself is very difficult to obtain. And that, I think, speaks to what Representative Baisley was talking about here when he was asking the bill sponsors questions about, well, why are we consolidating these exemptions? And the fear, at least for the minority and for the opponents here, is that by characterizing these exemptions and taking away the word religious out of there and making it non-medical, it sort of makes it easier or prone to eliminating that non-medical exemption 2 years down the road, 4 years down the road, whatever it may take, or however much time it may take. So I just want to be very clear here that, at least from the minority's perspective here, this isn't some, in the bill, the language itself isn't some great protection of religious freedom that we see going on here. We see it more as an incremental step to eventually eliminating that non-medical exemption altogether. Because right now, there is no standardized form. And so you don't actually have to give the school the specific religious belief that you subscribe to. You can just simply say, I take the religious exemption, or you can simply say, I take the personal exemption, or both. And that's the beauty of sort of our decentralized system that we have right now. And I think at the heart of this issue is that we truly do think that this is one step towards a larger goal. And that's not crazy to think that's out of the realm of possibility. We see it in other topics, other bills that are presented in this chamber, where we take this tiny step and we say it's in the name of progress. And then next year, we come back and we try to take another bite at the apple and whittle it down on whatever that topic may be. So that is our concern with this, and that's why I rise in support of this amendment right here, because ultimately, if you were to put the religious exemption, that word, back in there along with the personal exemption, it still doesn't take away from the stated goal and purpose of the bill. The bill is to increase vaccination rates. That's the stated goal of the bill's sponsor. So by leaving the current exemptions in place and leaving those titles in place, it still doesn't do away with the requirement to have some sort of education module component for the parent to receive the exemption. It still doesn't do away with the standardized form that they want to create. It still doesn't do away with the collection of data. All it's saying is let's just keep the exemption names and categories as they are. So that's why we're you're kind of seeing a little bit of a healthy skepticism from the minority, right? Why are we combining these exemption categories into one exemption when there's no need to do it, because everything else in the bill really wouldn't be affected by it? And I think that's the point that Representative Holtorf is trying to get at, and I think that's the point that Representative Baisley was trying to make earlier, and certainly what I'm trying to make right now. And I don't want to leave out Representative Sane as well. If we're really, truly concerned about protecting religious liberty, then let's not diminish the religious exemption part of this by eliminating the word. We don't want to be desensitizing, the government or the public from the fact that there are very sincerely held religious beliefs that people want to exercise, and they can still do it without actually specifically listing what their religion is. So I want to just dispel that myth that's out there right now, or at least that message that seems to be coming from the proponents of this bill. You don't currently have to list your religious affiliation. You don't have to do that. You're simply saying you're taking the exemption. And that's, I would certainly think, speaks against what the proponents are suggesting when we offer this type of amendment. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude my remarks, and I just simply ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, bill sponsors. This is probably one of the top 3 most contentious, controversial, and difficult pieces of legislation this legislative session, in my humble opinion. And it is referred to as a slippery slope, and that it is. But we must, in this state and across this land, we must preserve, we must, number one, recognize religious beliefs and freedoms as an inherent right of our citizenry as United States citizens. We must respect that. We must respect religious beliefs, and to that end, I've had family members that are Christian Scientists. And they have a very strong religious belief, and in many ways it is not based in science. In fact, it refutes science. But that is their right. I had an aunt, God rest her soul, a beautiful woman, I looked up to my whole life, but her family, and she was a Christian Scientist. And when she decided that she would not use the science in her fight against cancer, but she would rely on God and His grace, that was her choice. That religious belief, in the end, In the end, if you think about it, the outcome is the same. The timing is just different. But the religious choice and the belief is so sacrosanct. It is so important. And this amendment merely adds the consideration and that protection. Stated, not implied, stated. And I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment, although I have discussed passionately and professionally with the bill sponsor, and we understand each other and our positions. But I still would ask for an aye vote and the consideration for the respect for these religious beliefs and in this bill, the declaration as amended here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L096? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L096. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I asked the question earlier of Representative Mullica. I think we have a timing issue here on age, because it is proven that after kindergarten, the MMR rates go way up because people wait until their kids are 6. Most kindergarten kids are 4. So I think it's a timing issue. I had the data earlier, and me and electronics just don't get along, and I lost it. But it showed we're at 95 to 96% whenever you wait long enough for those kids to get to the right age to get the MMR. So the data is there. We're already there. With respect to Representative Mullica and Representative Holtorf, my youngest daughter is a RN. She's the one that had the vaccine-injured daughter. She's done her research, and the science that she holds true, she doesn't vaccinate anymore. So I renew Representative Holtorf's call to PI this bill, because the numbers are there once you get past the 6-year-old timeline. So I would renew that call, and thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you as well.
Members, I rise in opposition to this bill, but I do want to put a little context because I take a little different approach than some of my other colleagues. I have a daughter who's about to turn 3, and I have made the choice, along with my wife, to follow the CDC recommended guidelines and fully vaccinate my child. It's my intention to continue to do so for the remainder of her childhood. And when we have another child, it's my intention to do so for him or her. My opposition to this bill comes from 2 distinct reasons. And I want to talk about both of them, and I apologize, it's going to take a little while. The first one that I want to talk about is the way that SB 163 has worked through its process in this chamber in this year. So obviously we know we've blown a 2.5-month hole in our legislative session. It threw a lot of legislation that was moving through into disarray. And when we came back a few weeks ago, it was, at least under my understanding, that it is under the auspice of dealing with the coronavirus pandemic, which has so devastated our economy, our children's educational attainment, and indeed the health of the state. And this is an unprecedented issue that none of us have seen. So I certainly haven't seen in my 33 years. I don't know of anyone in living memory who's seen a pandemic like it. And I myself came down here, as did many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and got rid of a lot of legislation that we had been working on because we took the threat of the COVID crisis seriously. And it was my understanding that SB 163, I felt like, should have met a similar fate. But we came back, and it was scheduled for a hearing on a Sunday, which, to my knowledge, please correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time in state history that we have had any official business of this body conducted on a Sunday, which is of itself extraordinary. And secondarily, that the testimony on this bill was limited to an hour and a half, knowing full well the extremely controversial nature and the extremely engaged segment of the public that would want to come and speak on this bill. I myself am in close contact. I have 3 constituents who were down here on Sunday that had signed up to give testimony, as is their right, and that is a right regardless of how we feel about the bill that they're coming here to testify, that I think we all hold sacred. The right of the public to have input on legislation, whether we agree with it, whether we find it factually accurate, whether it sways the way that we choose to vote, that right is sacred. And my 3 constituents were denied that right on Sunday, this Sunday, by this body, on this bill. And they have sent me the testimony of what they wanted to say here. I don't want to get into it because there's a lot of personal details in there. One of my constituents detailed the rather painful situation she went through with her 3rd child. The first 2 children have followed the normal vaccination schedule. The 3rd child had a vaccine injury. Now, and we talked at length about, whether it was a vaccine injury, how we determined this, but be that as it may, my constituent feels that her child was injured. And I want you, those of you that have children, put yourself in her shoes and think about what that means as a parent to feel and believe that that caused your child to be irrevocably harmed, both physically and mentally. And then think about, from that perspective, what this bill means to her experience. She feels that her child was damaged by a vaccine. And then we have a bill here that is essentially telling her that her concern or her injury, be it real or perceived, is a fiction, and that there's an overriding interest in the state that she not be able to exercise her right as a parent to make her own educated choice about her own children. And that's where I take offense as somebody that believes in the public health necessity and the public health benefits of vaccines. But I would never dare go as far to say that I know better than any one of my constituents or anyone else when it comes to the matter of their own children. I also find it troubling when we can go to our own government, the Centers for Disease Control, we can go to their webpage right now, as I have done many times, and look up vaccines, and it is very clearly listed the possibility of allergic reaction, the possibility of, seizure, adverse effect. Now, there's a statistical component to it. We can argue about the statistical probability of one of these things happening, but the fact that vaccine injury does exist is irrefutable. Our government, the CDC, every single medical journal acknowledges the existence of these things. It's a question of statistical probability, not a question of its existence. And there are many people here who I feel like have been dismissed, and they have certainly told me that they feel like they've been dismissed and belittled by representatives, and not specific representatives, but by members of this body who have made them feel like they are viewed as outcasts or people who don't know what they're talking about. And that is something that should concern us all. Again, whether or not we agree on the underlying policy is really not the issue. What we can't refute is that there is a significant number of people out there who feel personally attacked by this bill, who feel like their rights and their concerns are being invalidated by their government. And that should concern us all. Because we as servants of the people should not want our constituents to feel attacked by us. We shouldn't want them to feel mistrustful of the legislature, mistrustful of our motives. That is productive to none of our purposes here. And I think there's a way that we can achieve the underlying goal, the stated goal of this legislation, which is to increase vaccination rates in a way that respects parental rights and respects the autonomy of those that are opposed, but also gets at this issue of convenience. If the real reason and the underlying component here, the underlying motivation of this bill is that the majority of people who choose not to vaccinate on the full schedule is that it's a matter of convenience, then again, I think Representative McKean had an excellent suggestion. Let's have voluntary vaccine clinics at schools so that we remove the convenience barrier. That way the parents who truly would get their children vaccinated will have no excuse not to, and they can go to their school clinic. And those parents that have a legitimate concern, who are philosophically or religiously or medically compelled not to vaccinate their children, will be able to continue to enjoy the benefit that they have right now, their right as a parent to exempt their child. I think that's a much more elegant solution, and I think it addresses both of the concerns. And I'd be happy to support something like that. But this bill, again, it goes too far. It makes people feel attacked, and it uses coercion as a means to achieve the end of better vaccination rates, when I think voluntary compliance would achieve the same increase in vaccination rate. And I would ask all of the proponents of this bill to seriously think and seriously look at the testimony that we've seen around this bill. Look to your inbox, which I'm sure is flooded with hundreds of emails just as mine is. And really honestly ask yourself if you think any one of the individuals that showed up this Sunday, whether they got to testify or not, or any one of those people that sent an email to you today, yesterday, weeks before, do you really think that any of them are going to change their mind after this bill passes and go ahead and vaccinate their children on the schedule? I don't. I don't think a single one of those people will change their mind, nor should they have to. So if we've conceded the point that a percentage of the population is not going to change their mind when it comes to the vaccination schedule, regardless of whether they watch a module or not, regardless of whether they have to go through additional onerous paperwork or not, then why are we doing this? Why are we doing this if we're just trying to capture that percentage of the population that we think are not vaccinating, not because they have an opposition, but because of a lack of convenience? Then why aren't we trying to address the lack of convenience? That's what I would like to see. And I could support a bill that addresses the lack of convenience. But people that have a legitimate concern and a legitimate objection, why are we attacking them? Or why are we making them feel attacked? And that's what worries me here. Again, I don't want to underestimate the power of the perceived abuse that we've done here. And again, it's important to listen to the people, whether or not you agree with why they feel like they've been attacked. The mere fact that they feel they've been attacked is what is important. And us as representatives should take that seriously, and we should listen to their concern. And, again, right now, I just do not see the overriding need to approach it in a coercive way when we could achieve the same goals in a voluntary way. So with that, I would urge a no vote on the underlying bill. I would hope that the sponsors would be willing to listen, willing to work on a bill to increase voluntary vaccination rates and compliance. I do think there's room for that. I would love to work on that. I think there's value in that to the state. But the way that this is approaching it, it's simply too over-encompassing, and I think it flies in the face of individual and parental rights. So I'm opposed for those reasons.
All right, I have Representative Williams next on the list, but because there were questions in the well, I'm going to bring Representative Mullica up. So Representative Mullica, then Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Jefferson County for those comments. We hear that this bill goes too far. Members, this bill is a compromise. We listened to stakeholders. We listened to opposition. It's represented in this bill. But let me tell you this. The status quo has gotten us to where we are today, which is last in the country. So we have to do something. And to think that we shouldn't be talking about vaccines during a pandemic? Really? We shouldn't be talking about vaccines during a pandemic. See, members, I've worked on the front lines. I've seen what it's like. I've seen the fear in my colleagues' eyes in the ER, wondering if they were going to catch something. I've seen how this pandemic has brought our healthcare system to its knees. We can't afford to deal with another outbreak. And go talk to the doctors. This isn't coming from me. Go talk to the public health officials. We're at risk for an outbreak with the rates that we have for measles. It's not something that we're making up. And we hear issues around the committee on Sunday. And we've heard the chairwoman talk about why that was on Sundays, to try to be as safe as we can, to try to not expose our staff unnecessarily. Members, we opened it up for written testimony, for people to submit written testimony and make sure that their voices were heard. I can speak for myself. I've read thousands of emails to hear about the issues, and those issues and opposition, again, are reflected in the bill. We've never said a word about changing people's minds, members. That's not the intent. We're not here to change anyone's minds. We're here to improve the immunization rates, and to do that, we need to formalize the process on how exemptions are obtained. Members, where we are right now is in a dangerous place. It's a place that we can't stay in. We need to do something. Senate Bill 163 is doing that. Again, I ask for your yes vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I have a lot of comments I could bring up right now, but I want to get back to the data aspect of this real quick. So as you all know, I offered an amendment on the data. And after talking to Representative Mullica and getting a better understanding of why he came to the language he came to in this particular bill, I figured that maybe there was another opportunity to sort of ultimately safeguard the data that was going to be housed with CDPHE. And in light of that, I will move L097 and ask it to be displayed.
All right. L097 has been moved and is now properly displayed to Representative L097, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, after talking with the bill sponsor, he did tell me some pretty good background information about the data itself and why it's somehow, it's not really feasible to sort of untangle the current structure that we have in place. And for them to accomplish sort of the stated goal in which they're trying to accomplish within this bill. Okay, fair enough. So it still doesn't address the real privacy and data concerns that exist within this bill. And I think everyone can attest and acknowledge and agree that no organization that houses this kind of data is perfect, right? And we saw that specifically with recent data breaches with respect to the credit unions, Equifax, right? There was a massive data breach and lawsuits ensued, and they're still getting through that mess. But the point here is that the credit unions had a responsibility to safeguard that data. And ultimately, one of the concerns with this particular bill is identity theft. When we have personal identifying information that is housed in some sort of database, we have to do everything we can to make sure that that information is safeguarded and that we respect privacy. And so what this amendment does is it still allows for CDPHE to have the data, but it also allows for accountability should there be some sort of data breach or some otherwise unauthorized exposure by an employee or some third party. As an aside, right now we're discussing holding government officials more accountable, and we'll certainly see that in another bill that comes over. This is a very similar thing we're doing here. Right now, our government agency, which would be responsible for this data, does have sovereign immunity, meaning that if there were a data breach, that really all that's going to happen if a normal citizen comes around and says, hey, this isn't right, all that's going to happen with this government agency is they're going to say, sorry, we'll do better, and there's not going to be any real accountability. And I want to make sure that we have real accountability here so that if there is a data breach, families can go and try to get some sort of relief, from the courts if need be. I don't think it's right that a government agency would have a different standard as opposed to some sort of credit union, right? The credit unions, when they had their data breaches, or some other tech company when they had their data breaches, certainly saw their fair share of lawsuits, right? And the question here is, why would we try to give some sort of special privilege or special right to the government if there is a data breach? And so that's my whole point here. If they absolutely have to house this information, then they should ultimately be accountable should they mess up and not properly safeguard that data. And as I expressed earlier, before we had the reset on the cow, I read a little tidbit of an audit that said that the system that's in place is not adequate and they're not in line with current practices. That needs to end, and that's why I'm offering this amendment here that removes sovereign immunity in this limited capacity, right? So the only time sovereign immunity is waived is if they screw up with the data. If they're good with the data, then this won't be an issue. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment so that we can protect people's privacy and their personal information. So please vote yes.
Further discussion on Amendment L097. Representative. All right, Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. And really, I don't have too much to add. Representative Williams did such a great job. This goes back to the concerns about personal data and the communications I'm getting from my constituents questioning why this data is being housed, why the government wants this data, why the government wants this personal data. But this amendment goes to more to strengthen the government's responsibility. Many times the government will make a mistake and the government will say, well, I'm sorry. We accidentally did something wrong. This amendment holds this aspect of the government accountable. It'll hit them in their pockets if they don't follow proper procedures and take data privacy seriously. So with that said, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also urge a yes vote on this amendment because it's not if, but when there will be a breach. And the government shouldn't have a different standard. If the data can be breached, then that data can be used to identify individuals and possibly harass them, single them out. We already seen threats against Americans who are different. So let's make sure that the government has the proper incentive, just like a private company would, to keep that data private. I ask for a yes vote.
For the discussion, Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members in committee, we heard from the OIT about all of the work that they do to really make sure that that this information is protected and that there's not any hacks. And I also want to point out, members, that the information that is on these forms is the same information that the CDPHE already has, because they issue every birth certificate in the state of Colorado. The only information that we're asking for that's not on that birth certificate is the school's name and address. So all of this information has already been in CDPHE's system since a child's born. So for that reason, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Sane.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if the sponsor has seen an audit recently about an OEdit, and you'd probably change your mind on that.
Okay, Representative Geithner. I'm sorry, I thought Representative Ransom wanted to speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. I can't think of a single organization that likes to purport how secure it is or how secure it can be, up into and including the military and Department of Defense. I've stood up here last time we talked about 1312 and data breaches. As a member of the United States Army, even still, I think I've had my information compromised no less than 5 times in 15 years, and that's just the ones I can really remember. I don't know about the other veterans in here, including Minority Leader Neville. And that's the Department of Defense. And not that I doubt our ability of our OIT folks, and I get that, there's thoughts that, CDPHE already has most of this information. Well, so by all means, let's give them more information, and then still not be able to guarantee the fact that we can safeguard that information. This is a simple one. If there's a breach, then why shouldn't the people whose information is compromised be able to sue their government? I don't think that's too much to ask for. In fact, I think it's highly appropriate. I don't think that most organizations have the immunity if they're compromised or if their information is compromised and they can't keep it safe. So why does the government get special treatment? And whether it's just a simple address or a school or a date of birth or whatever, maybe it's not important to some, but to a lot of the folks who have concerns about this bill, it's incredibly important. And I can continue to stand up here and talk on and on about the amendment. But this is a small one. This is just saying in the event that there's a breach. It may not. You may be right. It may not. This just says in the event that there is a breach. So there's nothing to give on this other than saying, you know what, it's the least that we can do is to make sure that, there is an attempt to try and correct through some sort of a loss and provide, if there were damages, some sort of an outlet. So I don't think it's too much to ask. I think it's a good amendment. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L97? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate, what Representative Mullica, told me offline and even at the well here. And what I would say is this, if I could get around the single subject rule and offer an amendment that would also apply to information that's collected from birth certificates or when there's a child that's birthed, I would. And the fact that, I'm learning more and more about this information collection that's going on here, I very well may next year, should I be reelected, I'll really consider this because this is a big problem. When we talk about people's personal information, we need to be doing everything we can to safeguard that. And I think Representative, Geithner, really expressed this quite well. Why is it that the government has sovereign immunity in this instance, but a credit union like Equifax doesn't? And it's, at the heart of it, it's a double standard, right? I mean, information that's collected in the system can be used for identity theft. We're talking about someone's name, date of birth, their parents, who they are, and in this instance right here, additionally, their school. So it's not a stretch to believe that there could be some sort of compromise or a breach, and the fact that we're not willing to hold CDPHE accountable should there be a breach is quite troubling, especially when we're seeing another bill that deals with immunity, sovereign immunity.
Representative, are we to the amendment?
We are, Madam Chair, and it's an analogy. So my point is this, is that there's broad bipartisan support to remove sovereign immunity in some cases But in this instance, there doesn't appear to be bipartisan support to remove sovereign immunity. It's as if the legislature is being double-minded, and that's the problem. Why is it okay to remove sovereign immunity in this instance, but not for this other instance? And this is the entire problem I have a little bit with this process, is that whenever there's a good idea brought to the table, the majority doesn't seem willing to actually pass it unless there's been some sort of stakeholdering behind the scenes or off to the side. But sometimes that just doesn't happen. I mean, I came up with this amendment because I had a sidebar with the amendment sponsor with the bill sponsor after understanding the structure that's currently in place. But apparently, we still can't accept this. Even though we're going to accept it in the other instance, we can't accept it here. And I don't understand why we're not going to be intellectually honest or consistent about how we do this. I mean, is anyone in the majority going to come down here and say, yep, the government shouldn't be held accountable if there's a data breach? I guarantee you no one in the majority is going to come down here and say that, because that is obviously outrageous. But you're definitely going to vote no, probably. And I don't understand that. And I think that's the problem here that we're having, right? And maybe it's because we're dealing with timing, perhaps. Maybe we don't want too many more amendments being offered here because it would have to go back to the Senate, and that could very well mess up, what the calendar looks like. But I want to remind everyone that the Supreme Court, through the interrogatories, gave us a very broad leeway with respect to the clock. So it's not as if we can't pass this amendment or others that would be helpful, and then the Senate can concur with it and we can be done with it. But again, I want to get at this question. There are many people in this chamber who supported legislation to hold credit unions and other organizations that hold data accountable for when there's a breach. But when it comes to government-run organizations that hold the same kind of sensitive data, I see the majority coming up and saying, oh, we can't support that, and then not really giving a reason why. And so the only reason that I can speculate is because they don't want to have this kind of negotiation in front of everyone on the floor. They want to be able to do this in a sensitive way that allows for the proper stakeholding. Ladies and gentlemen, we're lawmakers here. This is what we do. We should be able to negotiate in good faith and have this kind of debate in front of everyone in public and not have to run back to those who are part of this bill. I understand we want to be sensitive to that, but we're here at the 11th hour, and there are legitimate concerns that have been brought up, but not necessarily properly accounted for, especially if you look at the committee that we had on Sunday, right? I mean, I can tell you that there were numerous parents that would have liked to have discussed this issue of data, but because we only had 3 hours of testimony total, it kind of didn't come up as well as it should have. And now when we bring it up, there doesn't seem to be a willing attempt or a good faith attempt to at least hear us out. I mean, the data is a problem, right? If it's compromised, if you're telling us that we cannot, remove the data from CDPHE's, control, then you at least have to tell us that, yep, we should all agree that CDPHE should be held accountable should they mishandle that information or they don't properly safeguard that information. I don't see how anyone in the majority could see this as not a double standard, right? We'll hold Equifax accountable, right? We'll do bipartisan legislation to deal with their mishandling of data and personal information, but we're not going to do that for the state of Colorado. No, the state of Colorado is special. We're not going to give them any sort of constraints. We're not going to hold them accountable in any significant way, right? So I'm just trying to understand why we can do it in other pieces of legislation, whether it be for Equifax or credit unions or law enforcement, but we can't do it here, right? And I'd love to have a response and an honest dialogue about this, because if there is a data breach, guess what? If someone complains to me that there's a data breach after a data breach and their information is compromised, I'm sending them to the bill sponsors, because I'm not going to deal with it, because I'm offering this amendment. I'm offering a solution right now that the majority seems to be ignoring, and that's unfortunate. So I'd ask for a yes vote, and I would invite my colleagues to please come up here and at least have an open and honest debate about this. So please vote yes, and let's protect people's personal information.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I just have a quick announcement about committees. Finance Committee will meet at 2:35 in the old library, room 271, and State Affairs and State and Veterans and Military Affairs will meet at 2:35 in Committee Room 112. Thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L97? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L97. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think all of you know that I have a heart for special needs kids, and I have for many years. My mom was a special ed teacher when I was growing up, so I was around a lot of the kids in her classroom, got to know them. I even would help her sometimes. So when I had a mom in my county contact me about this bill and her son that's special needs, I started to look into it a little bit and recognize that there is an issue with this bill complying with the federal laws that bring IEPs into our state, and why we need to make sure that kids with special needs that have an IEP or that are under a 504, that they get the education that they need and deserve, and that this bill will not conflict with the federal laws. And that's what I'm trying to address with an amendment I'll be offering in just a moment here. So this bill gives the State Board of Health a lot of authority. It gives the Board of Health the authority to update the vaccination policies. They can add new vaccines. They can change around what we're currently used to having. And I recognize that the exemption ability still will exist if and when this bill is passed. However, without guidance, the Board of Health could create policies that even suggest that schools would break the federal special ed laws. So I don't know if you're familiar with some of the laws, but there's something called an IEP. There's also 504 plans. An IEP stands for Individualized Education Plan, and it falls under the IDEA Act, which is a federal act called the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It's a federal law that guarantees all children with disabilities a free and appropriately ambitious public education. So remember, I don't know, I'm old enough to remember when sometimes the kids with special needs were put into the special ed class. They didn't come into the classrooms with other kids. They were put into a separate room and just kind of sat there. Many times they didn't maximize what they could learn. We've really changed that now. I'm so glad that we have these laws. This IDEA Act that was passed federally really helps some of these kids, and I want to make sure that you understand that when we have an IEP, the IEP team must include the parents, one or more special education teachers, one or more general education teachers, a school district representative, an expert to interpret assessment and evaluation results. This is often the school psychologist. The child, if he or she is old enough, a translator if it's appropriate or needed by the parent or requested, and advocates or friends if requested by the parent. So when they have this IEP, and if the child is being educated under an IEP or a 504, the federal government actually requires that the school provide the services that are outlined in those plans. They don't have a choice. The state laws cannot block students from receiving these services. The school districts can be sued if they don't provide the services under the guidance that are there under the guidance of the IEP. So with that, if we pass a law here that starts adding any type of requirement to those parents, the parents could literally go back, and if they are not complying, that we cannot deny that child an education by any means in any way. California passed some very strict vaccination laws last fall, and they included language that institutions should uphold the federal special education laws. They did that on purpose. California included this language to make sure that their state law did not conflict with the federal law. And if we pass this bill, 163, and the Board of Health or the CDPHE adds different rules, laws, shots, that could really change what is happening in our state, and we could find ourselves in conflict with the federal law. So with that, folks, I did already give a copy of this amendment to the bill sponsors in the hopes, I think that this should be friendly. We're trying to make sure that we stay in conflict, don't be in conflict with federal laws. So I did give a copy of the amendment to the bill sponsors, and with that, I will move L079 and ask that it be displayed.
She did. Okay, thank you, Representative Ransom. We have Amendment L79 that has been offered. It's now been displayed. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So what you'll see is that the student is eligible to receive the services pursuant to his or her IPE. And there's a couple other ways that kids with special needs are educated. There's different plans. One's known as a 504 plan. The other one would be an individual family service plan. These are all ways that we make sure that kids with special education can be educated. With that, if we have any type of additional regulation, rule, if the parents are forced to watch some type of module, even online, and the parent refuses to do that, we would be in violation of this federal law, or potentially in violation of the federal law. What I'm trying to say is that we want to make sure we don't go there. And when I saw that California actually included the language that said that they will not conflict with federal law, I felt that it was important that we here in Colorado add the same protection to not just CDPHE, not just the state, but also the school districts. Because remember, parents would then have action to sue the school district or the state, and there have been lawsuits filed. At this point, nothing has been adjudicated, nothing has been finalized. I know there was one lawsuit filed in New York that was subsequently withdrawn. That being said, the state was still possibly in a position where they could have to pay potentially an awful lot of money. I don't know how much that would be. I don't know. Again, as a non-attorney, I think that that would be something for the lawyers to hash out. But I would say that we should work very hard to make sure that we are not in conflict with federal laws. With that, I urge an aye vote on L079.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have full respect for where the amendment sponsor is coming from with this amendment, but just wanted to ask for a no vote and speak about the legal issue at hand. There is no conflict in law with Senate Bill 163 and the federal law here. And the lawsuit, there has been one lawsuit in the state of New York about this issue, and it was not withdrawn. It was dismissed by the court, and the court specifically ruled that there is no conflict with federal law when a student with an IEP is talked about or given the option to receive vaccination. So we don't believe there's any reason that a parent of a child who does have an IEP doesn't deserve to at least have access to the information provided by Senate Bill 163. And again, the exemptions for students with IEPs are not taken away by Senate Bill 163. So there is no conflict with federal law. I'd ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L79? Representative Ransom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'm trying to say that we should make sure that we don't put ourselves in the position of even having a lawsuit filed against a school district or the state. I think that there is opportunity for parents to feel like they are being disenfranchised, that their child is not getting the education that the IEP or the 504 plan would be setting in front of the family after those extensive meetings. If you're familiar with IEPs, children that are study under them, it's a very long and drawn-out process. I feel that it would be prudent for us to just make sure that we are not in conflict at all with the federal laws, and with that, I still urge I vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L79? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L79. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L79 fails. To the bill, Representative Larson. Representative Williams. Representative Geithner. We're going to do musical chairs, huh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, as I listened to the debate, and you'll have to forgive me, I actually had to step out for a little bit. We have committees going on. So for those folks at home, if you're not aware, we actually have a couple committees going on. We had Energy and Environment, we've got Finance, we've got State Affairs coming up. And it begs I was sitting here thinking about that, and I question the seriousness at which we're actually taking this when we're doing committee work alongside an actual floor discussion on seconds on 163, which is one of the most contentious bills that we've seen this session. And it troubles me, because rather than taking it serious and giving it the attention that it duly deserves, that the public would like to see us debate, there's hardly anybody in this chamber. And so it certainly begs the question, are we even really giving this portion of it its due attention? And I get that there's a timeline and, you know, those things, but it frustrates me. And so I just wanted to make sure that we're considering that and the role of these actions in light of all, or in conjunction with the debate on this bill. So again, I do rise in opposition to 163. I will be a no vote, and I would encourage the members of this body to vote no as well.
Representative, we're going to do Liston and then Larson.
Are you going to run?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I've been absent for a little while because we had, some of you know, we're doing multiple committees. Well, we're done with our committee. Something that I don't know if it's been addressed or not, but I wanted to bring it up. You know, there's a lot of sensitive information that that the people of CDPHE are getting about the parents and the children and how the information is obtained. And I've just heard from a variety of people that, you know, to make sure that this information is correct and accurate, because there is a lot of sensitive information, you know, age and sex and, you know, have you had the various vaccinations and so forth. And, you know, we're all concerned also about, you know, some of the protests and everything. So it seems like everything today, more and more pressure is being brought on the people who work for the government, that are you doing the right thing and is it being properly covered? And in that light, since, like I say, a lot of this information is so sensitive about the children and their parents, we want to make sure it's correct and that it's verifiable, it can be recalled. So with that, I would like to move L098 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L98 has been moved and is now before us. Representative Liston, please continue.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. What this does, members, is, there again, one of the bywords we see all the time are body cameras. And so, more and more, if our police and other officials are being required, it's being asked to wear body cameras, I think it's only fair and reasonable that the people at CDPHE wear a body camera because they are getting sensitive information about our kids and from the parents and everybody else. So that information should be verifiable. It should be able to be retained, and so it can be reviewed again. So if it's good enough that various law enforcement agencies are being required more and more to wear body cameras, I think it's only right and fair that the people at CDPHE who have access to this information be able to do the same. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on L098.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from El Paso County. I think there's probably a conversation to wonder if this fits under the title ruling, but we won't go there, and I'm just going to ask for a no vote, please.
Any further discussion on Amendment L98? Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to my colleague for at least allowing us to have a debate on this. Because it is a debatable amendment, but like I say, I do think that, that there's sensitive information that is being asked of the parents. It's going into a vast database, and there's going to be disputes. Is the information being given, is it accurate on both sides? So that's why police and other people are wearing body cameras, because a picture's worth 1,000 words. If a picture's worth 1,000 words, a video is worth 10,000 words. So I just think it's a fair and reasonable amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote on L098.
Any further discussion on Amendment L98? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L98. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. That amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you too, sir.
So, members, as I spoke the first time, a dear friend of mine, well, a constituent who I would count as a friend, who's been very good to me, was listening, and she was one of the people that I relied on for a lot of the analysis that I gave my first time. And I did not do her justice. So I am up here to rectify that error. She has given me the testimony that she wanted to give on Sunday, that she was not allowed to due to time constraints. And I will do that. I'm going to read that into the record right now. So this is the testimony of my constituent. My name is, and we'll call her Mrs. V. I'm a resident of Littleton, Colorado, and I oppose SB 163. It is my understanding that the bill sponsors believe 163 is a compromise. And I have heard from them today say repeatedly exemptions still exist, as if to imply that the thousands of parents here today are overreacting. Yes, I've read the bill. I've read it over and over, trying to find the compromise because I want to believe that the party of choice would give my children at least one good educational option. Unfortunately for my family, there is no choice, and allow me to explain why. But first, some background. My husband and I have 4 children. When we were new parents, we knew almost nothing about vaccines except that our pediatrician recommended them, and we dutifully gave our first child the required doses. However, our world turned upside down the day that our 3rd child was born. Baby number 3 was beautiful, and we loved him from the moment we laid eyes on him. We didn't notice the subtle droop of his left eye and his lip, neither did the medical staff, and since our son appeared to be healthy, we did not object to the hepatitis B vaccine. By the time my son and I were moved to the recovery unit, I could tell that something was wrong with my baby. He was making strange, jerky movements. He became unconsolable and unable to nurse or close his exhausted eyes without being awoken within minutes by another fit of uncontrollable movements. I apologize, members. Puzzled medical team finally sent in a pediatrician who realized that my son was having seizures. An urgent MRI revealed the truth. This precious day old baby had suffered not one but 2 strokes. The first was a small right-sided stroke, dated based on the scar, tissue in 36-week gestation. Just 2 weeks after I had accepted the Tdap and the flu shot. The second was on an extremely recent injury, a massive left side stroke. The scientific reasoning given for what happened to my son was that it was a fluke, and we went home from the hospital believing that nonsensical explanation was true. Fast forward 2 years, during which time my beautiful boy was diagnosed with hemiplegic cerebral palsy, epilepsy, right homonymous hemioposa, and a dozen related diagnoses. Our pediatrician decided to send him to a hematologist to learn about his genetic makeup. That's when we discovered our son was homozygous for a genetic variant which hinders the body's ability to detox. When we discovered this predisposed him to vaccine injury, the picture suddenly became quite clear. Naturally, we stopped vaccinating, but when my son went to preschool, we had a problem. We needed an exemption, and I went to my son's pediatrician with a binder full of scientific research and medical records pertaining to his pediatric stroke, his genetic variants, and vaccines. And this man, who had known my child for 3 years, hesitated. We discussed the personal belief exemption and said, but this isn't a personal belief, this is medical. And finally, my son was granted a medical exemption. Unfortunately for my son's 3 biological siblings who are unable to get medical exemptions, for them, my husband and I used the personal belief exemption. What is our personal belief? That our children who have a genetic predisposition to vaccine injury and a family medical history of severe adverse reaction are safer if they are unvaccinated. Now let's talk about SB 163. SB 163 classifies religious and personal beliefs as non-medical. Please stop and think about my family. My personal belief is not non-medical. In fact, I use a personal belief exemption because I have a medical reason, but I am unable to access medical exemptions. Many families are in the same situation. I personally know of parents with severely immunocompromised children who cannot get medical exemptions because their doctors are afraid to give them. They use personal belief exemptions. But the reason is actually medical. To reclassify these as personal beliefs, or these personal beliefs as non-medical, that everyone who needs a medical exemption can get one, and they can't. I apologize, I messed up the grammar on that one. SB 163 applies to everyone. Page 5, line 17 clearly states that the student shall not attend any school in the state of Colorado if they cannot submit the subsequent documentation. Colorado law clearly defines what a school is, and it encompasses every type of education model, including homeschool. This means that SB 163 applies to all children. Now, here is the compromise of 163. It sounds generous because I have 2 options. In order to protect my children from harm, I can find a medical professional who's willing to sign a non-medical exemption. Please think about that logically for a second. I work in the medical field, and we talk about scope of practice a lot. Does it fall under the scope of practice for a medical professional to address a belief that is non-medical? The answer is clearly no. So when a doctor refuses to sign the exemption, I ask you, who could blame them? My other option, as the parent of a severely vaccine-injured child, is to submit to being re-educated to convince me that it is safe, necessary, and responsible to roll the dice with the health of my other children. I will then be required to upload those children's personally identifiable information into the database to provide or to prove my compliance. And because SB 163 puts the data directly into the hands of CDPHE, it will conveniently circumvent FERPA protections so that my innocent children's data can be used for whatever purposes. I suppose that 163 is a compromise after all, but not the kind that has been promoted. SB 163 compromises justice because there is no choice, which adequately protects children like mine. It compromises equality because the children deserve to be educated just as much as those whose bodies can tolerate vaccines. And it compromises freedom because it strips parents of their ability to make informed decisions without coercion. Colorado is better than this. We believe in freedom. We believe in justice. We believe in equality. Please do the right thing and vote no. That was the testimony of Mrs. V. And I can tell you, I have been to their house. I have met her vaccine-injured child. It's a sweet boy. They've recently purchased a home across the street from one of the elementary schools in my district, and they are so excited about being able to send their kids to that elementary school because it's so convenient, the friends that they'll have, the access that they'll have to the playground. And one of the first times I met this constituent, she was in tears because she didn't know, under the conditions of this bill, if she would be comfortable sending her kids to the elementary school that is right across the street that they literally purchased the house to be near. And I apologize for getting emotional, but this is a person I consider a dear friend, and to watch the pain this has caused her, it upsets me. So with that, I renew my call for a no vote, and I ask you to think about the people that you're harming with this. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. Because of the nature of the committee hearing on Sunday, because of the nature of the way this session is ending, anything but typical, I have been asked to present some testimonials that were not able to be presented in committee. So at this time, I will take some time to offer some testimonial during this period. I will use only people's first name to protect their identity as I go through this. Casey, I am writing to you to vote no on SB 163. This bill is an infringement on our own personal rights. Not only is the CDPHE system unsafe for our personal information, I do not want my private medical information tracked by the government or have it impact my child's ability to attend school. Colorado is always one of the healthiest states in the nation, and we deserve the choice to decide which vaccines, if any, we want to give to our children and ourselves. We have this right. I'm watching very closely how you vote on this bill. If you vote to pass this bill, I will make sure that you are voted out of office. And then remember, this is to me. This is to me. I'll make sure that you're voted out of office in November. America was founded on freedom. Our freedom of choice is at stake with this bill. Too many children are being injured by vaccines. It is evident by the health of the last 3 generations of children. I am for a Colorado with freedom of choice. And I'm counting on you. Vote no on SB 163. From Laureen, this isn't just to me, so I feel a little better. I would like to introduce myself to you. My name is Laureen. I'll leave the city, Colorado City blank. I'm blessed to be the mother of a 4-year-old daughter who almost died of her MMR vaccine. I'm also expecting my second child. My daughter had a seizure and a 6th cranial nerve palsy in her brain, causing her eyes to cross and loss of motor functions at 9 months old. She was rushed to the emergency room where doctors denied that it was from her vaccine. She was sent to Children's Hospital where she endured days of testing, and still they denied the involvement of vaccine. Now, I in no way want to harm anyone or say anything to hurt anyone, but the severity of this needs to be known. The picture of Tommy sits on my desk and has for now 3 months, of the little boy who died within 24 hours after receiving his first vaccinations as a small baby. I look at Tommy every day and I look into his eyes. And you know what I say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry you didn't get to live your life. I'm sorry. That's all I can say. But back to this story, she was rushed to the emergency room where doctors denied that it was from her vaccinations. She was sent to Children's Hospital, endured days of testing, and still there was denial. After many tests, my daughter was found to have an MTHFR genetic mutation, which 40% of the rest of the population, that makes it difficult to detect. So here's what I would tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Truly what needs to happen with our vaccinations, if this is correct, there needs to be a test for genetic mutations that flags these anomalies. And then once those flags are identified, then that becomes the exemption, the medical exemption. I don't know where in this legislation it is. I know it's incredibly complicated, but that is the future. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to rely on science, the future is every child is tested with their genetic DNA marker makeup. And then a determination is made, and only then a determination is made that says you are safe to have this vaccine based on science, or you are not and you are exempt. How do we protect these little children, these precious souls that are given to us from God? Getting back to the story. 40% of the rest of human population has, that makes it difficult to detect. 40% of our children could have adverse reactions, which is so much worse than any possible measles outbreak. Additionally, I have great privacy concerns with sharing information. This is a great government overreach as well as a violation of human rights for freedom of our own health. I love Colorado. I love all of you that fight for us and our rights and will listen to us. I want my children to go to our amazing schools and be taught by our amazing teachers, but I refuse to sign our information over to the government, which will make me be forced to quit my job working for a nonprofit in Steamboat and homeschool and move out of our beautiful state. Please vote no. There are literally hundreds of these. I'm not going to do this all night. I'm trying to make a very important point here. And truly, the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say, is if we're going to vaccinate, we better have the pre-vaccination testing that guarantees that these small, precious children are not going to be harmed. We're not there scientifically. I don't think the medical community's even there. As a matter of fact, I just thought of it right now as I was reading this. Maybe it's already there, and I'll allow bill sponsors to talk to that. But if it is not there, then we need to offer an amendment to speak to that, in my humble professional political opinion. Here's from Nicole. During today's hearing for SB 163, please show your strong opposition to this bill. You are those who fight for the people. Please realize how serious your role is. Me and so many others are asking you to fight for our freedoms that our great country was founded on. The bill is an invasion of individuals' ultimate right to choose how to protect ourselves and our children. And the truth is, it doesn't matter if it's real or perceived. The fact that we have a choice in this country is what is so precious and important to the kind of country we live in. You cannot take away freedom of choice. As I continue here, this bill is an invasion of an individual's ultimate right to choose how to protect ourselves and our children. In addition, it targets the individuals who opt out, putting their names and all types of personal information into a tracking database. This in of itself is an infringement of privacy, and you cannot ignore this. Or rather, I will not ignore this. The type of information you're hearing is one-sided rather than remote, important freedoms for the people of this country. Education on both sides. Make this information more available and trust the American people to make their own decisions on this issue. Please, please, please do not let that be taken away from us. Please speak for the people you represent. We are watching and waiting. What you decide today will have generational effects. Nicole. From Jeff. And I'm not picking these in any order. In fact, I'm going to go for just a little bit here, and if there's one in support, I will read it also. Although there are much more opposed versus in favor in this debate. So I'll continue. From Jeff. I have 2 children, ages 9 and 11. If our state chooses to eliminate the religious exemption, we will be forced to relieve the beautiful state of Colorado. And I will tell you, in all sincerity, offering that amendment is motivated partly by many of these messages about religion. And most of you don't know me. I'm a very religious man, and I've seen the hand of God so close to me that it's undeniable. And someday I'll tell the story, or stories. I have several. It's real, and it's there, and it is undeniable. But I continue. My son had a very tough start to his life. He was unable to eat solid foods and would throw up everything that he ate that was solid. He was very disconnected with me and the world around him. He did not make eye contact or smile at 10 months of age. After research on my own part and through the guidance of God, I realized that his system was toxic due to exposure to all sorts of things in the womb, hospital food, through things in our home. His system was and is very sensitive. His immune system is not strong and overreacts to toxins. Due to this, I am unable to vaccinate him. I was able to bring him back from a trance-like state through the use of natural foods and detoxification, which took place over the course of 12 months. Today, he's excelling in school and is happy, well-adjusted little boy. I cannot vaccinate him and take the chance that he may revert back to the listless child that I saw before. It was heartbreaking. Under these circumstances, he does not qualify for a medical exemption. But vaccinations could be very dangerous for him. I plead to you to help turn down the changes that are being proposed in regards to these exemptions. Please help my son and others like him that have a true need for the religious and non-medical exemption. Please keep the religious exemption in place to help protect our constitutional rights. We cannot afford to change the wording and eventually eliminate this exemption. Thank you for your time and consideration. That was from Jeff. This is from a Latina mom of an autistic girl who cannot get equitable services in this state. I could read it to you in Spanish, but I won't. Not now. I'll read it to you in English. Until you're ready to provide equitable services to minority children and provide equitable services in public education to minority children with disabilities, vote no. You're increasing the system's racism and discrimination. If you vote yes, until you're willing to take responsibility for all the needs that you create by denying rights, continuing to create more ways to discriminate against your constituents of color and those with disabilities. Don't create laws in privacy while restricting the voice of parents and minorities and caretakers of those with disabilities. Vote no on SB 163. From Samantha. Samantha says, this bill is unethical, violates bodily autonomy, and is unconstitutional. Please vote no and kill this bill immediately. I'm surprised to see so many politicians know my family medical history so well. You think you know what is best for me and my children. Here, let me share to validate your concerns. I am a mother of 4, 3, following the schedule, and now have various autoimmune issues which are non-genetic and confirmed by doctors for the avoidance of doubt here. The fourth, you ask, 0 vaccines and the healthiest of the bunch. The fourth child, you ask, has 0 vaccines and is the healthiest of the bunch. She doesn't get sick. This schedule, this vaccination schedule, did not work for my family. I will not be coerced into watching something I know has harmed my family. I have the sickest generation of children in history now. Apparently what we are doing is not working. Science is never truly settled. Below are some articles showing concerns and outbreaks. Where there is a risk with pharmaceuticals, including vaccines, there must be a choice, period. November will be here soon. Do the right thing for your people. Regards, Samantha. Thankfully, she's not in my district. But she has a very important point. But she's in someone else's district. I hope they listen to their constituents. From Amy. I think many of you received this one, it looks like. Vote no on SB 163. This bill puts my children's medical data at risk and sets them up for bullying. I have lost 2 children to vaccine injury and another one with seizures. What a tragedy. Vaccines have not been proven safe, and mothers of vaccine-injured children do a lot of research regarding vaccines and know their children better than anyone else ever could. And to say that we need to be educated and by doctors who don't even know the risks of the ingredients in vaccines when you ask them is offensive and unnecessary. As far as getting a medical exemption, you can forget it. I've tried for years and doctors are not willing to just sign off on one risking losing their license. I think that's a point that maybe we haven't talked about enough. But I'll leave that to further debate. I watched the entire bill on Sunday, and I won't mention the representative's name. This particular representative expressed great concern with the passing of this bill and was shut down like it didn't even matter. Well, that's pretty rude. That's not our process. The whole meeting of this bill was not fair or equal to the opposition, and this speaking of the committee meeting on Sunday, which was just a few days ago. Please do something. Please do some investigating of your own before you decide to let this bill pass. Vote no for all of our children, health and safety. Amy. This one is from Tina. We value our American freedoms. We value protection of our families. We value our right to choose. Vote no. Our freedom depends on it. Tina. This one's from Sierra. During today's hearing for SB 2163, please show your strong opposition to this bill. You are those who fight for us, the people. Please realize how serious your role is. Me and many others like me are asking you to fight for the freedom of our country, the freedom our country was founded on. This bill is an invasion of our individual ultimate right to choose for how to protect ourselves and our children. In addition, it targets the individuals who opt out, putting their names and all types of personal information into a tracking database. So I guess this means that Big Brother is watching, and we know that Big Brother's already watching. And is Big Brother real? Does Big Brother have our best interests in mind? Will Big Brother change his mind and then use the information in a way that was never intended to use? Those are rhetorical questions that I do not have an answer to, but I will get back to this testimony. Putting our names and all types of personal information to a tracking database, this is an infringement of privacy, and I will not ignore this, says Sierra. The type of information you're hearing is one-sided, which is the opposite of what we are taught to teach as educators. Education on both sides. Make this information more available and trust American people to make their own decisions on the issue. Please, please do not let that be taken away from us. Please think of moms and dads and future generations. What you decide will have generational effects. I think I already read that one. Here's one from out of state, and you know that I am always, as a Coloradoan, I'm always looking at in-state Colorado solutions are the best solutions to the problems of our state. The bottom-up process, I believe, is best for Colorado. Out-of-state or out-of-country interests that try to massage, manipulate, coerce, and or redirect the great state of Colorado and what it is to make it become something that they want, where they don't even live here or not even citizens of this state, I think is wrong and egregious. And they should stick their nose in their own business and stay out of our state, trying to help us help themselves. But this is a letter from Minnesota. I'm writing from Minnesota, says Joy, where we are watching in attention as you are about to vote to restrict the rights of many Coloradoans. Please do not do this. You have no idea the pain and suffering that many of these families have endured after vaccinating their children. You also do not have enough support from your community to make this a reality. I get the sense that that may be true. The support is undeniably, despite the best intentions, and no disrespect to my colleagues and the bill sponsor, because I understand the motivations. I've listened to them, and I do understand them. But sometimes you have to take a step back and look at the bigger picture here. So you also do not have enough support from your community to make this a reality. As I look at the stakeholders, I see very clearly that you are listening to medical groups who have a vested financial interest in the outcome. You are not listening to the people who have the most at stake, our kids and their parents. There's enough information out in the world now to substantiate a significant overhaul of our vaccine schedule for children. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I have told my own daughter that you need to defer your vaccinations for a few months to let your young child build strength, build resilience, and maturity so she's ready for whatever may come. Unfortunately, if you have a genetic anomaly, that resilience and a little more age and strength may not help you, because the genetics will override the physical stature of the children. I recognize that. Once again, you're not listening to the people who who have the most at stake, our children and their parents. There is enough information out in the world now to substantiate a significant overhaul to our vaccination schedule for children, which has been widely ignored. If you have not read or done any research surrounding vaccine injuries, you do not have the right to vote on this, to mandate this upon the future generations. Unless you are willing to trade places with families who have experienced vaccination injury and loss, you are not able to make this judgment call. Please vote no on SB 163, writes Joy. I'm going to read one more, and then I think everybody understands. Everyone understands my point. I want these voices to be heard. I'm going to read one more here just so I can at least sleep tonight knowing that these petitions have been heard in this gold dome and in this great chamber, and that my colleagues are listening. At least I hope in their spirit they're listening. In their ears they're listening to these petitions. This one is to me, and maybe to others. It might be a carbon copy. I can only hope. SB 163 is a discriminatory and unnecessary. Vote no. I'm writing to urge you to oppose SB 163. This bill discriminates against religious families and those with conscientious objections to vaccines or vaccinations. Now I'm going to say something about that, because serving in the military for as long as I did, we had to respect the will of conscientious objectors. If you chose not to carry a rifle and to kill for your country or for anyone because your religion did not allow you to do that, your religious beliefs would not allow you to take the life of another man or woman or human, then in our military we set up policies and procedures to respect that, the conscientious objection. And I find it interesting that here it is referenced by Aileen, and she mentions that. So a conscientious objection just means in your mind you feel you have an objection and you don't want to do that, and you shouldn't be forced to do that. Once again, it goes back to rights. SB 163 is the wrong choice for Colorado. This legislation targets religious families by forcing them to be subjected to a state-mandated re-education program and to have their beliefs validated by a medical provider. Forces families to a state tracking system which lacks informed consent and has many privacy protection questions. Places additional administrative requirements and costly financial burdens on schools which are already overwhelmed and underfunded. This bill also lays the groundwork for unlimited vaccines to be administered to all Colorado children, including the controversial HPV vaccine, yearly flu vaccines, and the fast-tracking COVID-19 vaccine, which is not even developed. I don't know if that's true with respect to COVID-19. I can't imagine. Well, maybe we are going to give small children that. The latter is extremely concerning, as some of the country's leading vaccine proponents say that dangerous safety shortcuts are being taken to bring a COVID-19 vaccine to the market at warp speed. Moreover, if the new coronavirus vaccine causes a serious reaction, injury, or death, no one can be held responsible because the vaccine falls under the PrEP Act of 2005, which was invoked in March. The lack of any liability, combined with the fact that it's an experimental vaccine, makes it unethical to mandate. Some legislators have called those who oppose SB 163 a fringe minority. I will tell you, based on the number of emails that I've received, this is not a fringe minority. There is a lot of people out here. There's a lot of Coloradoans out here. And make no mistake about it, I think they're paying attention, and there needs to be close attention to those people that are supporting you and those people that are not supporting you. Once again, this is offensive, particularly during a time when Americans from coast to coast are fighting to lift a web of oppression that is afflicting minorities and hurting the spirit of our country. Thousands representing different races, ages, and backgrounds show up at the Colorado Capitol building on Sunday to oppose this measure. We will continue to show up and stand together to retain our rights to send our children to schools without being coerced, discriminated against, or having our privacy rights violated. Citizens' religious rights are protected under the U.S. Constitution and the Colorado State Constitution. Trying to change our views by strong-arming us and insisting that a medical provider validate our sincerely held beliefs is a violation of those constitutional protections. And we earlier had an amendment that tried to mitigate or try to consider eliminating the liability. My colleagues very thoughtfully proposed that, and it was rejected. So I can see this, if it passes and is signed by the governor, which in this case I hope is not the outcome, then I would imagine that this will go through litigation and should go through litigation. Because we cannot give up our rights as citizens incrementally or in total. Citizens register. Let me get back here. Sorry. Trying to change our views by strong-arming us and insisting that a medical provider validate our sincerely held beliefs is a violation of those constitutional protections. SB 163 is unnecessary. Current immunization rates in our state are strong, which is being debated here. I don't know. I think the fact that that we're a relatively healthy state is a testament to good health as compared to the states in the Union, which, oh, by the way, we have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. You can travel to some countries I've lived in and been to, and it's a much different situation. So please don't attack the medical care system that we have in this country. It is one of the best that has ever existed in the history of mankind.
Representative Holtorf, let's veer back to the bill. Thank you.
To the bill. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Your leadership is greatly appreciated. SB 163 is simply unnecessary. Current immunization rates in the state are strong and have not led to any large infectious outbreaks warranting this type of legislation. Moreover, the bill won't bolster immunization rates or improve public health. Health cannot be injected. It comes from clean air, clean water, a nutrient-dense diet, and strong policies promoting public health education programs. I urge you know. With that, Madam Chair, I will yield the well to the next speaker. Thank you very much for your attention and time.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Carver.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to SB 163. Much has been said against the bill in different aspects. A number of the emails that I was going to read, and I have received hundreds, well over 500, in opposition to SB 163. Representative Holtorf, I think, captured in the emails he read many of the emails that I have received. So I'm just going to concentrate on a couple of areas. First, fundamentally, it is the parent's responsibility in overseeing the health and welfare of their child to be talking with their doctor and determining what is best for their child. So they may have a family history of reaction to vaccine. They may have had an experience with a child to a vaccine. They may be in a situation, I've got a diabetic son, and we had to alter the vaccination schedule because his immune system was compromised. And so we did not follow the regular schedule. Ultimately, we got the vaccinations done, but that was through an extensive consultation process between myself, my husband, and our doctor, and specialists on what vaccinations would be consistent with my son's overall health. That is exactly where these decisions should be made. But I do want to concentrate on the aspects of this bill that I find most troubling. What I find most troubling is I am fine with the public health outreach to parents on the public health benefits of vaccination. And there are public health benefits to vaccination, of course. Of course. And I appreciate very much the bill sponsors' recognition of the importance of exemptions for medical reasons and personal and exemption. I appreciate that. Not all states have taken that approach. But what I find very troubling and quite frankly offensive is this system that this bill would impose for a more comprehensive database. First of all, you impose a legal mandate instead of the current law saying it's the parent's responsibility to vaccinate. That language is deleted, and in what is substituted is a legal obligation to vaccinate for the parent and guardian. And then the exemptions are provided. Okay, now what? But now we impose a data system that is much more comprehensive in tracking the children and the families in our state. There is, I find that kind of tracking system to be abhorrent, to be honest. I am fine with a school and a school district saying to parents, you know, there are benefits to vaccination, and here's our policy. That is current law. But we have always respected, as a local control state, that would be a discussion with the parent and the school district. Now we are taking the power of the state and elevating it to this centralized database, to this tracking system with a level of personal information that I think is, we will see issues with this centralized database in the future. And then again, to me, deeply offensive, anything that even hints at re-education, like a parent who has had extensive discussion with their doctor on the risk to their particular child from vaccination, and the state is going to mandate some re-education program. Really? I am just, even this as an option, I just think is not an appropriate government response, respectfully. It speaks to a role of government that I think is just not appropriate in this area. It is not respectful of parental rights. And again, perfectly understand from a public health standpoint the importance of encouraging vaccinations, which our current law does, and which is a public policy that should continue. But the additional steps taken in this bill, I think, infringe on parental rights, set up a system, a centralized database that is the potential for abuse, and increasingly sets a path for the state to utilize the database in its tracking and in its follow-on actions that, again, I think are not the right way to deal with this public policy area. And so with that, I ask for a no vote on SB 163.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle, the longest name ever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly do appreciate it. And I certainly agree with the previous speaker that this does indeed infringe upon parental rights, and also the speaker that before that who encouraged us to reflect on the freedom our nation was founded on. In other words, our nation's founders knew that government was force. They saw firsthand that force of government become abusive, and like almost anything in our world, government can be a force for good or a force for bad. Government is at its best when it acts in a way that honors the spirit of our nation's founding documents and protects individual rights and liberties. Individual rights and liberties that the founders called inalienable. Rights that come from our Creator, or as it is often said, from nature and nature's God. The proper role of government, when it's at its heart, when it's at its best, should protect the rights of individuals. And that's why I am quite frankly disgusted when I see bills like this, because this bill does not protect individual rights, it seeks to rob individual rights. This bill takes government down to a micromanagerial level to the point of a needle, to the point of if you don't take the needle, then you get to go to re-education. Then there's the Colorado Constitution, which guarantees each child an education. There is no asterisk next to that. Since statehood, since Colorado became a state, there was no asterisk added to that no child could get an education unless they did this, this, and this. And for those reasons and many more, I am opposed to this bill, and I hope that you will join me in voting no.
Questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L092 and ask that it be displayed.
L092 has been moved and has been properly displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, what this amendment would do is it would effectively grandfather, if you will, students that are currently exempted under this current process should this bill pass, unless, of course, the student goes to another school after this bill were to become law. If that student were to go to another school, then they would fall under the new law should this pass. So basically what I'm trying to do, this was asked to be presented by some of the opposition to help, again, soften some of the impact should this bill pass altogether. So basically it doesn't take away too much, I feel, from the current bill as written, and it allows still for, I think, the main goal of the bill sponsor. So if a current student is already exempted, then that current student who's in that same school doesn't have to jump through any more additional hoops, if they did that prior to the bill passing. But if they do go to another school, then they would fall under the current law. So I think this is a very measured amendment that respects current people that are utilizing current exemption practices, and it would help go a long way to alleviate the concerns of many of those in opposition to this bill. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L? Representative Malka.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from El Paso County. I think we're having a really good discussion. I would ask for a no vote on this, though, members. We're trying to be as consistent as we can, updating this statute, and this wouldn't bring that consistency, and so I would please ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 92? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of Amendment L92. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, we've heard a lot of discussion today about how this bill is a good idea and how we want to be on the side of science and respect that. And I don't think you're going to get any general disagreements from the minority on how we want to make sure that we're maintaining an evidence-based principle as we debate this bill altogether. So with that, members, I move L089 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 89 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, this absolutely does nothing to take away from the stated goals of the bill sponsors and the proponents. All this does is it clarifies and strengthens some of the language that you'll find on page 14 of the bill, specifically around line 7. And it inserts additional language that says that the information that people are going to be learning from that educational model will contain the best and latest evidence-based and truthful information pertaining to, and then it goes on to the rest of that paragraph. And it also further clarifies that each vaccine that this concept will be attributed to. So again, this absolutely doesn't take away, I think, from what the bill sponsor is trying to do. It just further clarifies that, yep, we're gonna absolutely be science-based, evidence-based, truthful about the risks and the benefits as it pertains to that educational module. And I would hope that this doesn't get any sort of pushback from the bill sponsor, because I mean it doesn't necessarily do anything other than strengthen that overall message that we are gonna be on the side of science. And so I think this is the least that we could do. I'd say it's the least the majority could do here. And it would go a long way, I think. Not only, it'd be a good gesture from the majority to accept this. It would go a long way for the minority. It would go a long way for the opponents of this bill if we're at least going to clarify exactly what we're trying to do with the educational module. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Any further discussion on Amendment 89? Seeing Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to my colleague from El Paso County. I will be asking for a no vote. I want to try to research this a little bit and try to understand where you're coming from, and so I'm willing to look at this again. I just need to understand it, and I don't feel like I have adequate time right now to really quite get what you're trying to do here.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Malika, if you're willing, I'd be willing to withdraw this just to give you more time rather than have some sort of finality with this vote, if that's okay. Okay, so Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and withdraw this for now.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Amendment 89 has been withdrawn. Back to the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a concern. If we refer to, and for those that are following along, page 15, line 2, there's a sentence and it reads, "The State Board of Health shall review the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation and may update the state's immunization practices pursuant to the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation." We have a thing that we do now, Administrative Procedures Act. And so basically, I have a question. Hopefully one of the sponsors can answer this question. And if we look at the way that statute currently handles immunizations, the Administrative Procedures Act comes into play. And so through that act, a stakeholder process begins if there's to be some sort of a change. And I think the last time this was done was roughly 2016. And so the question that I have very specifically, and again, this is for the sponsors, is what happens to that Administrative Procedures Act portion that's currently in statute. If I'm reading the bill correctly, my understanding is that Administrative Procedures Act piece goes away, and so therefore the stakeholding process goes away, and it is strictly what we read here, which is the State Board of Health shall review the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation and may update the state's immunization practices. So it sounds like we're cutting out a stakeholder piece. And so I'm just hoping I can get a little bit of clarification. And then once I have that clarification, I think it might be appropriate to have some debate on that, because there are some concerns I think I need to highlight based on what was presented in committee on Sunday. And so if I could just hear, and I think the sponsor is actually looking at an amendment, but hopefully the sponsor is willing to address this very specific question. If we hold true to the Administrative Procedures Act portion under current statute, or if that piece actually goes away, and if the sponsor needs me to...
Representative Geithner, you might need to repeat the question for him, maybe off to the side, and we'll let Representative Buck move forward. Thank you. Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I absolutely think this is a very valid question that needs to be addressed. So could I ask for a 5-minute recess that we could get the sponsor to be able to hear Representative Geithner's question? And I apologize that...
Thank you, Representative Buck. Committee will stand in brief recess.
Thank you.
The Committee of the Whole will come back to order. Any further discussion? Representative Geithner, what a surprise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the time. So again, the question was, and I'll just reiterate it so that everyone understands, the Administrative Procedures Act is currently what is utilized to make adjustments to statute regarding the section pertaining to vaccinations. And so the question was, is that Administrative Procedures Act actually going away and being replaced with the board, CDPHE and such, or is the Administrative Procedures Act still in effect and therefore a stakeholder group would be convened?
Thank you, Representative. And just to clarify, the Administrative Procedures Act governs how executive agencies undertake rulemaking. So we might need some clarification offline, but Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from El Paso County. That's what I was going to say. I don't believe that this trumps the APA. I'm going to put a text message out to try to get more information, but through their rulemaking process or the APA, I don't believe that this trumps that process. But I'll get a definitive answer for you.
Representative Geithner.
And so, and forgive me if I asked the question incorrectly, but I guess the point that I was just trying to get at is that there is a role still for the Administrative Procedures Act, certainly to convene a stakeholder group as it pertains to the broader issue, which would be updates to the schedule and those sorts of things. And that's where we're at. So I think right now I think Representative Baisley has a few comments that will hopefully give us enough time to get some answers to this question.
I think Representative has the answer. Representative Malka.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, my colleague from El Paso County. Board of Health has to follow APA rulemaking, and that already involves stakeholders, and so that's what I'm being told. Yeah.
So the answer to the question is no. Thank you. Representative Beasley, you're on deck.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, do you mind repeating what you had just?
I'm sorry, but my understanding is the answer to your question is no, it does not modify.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Butting my nose in your business. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm receiving hundreds, I'm sure I'm not the only one, but receiving hundreds of emails from folks who are concerned. And I'd like to share one or two, if I may. One is, I'll withhold the name. Good morning, my name is, and I am here, and actually she is here, on behalf of myself, my husband, my 2 vaccine-injured boys, and all the parents whose voice could not be heard today, but vaccinated in faith, was left with injured or dead children as a result. As a lifelong Democrat and former medical professional with 20 years experience in frontline 911 and in a downtown Denver level 1 trauma ER, I know more than most why you always have a healthy skepticism with pharmaceutical products. They are never one size fits all. And I just cannot believe what this legislature is attempting to do here. While I have many concerns about this bill, I want to address the basic tone and purpose. What is being stated is that those of us who utilize an exemption is taking the easy way out, that the supporters want equal effort. Exemptions are simply a consumer protection product due to the unique liability-free status of these pharmaceutical products that the manufacturers demand. The assumption, and quite frankly, the audacity, that people who make different choices with their doctors somehow entitles anyone, including this government, a right to target, discriminate, harass, and treat these children differently than those who do not, is an outrage that no parent or representative of the people should stand for. Politicizing and weaponizing a consumer protection product is not keeping any child healthier or safer, and the implications are downright horrific. And as someone who's been on both sides of this issue, I can assure you being silent and compliant is a whole lot easier. Ask the thousands of Colorado parents outside how much extra effort this route, a route they never asked for, requires. A majority of us are former vaxxers. We've been there, done that, and we're left holding the bag when our kids got hurt or even killed. So I'm not clear why we need to ask permission from our doctors to sign an exemption, and I'm even less clear why we need permission from them, from this legislature, because at the end of the day, the responsibility does not fall on them, it falls right back on us. No one is liable if something happens to my child after shots. Not the doctor who ordered it, not the nurse who administered it, not all the manufacturers who created it, and not these legislators who are demanding it. It's all on us. So take a minute, walk in our shoes. Read all the vaccine inserts in your child's vaccination, and read about the 1985 National Childhood Vaccine Act. Read up on VAERs. Read about vaccine-induced, all right, I have to pronounce this word now, demi-elimination, MTHFR, gene variances, chickenpox vaccine-induced encephalitis, just to get you started. Then if your child is injured, read about detoxing heavy metals, blood-brain barrier crossing aluminum. Look for speech therapists because your child abruptly stopped speaking, and begin spending thousands of dollars on functional medicine docs who aren't covered by insurance. Look at strict diets, deadly anaphylaxis from multiple food allergies, and start spending hundreds of dollars on creams to try and help your baby's bleeding, oozing, painful eczema. Now imagine all these challenges, your friends, family, social media, local news journalists, and government officials tell you you're wrong. Vaccine injuries are 1 in a million, and sorry it didn't work out for you, but it's all for the greater good. Tell me how easy this fight is now. And I'm not concerned if any of you want to argue a 2% vaccine injury rate. We just shut down the entire country for a far less risk-benefit model. So keep your privilege in check. This is not easy. We don't use exemptions flippantly, and this is the hardest journey most parents will ever take. Senate Bill 163 is not an appropriate management of medical decisions. Excluding educational opportunities, stripping rights, and data mining these children keeps no one safer and no one healthier. It's nothing but a blatant power and data grab, and we will not stand for it. This small but loud minority is about to become a very large and even louder majority. If you think we will sit by and allow you to sell out our children and their medical data to this is felonious industry. This is not what exemptions are for. This is not what our government is for. This is not what the Democratic Party historically stood for. Vote no on Senate Bill 163. If this was the moderate, benign, reasonable bill they tell us it is, why would we be here right now? Would they have tried to push this through without proper stakeholder input, dragged us in on a Sunday during a pandemic, during an uprising, rushed this process and limited the people's voices? Of course not. All the misconceptions this Democratic legislature seems to have about us, their biggest mistake, will be assuming that we are stupid and we are naive. We are neither, and we will not be silenced. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'll apologize a little that I had not read ahead to on the specific party reference, but I was quoting. And if I may, how much time would I have currently for this point? My 10 minutes limit?
There's no limit on seconds.
limit.
I regret to say that on the mic.
Madam Chair, I don't recall asking the sponsor how much time I have left, just you. Allow me to, another one that talks closer to the bill that I received by email, if I may. To all representatives, first and foremost, your job is to listen to your constituents and protect our rights as Americans. Our country was founded on the principles that we should be allowed freedoms to choose. Originally, it was about the freedom of religion and the unalienable right to pursue life, liberty, and happiness as we see fit. But remember this principle as you go through your daily practice representing the people. Remember, you are representing and not controlling, so listen, please listen. Second, how would you feel if due to your choices, you are placed on a list? If you are gay or lesbian, it is known that HIV is a larger risk for that demographic. How would you like to be put on the list because of your lifestyle choice? Because logically, you pose a health risk to others? If you had hepatitis, how would you feel if your private health information was shared with the government for public reasons? What if your employer was notified and you were fired for it? This is private information and a huge violation of HIPAA. Yet here we are with Senate Bill 163 on the books, which will set a very dangerous precedent of putting individuals on a list due to their private health choices. Those who opt out of being injected with aluminum, formaldehyde, canine DNA, aborted fetus DNA, and bovine serum now go on a list. And why? because they are a health risk to others, and that's the logic. So then let's make sure that HIV positive patients and hepatitis patients, tuberculosis patients, COVID-19 patients, et cetera, all go on a list also. Third, the belief is that those who are opting out of vaccines are simply uneducated. Nothing's further from the truth. Fathers and mothers have spent hundreds of hours researching. They've looked at the ingredients. They've matched those ingredients to EPA Title 21 standards, and yes, they are toxic. The EPA even says that they are. So we've scoured the medical journals for inert placebo safety studies and have found none. A U.S. court recently revealed that there has been no quality control over vaccines manufactured by Big Pharma for at least 32 years, and she cites the case here. True inert placebo safety studies do not exist. But the claim is that the science says that they are safe. But based on what? Certainly not scientific studies. And the lawsuit proved that. We've watched countless healthy babies become completely different or die. We have a better understanding of what aluminum does to the body than most doctors do. We've watched the VAERS numbers, and they are appalled. And many of us, including me, have watched healthy family members become chronically ill or paralyzed or killed by vaccines. In Canada, when they implemented a similar, quote, education, unquote, program, it not only cost millions of dollars, it did not change the vaccination rates. The bottom line is this: the bill will cost the state more money than it's worth. It won't change anyone's mind, and it's a gross infringement on individuals' rights to choose and have that choice be private. Fourth, why are the legislators practicing medicine? Why are politicians within the Department of Health practicing medicine? Why are doctors not respected for their expertise? While many believe vaccines have saved millions of lives, they've also taken many lives. They carry risk, and anything that carries risk, as we've all heard, there must be choice. And one shouldn't be punished, shamed, or forced to be educated or have their private medical information shared with the government because of their choice. Regardless of your belief in vaccination, this bill isn't even about that. This is about list making of a targeted group of people. And today, this should alarm you. If it does not, you're the reason that the BLM has to protest in order to facilitate change. Please vote no on this bill. So there's an example of one of the many, many, many emails that are just rushing into my inbox that I'll probably run out of disk space soon to hold. But I'll close with just a personal anecdote. So I have a son-in-law who is a medical doctor, one of those guys that you hope would marry one of your daughters, and he did. Emergency doctor, and a real intellect, someone that I thoroughly enjoy talking with. Last year, when we were debating 1312, he was paying close attention, and he was staying outside of that conversation for the most part, but he did share with me, he said, you know, let me just say, as someone who's traveled the world, and he certainly has, he says, one thing you don't want to do is not let something like polio take over. He says, I've seen that in India in particular, and it's pretty scary. So he was giving me the caution that, hey, don't be opposed to vaccines, which I'm not, by the way. He said, because there's some pretty nasty diseases out there that we need to make certain that we are responding to and preventing our vulnerability for, and so on. And then I had dinner with him last week, this past Thursday, because it was my daughter's birthday. And so I sat next to him at the restaurant, and he's been paying attention to this bill as well. And he gave me a whole different perspective that as he has thought it through over the past year or so, he said, you know, I had forgotten something that a mentor of mine, or his true mentor in the medical industry, he says, what he told me, he says, and I've been thinking about that a great deal lately. He goes, and I've been looking forward to telling you this, meaning me. He said, while we're all given all of our training in these circumstances and with this combination of symptoms, we do this, and here is how to diagnose this, and so on, and we apply this solution. He said that my mentor always told me, listen to the moms. He says, and I'd kind of gotten away from that, and I'm watching all the testimony. I'm watching as this is all unfolding, and I'm realizing you guys in the legislature need to do what we need to do in the medical world. Listen to the moms. So listen to the moms.
Thank you, Representative Baisley. Any further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go ahead and move L089 again and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 89 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, the reason I withdrew that is I wanted to at least give some time for the bill sponsor and I to see if there was anything we could come to an agreement on. And I'll certainly let him speak for himself. But again, my whole intent here is to try and make sure that we are being very clear with what we're trying to do in respecting the science around vaccinations, talking about the risks and the benefits, and making sure that it's truthful and evidence-based, and that we're discussing it with not just immunizations generally, but each immunization that we're trying to raise rates on. So that's all it is. I think it's a pretty small thing to do, but I know that there might be disagreements, but in any event, that's the intent, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Malka.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to my colleague from El Paso County. And I do appreciate these conversations. I think that that's how good things come. I will say that I do believe it's a little redundant, and I just want to read this section just so everyone knows, because it's something that came over from the Senate. And the section is on page 14, lines 3 through 8, and it says to include medical and scientific data that is evidence-based and peer-reviewed by credible scientific and public health organizations concerning both the benefits and risks of immunizations and evidence-based practices. The module must fairly present both the benefits and risks of immunizations and include data concerning the risk of immunization. So that's 3 times we talk about the risk. I think we were very clear. We want to make sure that we heard some of that stakeholding and some of the work that's done in the Senate. I definitely appreciate where my colleague's coming from. I just feel like it's already covered in the bill, and so I would ask for a no vote.
Rep. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank Representative Mullica for at least engaging in a dialogue about it and thoughtfully considering whether or not this would be a friendly amendment. But I wanted to at least come up here. I'd be remiss if I didn't at least tell the members here that this amendment was actually a suggestion by Bobby Kennedy himself. He was here on Sunday. He testified in front of the committee. And he also was very instrumental in helping to develop some of the discussions that we're having right now. So again, this was a suggestion from Bobby Kennedy on this particular issue, and I felt it was important to go ahead and run it based off of his recommendations. So when Bobby Kennedy asks you to do something, it's kind of hard to say no. So, and I'll point out that Bobby Kennedy is a Democrat, by the way. So I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 89? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 89. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move L086, ask for it to be displayed. Oh.
Getting rusty, Representative.
I must be.
Thank you, Representative. Amendment 86 has been moved and is displayed. Please talk to us about your amendment.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. So essentially what this amendment does, it makes sure that non-public home-based education program conducted in accordance with Section 22-33-104.5 or an independent school, children are not in regular daily attendance, and basically that homeschool would be exempted from this bill. This is an amendment brought to me by my community. And again, back to my comments earlier, a lot of these are the same parents that have been working on this issue with us, with state government, over the last 10, 20 years. They know what they're talking about. They're highly educated. And they know if their children do not react well to vaccines. They know what their constitutional rights are. So again, I would ask that this community be exempted, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Weld County. Members, we've addressed this extensively with Senate amendments around homeschooling and made sure that we did all that we could to exempt homeschoolers, and so for that reason, I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you'll forgive me, I had a stack of amendments over there, so I'm just playing catch up right now. I believe this is the one to definitively exclude homeschool families. That's, I believe, what's going on here. And if that's the case, I certainly rise in support of it. And now that I see my name on the amendment, I absolutely rise in support of it. But I believe that's what Representative Sane was offering, was the homeschool sort of exemption there from this entire process. Members, I don't think that's unreasonable. I understand, again, the goal here is to increase...
Rep. Williams, make sure you're speaking in the mic. It's hard to hear you.
Oh, I apologize. Hopefully that's better. There we go. Members, I do rise in support of this. This is, I think, a good amendment, especially as we're talking to children that are not typically going to be interacting too much with other children that are in the public school system. These are families that have decided to take control of their educational opportunities and put it into their own hands and having a home-based schooling process. And I'm not certain why we would want to include them or potentially include them under this bill. I understand that there is concern, I think, from the proponents that if there's a student that's being homeschooled that is participating in some sort of public school class or what have you, like a cottage program, then you know, we would want this bill to cover them as well. But I think it's too much. I think it goes too far if we're trying to include homeschool families, and that's why Representative Sane and I have offered this amendment, because we want to make sure that, you know, they don't fall under this. It's inappropriate, and I'll certainly welcome any supportive comments from my colleagues in the minority on this one, but please vote yes.
Representative Buck, I believe is next. I'm sorry about that. Ladies first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is just a very much logical amendment. I think if anybody of us heard the most, it was from the homeschool group that believed that they're no threat to anybody out there in the public schools. So I just would consider this a friendly amendment. I think this would surely make the bill better. So please support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Pelton. I'm sorry, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle. I just don't want to say your title and name.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I sure do appreciate it. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, especially because there were hundreds of homeschool families and parents who came to the Capitol on Sunday and they were not allowed to testify. So this, I think, will ease their concerns, help them out, and calm down a whole bunch of Coloradans who wanted to have their voice be heard. They couldn't, and now We're speaking for them with this amendment here, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Singh. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And some of you may know, my wife homeschooled our kids. I was just the head of field trips. My youngest daughter is homeschooling right now. So I'm very much in support of this. What a great community of people that decide to educate their own kids. Like my wife said, she got to relearn everything a second time when she taught our girls homeschool, and I am in total full support of this amendment. And like Representative Van Winkle said, this would put a lot of families' minds at ease and make this bill a good bill, or a better bill. So, thank you. Better bill.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to underscore the point, and this is from one of my constituents, at least she was my constituent, she's recently moved. Here's her testimony. My name is Sheila Rollins. I am the homeschooling mom of 5 children, one of whom is a healthy and successful adult running her own business. First, the question is, why has it been such a struggle to eliminate homeschoolers from this bill? If it has been done by the time this testimony is read, I thank you. But if not, why not? Bill sponsors have stated several times on record that they will do so. I will ask you to follow all other states, keep your word, and exempt homeschoolers from this bill. The state has no business tracking the private information of my homeschooled children. I don't need it re-educated. My doctor has no reason to be bothered with validating my religious beliefs. Second, all of us know by now that these numbers listed regarding kindergarten immunization rates are nothing but a misleading statistic in order to pass draconian legislation. All these numbers are readily available on the CDPHE website. She says, we constantly hear and see 87.43% fully immunized, I can't say that word right now, it's too late in the afternoon.
Immunized.
Thank you. What she said, kindergarten rate, yet the kindergarten MMR exemption rate is only 4.54%. What happened to the other 8.03%? This is because of missing paperwork from schools, which the governor's recent executive order was set to address. We haven't even given this executive order time to work. The CDC has stated that Colorado rates are a problem of paperwork, not an immunization problem. We also know that overall statewide, the fully immunized MMR rate is 94.32%, and the exemption rate is only 2.85%, which means 2.83% is missing paperwork. What we also see is kids are fully catching up and hitting the 95% desired threshold for the MMR. This is because the second dose of MMR isn't considered late, as per CDC schedule, until the child turns 7. So let's stop asking for shots or exemptions for vaccines that aren't due yet and have truth and accuracy in reporting. Third, if this bill passes, know that you have awakened a sleeping giant. This is very evident on Sunday. We are a growing force that will no longer just include the groups you seem to think we include. Please hear and understand that the force on this cause is loud, clear, and powerful. We will work together to unseat you. We have begun that process on several of your seats. Again, this is from Sheila Rollins. So I'm going to say again, members, we've had people say that riots are the language of the unheard. Well, this is a group of people who feel very unheard. And there's more than 3,000 of them that showed up on Sunday. I saw it. I heard them. And they assembled peacefully. But as they just said, they aren't going to show up in force this November. And I just want to make sure that that point was made. But if a promise is kept to keep homeschoolers out of this bill via this amendment, it'll go a long way to repairing that damage and making them feel heard. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. And I ask that you honor their wishes and their voice.
Any further discussion on Amendment 86? Rep. Beasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how long the sponsor would like me to talk on this one, but I want to address the concept of homeschooling because we have set up a pretty complex public school industry and infrastructure whereby we initially, if you read the state constitution, this body's involvement really is to define school districts across the state, and this body has defined over time 178 school districts across the state of Colorado. And each of those localities elect from amongst those citizens, those residents of those 178 districts, a school board that determines instruction, amongst other things. And that local district is what decides in that community what they're going to teach. And then every now and then we get something like this that reaches down in there and starts tweaking it for some unrelated concept. And that's what this unrelated agenda is doing. And it's just an inappropriate thing to do. And I understand the concern of spreading illness between other children, and that's the heart of the sponsor. I understand that. However, as that agenda extends and goes further into tracking and database creation and all the big trends of the day, parents become more and more nervous, and a new culture has emerged, and it is quite organized, and that is the homeschool infrastructure. It's there, and parents are leaving pretty rapidly, and they're leaving pretty rapidly now, just coincidentally with the pandemic that we're dealing with in the nation and around the world, really, where people are having to homeschool their children, and they're starting to realize, you know what, maybe I can do this from home, especially if that shields my child from some of these other unrelated things that have nothing to do with education. And so that's becoming a larger and larger trend. In one sense, I want to encourage that. But on the other hand, I think it would not do the state a whole lot of good if we continue on with 163 and not exclude that one segment of the student population. I think this is a really good amendment, and we ought to consider passing that amendment. I'm going to ask, or to recommend, highly recommend a yes vote on this amendment to exempt those students who were schooled at home from 163. So, members, I would recommend an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think y'all know that I homeschooled my kids, and I did not homeschool out of ignorance or there were multiple reasons for doing it. The whole idea of medical records was not part of my reasoning at all at the time. But I want to make sure that people know that all the parents, but also I would actually say homeschool parents even more so, have to become educated in various ways because they need to make sure that they're educating their children properly. As a homeschooled parent, I was very proud of my children. The 3 that went to college all went on academic scholarships, and I want to make sure that people here know that that was not solely because of being homeschooled, but I think it was also due to the fact that they learned some very good study habits, both in the schools that they attended at times over the years, and then working from home, where they had to learn to be independently motivated and work on their own. And for that reason, I think that this amendment's really important. I want to encourage families to do whatever's best for them and for their children. And we just heard from the previous speaker that in the past few months, I think a lot of parents learned that when push comes to shove, they can do what's best for their kids. When there is a dangerous virus that people are afraid of, and that there are issues, and the government has closed down businesses and closed down schools temporarily, that kids just weren't left on their own without learning. They kept learning. I think there was some wonderful online education going on from teachers at schools, but then the kids were at home where they were not being exposed to really basically anything. And I think that this amendment's kind of a no-brainer, that parents that homeschool, and I can tell you, not just from my personal experience, but the ones that I knew of in our homeschool groups, and when we did play groups and PE, I had my kids in various sports and things like that. The parents I spoke to were very well educated. I think they have read white papers, and they have read research studies, and they have looked very hard at pros and cons of everything. And I think that medical treatment of any kind falls into that same category, that the parents that choose to homeschool, and that then the ones that homeschool and make decisions to maybe opt out of some vaccinations, or maybe all, but maybe one, that they do it based on education, they do it based on something they've read, and the kids are not out there. The kids are not in school all day. They are not sitting next to people. They're not sharing lunches. They're not sharing a bite of their sandwich. They're really at home with the family. And I think that this amendment is actually one that should be a real easy one for all of us to support, because we want to remember that families need help. Families, many of us, most of us, delegate a good part of the kids' education to the school district, but those that for a period of time, whether it's permanent or temporary, decide to keep them at home, that they should be able to make their medical decisions without then having to jump into what the public school kids are actually having to do because of exposure to possible diseases. So with that, I urge an aye vote on the amendment, and thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment 86? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Amendment 86. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're kind of zipping along here, so why stop now? I move L087, has to be displayed.
Thank you, Representative. Amendment 87 has been moved and properly displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, so it starts on page 14, it kind of feeds into 15 here, and it talks about ultimately that the State Board of Health shall review the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation, and then from there, they can update or change the vaccination practices pursuant to the evaluation that they're given. And I feel like we need to put a little bit more guardrail on that, and if we're going to change the vaccination practices based off of the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation, that there should be some sort of additional legislative oversight pertaining to that. I don't think that's asking for much. I think it allows us to do our proper role, right, to make sure that we are the ones ultimately setting policy and not unelected bureaucrats, but that we are, in fact, making the decisions so that ultimately we are accountable and beholden to our voters. I mean, this is what we should be doing more often, and I don't think this is too much to ask for, so I'd ask for a yes vote on this.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on Amendment 87? Minority Leader Neville. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I also urge a yes vote on this. We shouldn't be abdicating our role. As we've seen recently in recent times, public health officials don't always exactly get it spot on and correct. And so I think it's a very easy thing to do, that if they're going to be adding different things to this, that we actually as a legislature, we take a look at it, we actually vote on it, and then guess what? We can be held accountable from the citizens. If we just abdicate this to a public health department, the citizens can't actually vote on them. They can't actually hold them accountable. So instead, they should be holding us accountable. It's our responsibility. That's what this amendment does, and I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on Amendment 87? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The legislature already has the ability to review executive departments through the SMART Act hearings. The Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment is not exempt for that. This amendment is duplicative. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on Amendment 87? Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we've all been through SMART Act hearings. Let's be honest about them. They're a dog and pony show where departments come up and they just read a report verbatim. There's actually no voting required. I guess we can listen, but there's no requirement that they tell us anything in those. So they can come up and give us a report on basically anything they want to. They're not even like under oath when they come and testify or anything too. So if legislators ask questions, they can't. So again, those departments can't be held accountable by the voters. We can. That amendment would put this in our purview, not some appointed official, and that's where it should be, so the voters have some accountability on those decisions.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 87? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of Amendment 87. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The amendment is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In some of the discussions I've had with folks, as we look at options other than a educational module or whatever, someone actually had a really good idea. I can't take credit, but I can't give credit either because I don't know where it came from. But what I will say is I thought that this doesn't take away from anything that's in the bill. If anything, it just adds another option. And so with that, I would move L099 and ask that it be displayed.
I can grab one from him if you need this time.
I don't need it.
Thank you. Amendment L99 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Geithner, tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so what this amendment simply does is it allows for another option, and that is that if for whatever reason someone lacks the ability to connect, the module I think we all assume is going to be something that's going to be conveyed electronically. And certainly, based on where you are, you may not necessarily have access to high-speed internet, or there may be some other issues to why that is not necessarily available to you. And so this just simply says if you have done some form of education on this, certainly there are tons of pamphlets and inserts and all sorts of things that are around in hard copy and on the internet, of course. This just says, hey, through a notary that you can demonstrate that you have been educated on the issue, and so therefore this is just another option. So it doesn't take away the module stays there, it doesn't take away anything else. It just says, hey, in the event that there is for some reason why maybe the module may not be available to you, but that you have certainly gone out and sought information that this might be another viable option. And then it would require you to go before a notary and essentially say, hey, I have been educated, and therefore you have a third party that's also verifying that. So that's the purpose in the amendment. I would encourage a yes vote, because certainly as we look at parts of Colorado and those that may not have internet access and whatever, this just offers an alternative means outside of just that educational module. So I would encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to my colleague from El Paso County. Members, we've worked extensively, like I've said before, on this bill to come up with a solution that is evidence-based, scientific-based, and I feel like this was not a part of those conversations or a part of that solution. What we made sure of with the education module is, like I said, We want to look at the benefits and the risks. We're not trying to change anyone's mind. We're just trying to make sure that people have accurate information, scientific and evidence-based information. And for that reason, I would ask for a no vote on this.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 99? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, one of the issues with this bill, at least from the perspective of the minority, is there does seem to be sort of a lack of trust with parents. And I think what this amendment does is it, I think, restores that balance that that should be, I think, at the center of this debate, and that's ultimately that parents, generally speaking, will have the best interests of their children at heart. And so if they truly believe that vaccinations are best for themselves and their family, then they'll pursue that. If they feel that it's not, based off of whatever reason, then they'll seek the exemption. And so currently what you'll see is that there's this requirement that you can go to your family physician and get them to sign off on an exemption, or you can utilize the education module. That's one option. All this does is create another option for parents. And parents, we should be, the presumption, we should give a presumption to parents that we trust them. And that's all this amendment does, right? We're still saying, look, you need to fill out something indicating that you're well versed in this debate about the benefits and the risks. So it still requires some level of participation from those seeking the exemption, which I believe, is the one of the goals of the bill sponsor. But it does so in a way that's not as invasive to people's parental rights. And ultimately, that's all this amendment does, is it respects parental rights, it respects a family's best, that we understand that ultimately, at least from the minority perspective, that's what's lacking in this bill right now. That we feel that the majority, by pushing forward this bill, seems to not want to trust the parents with respect to these types of decisions. And that's all we're trying to do is again, bring it back to, I think, the general concept that we should all be able to agree upon, that children love their parent, or that parents love their children, and that they will do whatever it takes to make sure, generally speaking, that they're taken care of and their best interests are properly understood and taken care of. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 99? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of Amendment 99. All in favor say yes. All opposed say no. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was looking at the exemption process, we've been assured by the sponsors that exemptions will still be able to be obtained, but there were some very strict ways to obtain them. And going through the bill, I saw that there were some restrictions on who could sign off on them and how people would get these various exemptions. And so I know that one of the points that I remember, I served on the health committees. I know that I'm not in the medical field like at least one of the sponsors is, but I served on health committees for the first several years I was here in the legislature, and wanted to, and I remembered back when we were looking at a bill that allowed naturopaths to treat children and treat children under 2. And the testimony that we heard that day was very, very extensive from parents that were sometimes hesitant to go to an MD or hesitant to go to an internist, or there were certain doctor specialists that some people did not want to go to. And there were people that actually wanted to take their little ones to a naturopathic doctor. And so they extended the practice to little ones, to babies under 2. But there were some very strict rules there that they had to. I know that they did have to give information on immunizations. But one of the things, when I went back and looked at statutes just last night, I realized that they are allowed to give immunizations only age 18 and over. And the restrictions within the bill say that anyone that's allowed to sign off on the exemptions, and this amendment that I'm talking about now is about, non-medical exemptions. So I guess I'll move it so everybody can look at it, and then I'll finish explaining it. I will move L081 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Representative 163 has been moved and is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I started out looking at naturopathic doctors and realizing that some people really do want to look at natural remedies for things, I know that some people, I'm probably one of them. When my kids got sick when they were little, I would start out with a chicken soup with lots of garlic before I started moving to drugs and pharmaceuticals and Tylenol even and things like that. I would start with the natural stuff to the extent that I could without moving to anything from the pharmacist or that was drug related. And so I looked at that. I realized that that's where some parents' comfort level is. And so as I looked at that and discussed it with the drafters and with some of my colleagues and with some of the moms that we've been hearing from, I realized that there are other groups that are allowed to give immunizations within their scope of practice. Those include pharmacists and allergists, because I know that was one of the groups that I really wanted to include was someone that was an allergist, because children, especially if they're small, they might have started out getting all the shots and then not gotten them as they grew older. And so I found out that an allergist is just a specialty within MD, within a medical doctor. An allergist is just one of the specialties. So that was not included in this amendment. But I wanted to make it as widespread as I could so that parents that are going to a specific type of doctor can just get their exemption there. And they can still, they'll still have to follow all the rest of the rules, but they can get that signature from either a pharmacist, a naturopathic doctor, or a homeopathic doctor. Allergists did not have to be included because, remember, if a child is allergic to eggs, chances are they are not able to get immunizations anyway, and an allergist would be the one that would give that assurance to the parents and then be able to sign off. But again, that does fit within the medical doctor practice, the medical doctor categories. So with that, I just wanted to make sure that parents have as many options as they can. I don't think we should be telling them you must go see an MD or you must go see a pediatrician to get this. If they're already seeing a naturopathic doctor or some other type that fits within this, that we should give them as many options as possible. The important thing is that the children are receiving medical care when they need it. And with that, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Remilka.
You want to go ahead first? Go ahead.
Representative Helton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in full support of this amendment. I have a son-in-law that's a chiropractor, and his wife is an RN. They have all the training and the expertise to do just what this amendment would speak about. So I rise in full support of this amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Remilka.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues from Douglas County and Cheyenne County for their words. Members, we did a lot of work last year in 1312. You could only go to your local public health agency to get the form signed. We expanded that out for PAs and MPs. I think it's important that whoever signs that form is within their scope of practice to be able to offer the immunizations, and for that reason and that reason alone, I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 81? Rep. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think all this does is it creates more opportunity, it creates more choice, and I don't know, why we wouldn't want to accept something like this. Many of the practitioners that are kind of outlined, certainly in this amendment and what Representative Ransom, sorry, it's been a long day, was discussing about, they service and help a lot of families. And, there are certainly, people in certain communities that exercise exemptions that go to these different types of practitioners, not just medical doctors. And they are just as committed, they are just as equipped and qualified to help these families make decisions, medical decisions for themselves and their children. And I think it's not too much to ask for to open it up to more than just what's currently written in the bill. Again, it all comes down to choice and more freedom, and supposedly this is something that the majority and the minority should be able to get behind. When we're talking about freedom of choice, especially in medical decisions, that's not something that we should typically disagree on, especially when we talk about other issues related to medical choice. And I think hopefully the 41 members of the majority would certainly understand that medical freedom and choice in one context should certainly apply in this one as well. Even though I may disagree, I'd hope that there would be a little bit more consistency when we talk about this issue as it relates to medical decisions. So again, let's not handcuff ourselves. Let's not handcuff family members, our parents, as they make these decisions. Let's open it up to allow these other practitioners. So I would simply ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Amendment 81. Seeing none, question for us is the adoption of Amendment 81. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Have it. The motion fails, or the amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Ransom.
Same thing except for medical.
Same thing except for what?
Medical exemption. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L080 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment 80 has been moved and is displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is actually very similar to the one I just ran. For a lot of the same reasons, I wanted to let you know that I think that we should allow parents to take their children to the type of medical practitioner that they choose, that we should not be dictating that it needs to be a certain type of doctor that would sign off with a medical exemption, but that if parents have specific reasons that they would like to go to a specific type of doctor or medical practitioner of any kind. I know one of my friends is married to a chiropractor, and so of course he does a lot of her care. And by the way, chiropractors are not included in this amendment, but I'm using that as an example, that if you have a family member that is a certain type of specialty that would be included, I would just like to let parents choose who they take their children to for medical care. Again, as the government, that is not up to us to dictate or determine who sees their children for medical care. I think that that would be something that would be far beyond the scope of government. We should not be ruling the parents and telling them who they should see for medical care. We should be just setting good policy here in the Capitol, and that would include letting parents choose who they take their children to for whatever type of care they are seeking for their child. So with that, I urge an aye vote on Amendment L080 that would extend the types of practitioners that could sign off on these medical exemptions. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on 80? Rep. Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Douglas County for the conversation. Members, if it's not within your scope of practice to even provide immunizations, I'm not quite sure how appropriate it is to offer medical exemptions. For that reason, I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Rep. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it gets back to what I was discussing earlier with some of the other amendments that came here. Ultimately, we need to allow parents the flexibility and opportunity to make these decisions for themselves. If they feel as though, a medical doctor is not best suited to help them make this decision, who are we to step in front of them, right? There's great discussion about how, in this building anyway, about how we don't want the government stepping in between a doctor and a patient. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've heard that, especially coming from the majority here, that we don't want the government inserting itself between that relationship between the patient and the doctor. And then what this does is it allows, again, for families to make this decision. And I think it gets ultimately to what I was saying earlier with another similar amendment, that this bill, one of my problems with it is it presumes that the parents are not trustworthy when it comes to this, which is why it requires parents to go through these various steps in order to exercise an exemption. What this would do is it would help balance out, I think, some of the problems that we're seeing, at least from the minority's perspective, in this bill. Ultimately, we should be trusting parents. We should be trusting, certainly medical doctors. We should be trusting other medical practitioners who are assisting families in making these decisions. And I'm not certain why the state of Colorado should make it its business to get in between that. Again, when we talk about other bills, that's a talking point that I hear frequently down in this building. But when it comes to this specific issue, that kind of goes out the window when the majority is talking. And I don't understand why. And I don't think it's asking a lot for the majority to have a little bit of consistency here. There's nothing wrong with allowing families to seek out the kind of medical care that they want to seek out. And all this amendment does is it allows those parents to make the best decision for themselves, seeking the advice from whomever they choose within the confines of this amendment. And who are we to tell parents otherwise? It's not right, and I think the majority would be well advised to heed their own advice, that the government should not be getting in between the relationship between patients and other medical practitioners. So I ask for a yes vote on this, and I certainly welcome any of my other colleagues from this side of the aisle or this side of the aisle to come up and support it and speak favorably for this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge a yes vote.
All right, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 80. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The amendment fails. Back to the bill. Representative Humphrey, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise in opposition to the bill, which I have stated before. But I do have an amendment. I do have a concern on pages 14 and 15, some of this language here, which I think is a bit gratuitous. 14, 21 to the end, and then 15, 1 through 6, where we're saying the Department of Public Health and Environment shall annually evaluate the state's immunization practices, including yada, 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 top of 15. The State Board of Health shall review the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation and may update the state's immunization practices pursuant to Department of Public Health.
Representative Humphrey, I'm sorry, are you moving an amendment? Or are you just talking? I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'm setting up an amendment,
Got it,
Madam Chair. And says the State Board of Health shall review the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation and may update the state's immunization practices pursuant to the Department of Public Health and Environment's annual evaluation. And so I move L088 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. Representative L088 has been moved and is displayed. Tell us about the amendment. Beyond what you already told us.
I pretty much told you. So, Madam Chair, the issue is this ability for state bureaucrats basically to update immunization practices on an ongoing basis once this bill is passed. And a little concerned that that is too overreaching and that those sorts of things should be reconsidered by the legislature. And so I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Rep. Malka.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for bringing up the conversation. I think that the key piece is that we have to look, it says, and may update the state's immunization practices. All we're trying to do is make sure that the State Board of Health has information and up-to-date information, making sure CDPHE does that on an annual basis. And so no mandate there, no requirement, still leaves the word may in there. And so for that reason, I ask for a no vote, please.
Rep. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is somewhat related to a previous amendment that I had offered asking for legislative oversight over this very issue that's outlined in the bill. What this would do, as I understand it, would remove that section completely. And I'm certainly supportive of that. I mean, if we're not going to allow for some sort of additional oversight from this body, then yeah, why don't we just remove it completely? Recommendations are going to come either way. It's not as though CDPHE is not going to create a report anyway, even though it's permissive. It says may, right? So you could look at this as being redundant anyway. So why have it in there? Especially given that we're not going to have any legislative oversight. So additional legislative oversight. So I certainly stand in support of Representative Humphrey's amendment, which, as you can see, was originally mine anyway. So please vote yes. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and
do a handoff.
My remarks.
All right, thank you. All those, the question for us is the adoption amendment 88. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. Sorry, I gavelled too fast. The noes have it. The amendment loses. Back to the bill. Seeing no further questions. Representative Malka. Let's go, gentlemen. The committee will stand in brief recess.
The House will come back to order. Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank everyone for the vigorous debate that we've had and the opinions, and I think that that's what this chamber is about, and that's what working and talking to each other and coming up with solutions. I'm going to start off, Madam Chair, can I move Amendment L082 and ask that it properly be displayed?
The amendment has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment is, again, like we've talked about with this bill, compromise. Really trying to work with the opposition to come up with solutions to help people get there, to understand the policy. This is long conversations had with this side of the aisle. And what it does is it takes away the safety clause and puts on a petition clause. And also, the reason it's a little longer is just because of some implementation dates that we have to make sure align appropriately, as well as the appropriations. And so with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Is there Representative Geithner?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the sponsor of the bill and the amendment. The dollar figures, if you could just speak to that.
Representative Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The dollar figures are just because it changes the dates. Obviously, the petition clause gives 90 days to get the signature, and that pushes it off to the next year. So it's just the dates. It just pushes off the dollar amount. And so that was done from the drafter's standpoint.
Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this has obviously been a very controversial bill. We've debated similar items year after year. And I do want to thank Representative Mullica for bringing forward this amendment. Although it certainly doesn't bring me as a yes to the bill for multiple different reasons, I do want to thank him for the amendment because this is a very passionate issue. And I know that it does throw off the timeline and everything else that they were doing, so it is rather significant, but this does actually give the citizens that feel very passionate about this issue one more avenue that they still have one final say in this process. And I know we oftentimes joke around or laugh about petition clauses versus safety clauses, but in this one, this is really significant to a lot of people. And I know we were planning on being here for hours and hours and late at night, and this, I think, addresses a lot of that. And quite frankly, there was a lot of folks that I feel like that didn't have an opportunity to speak on Sunday. That this gives them one last opportunity to act and speak on this issue. And so thank you for bringing forward this amendment. Certainly a no on the bill, but yes on the amendment. I know this wasn't an easy ask of the sponsor. So thank you for bringing forward this. And members, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage. I'm sorry, Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also want to thank the sponsors for this amendment and would encourage an aye vote, a yes vote on this amendment. But yeah, in kind of in the spirit of how we began the day earlier, in finding areas where we can agree, then when we can come together, this is one of those. And so I appreciate very much Representatives Mullica for bringing this amendment up and for proposing it. And I would ask for a yes vote from everyone here in the room. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L082. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment L082 passes. To the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief on this, members. I think we've, said what we can say and, try to influence and do what we can at this point. But members, I was there during the committee hearing. I, obviously have been trying to amend the bill in such a way that it would have a lesser impact on families that, choose to have exemptions. And, while I do appreciate the fact that we've changed the safety clause in this bill to a petition clause, there are still great concerns that I have, and I know that the opponents of this bill have. I think ultimately, and this is what I didn't get to touch on in the well today, was the fact that there is a little bit of a coercive aspect to this bill. It certainly doesn't eliminate exemptions entirely, and it certainly doesn't force people to go ahead and get vaccinated. However, it does nudge. It does sort of this mission creep, if you will, that it puts onto people. And it's mainly done through this exemption process where, and you can see it here throughout the bill, where we are telling parents, ultimately, if you want these exemptions, then you're going to have to jump through some hoops. You're going to have to either go to a family practitioner, or you're going to have to go through this state-mandated, state-approved education module. And that, I think, speaks ultimately to why I have a big problem with this bill is it shows a lack of trust. This state has been one of the best states for parental rights, traditionally speaking. I think there's a proud tradition, a proud history of this state government, not infringing so much on families and specifically parents' ability to make decisions for their children. Because they're equipped, they're best equipped to make those decisions. And this bill sort of has a presumption that when it comes to vaccinations, that they're not doing everything they can. And that's unfortunate, because I think, generally speaking, parents love their kids and they want to do everything they can to make sure that those kids are successful all throughout life, and especially to make sure that they're healthy. And that's my biggest problem with this, is that this is a stated goal. The stated goal is to increase vaccination rates, and the only way that we're seeing that done in this bill is to nudge, parents into getting them, rather than allowing the current process to go through. And that current process, I think, is best. I understand the arguments from the proponents that we're, last in the nation, but I believe Representative Pelton kind of addressed that, especially if you break down the ages of children. But in any event, I think this is a bridge too far, and that ultimately this bill may lead to further legislation that will end the exemptions altogether. And that's my biggest concern with this, aside from the fact that we're not, this body here isn't necessarily prone to trust parents making the best medical decisions for themselves and their children. So that's why I'm asking this body here to vote no. And again, I appreciate the petition clause, but it's still not enough to move me to a yes. And so I encourage everyone here to vote no and to support families making the best decisions they can for themselves and their children. So thank you.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Appreciate it. Members, I want to reach out to a lot of the unsung heroes, some of who are in the chamber and many who are outside the chamber, and many who are in my district. I want to have a special, these are the parents and the grandparents and the uncles and the brothers and sisters of the people who have worked tirelessly to support the health and safety and well-being of their children from some of these vaccinations that they know unfortunately from firsthand experience, and also from their knowledge how detrimental some of these vaccinations can be. While the vaccinations are well and fine for a lot of people, unfortunately, they can have severe impact to the children of many others. And these parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles, some of, like I say, who are in the chamber, I want to give a special recognition because they've had a lot of invectives thrown their way. They've been called flat earth people, moon landing deniers, you name it. Every book in the every name in the book has been used against them. But a special shout out to you know who you are, Jillian and Tricia,
Representative Lichtman.
and many others who out there that have worked tirelessly to advance your cause. I am pleased. I want to thank the sponsors for at least allowing the petition clause that gives the people of Colorado a voice. You've got that carrot out there, and that carrot is are your loved ones. And so thank you to all of you who have worked tirelessly to educate the public about what's gone on in this bill and others. So we hear you. We're there for you. We'll work with you. God bless you all. And with that, I still urge a no vote on Senate Bill 163. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I appreciate that we now have the petition clause on there. You know, if you don't know this, this bill gives legislative authority to a State Department, which is unprecedented. And a few weeks ago, I had to call the CDPHE. And if you haven't called them, this was alarming to me because they say on their voicemail, don't leave a message because we're not monitoring our phones. So I don't know why we're giving so much authority to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. I'm certainly not impressed. And as far as the stakeholder process goes, you may remember that last year, two of our colleagues sponsored a summit at the Capitol for 3 days. And those that supported the vaccination bill refused to even participate. So, and one question that I'm still kind of concerned about with this Colorado Department of Public Health is that without this law even being enacted, they've already changed that form, and nobody has explained that. So I'm still urging a no vote on this. I know that's falling on deaf ears, but it just doesn't seem right that we're giving this much authority to an office that's not even elected, and they're not even monitoring their phones. So please vote no.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 163. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 163 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 1001.
You have heard the motion. Proceed out of order for
HCR 1001.
HCR 10001.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Concurrent Resolution 1001 and the committee report on appropriations and state veterans and military affairs.
I got to read it first.
Mr. Gregorian, please read the title of HCR 1001.
HCR 1001 by Representatives Singer and Wilson, also Senator Smallwood and Todd, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the conduct of charitable gaming activities and in connection therewith allowing bingo raffle licenses to hire managers and operators of games and eliminating the requirement that a charitable organization has 5 years continuous existence before obtaining a charitable gaming license.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it is such an honor to serve with you.
So members, on the Appropriations Committee, I'm actually going to ask for a no vote on the Appropriations Committee report, and I'm going to tell you why. I actually just learned this myself. Our illustrious drafter, Dwayne Gall, mentioned this to me. Because we are putting something on the ballot for the voters to enact, it is not up to us whether to fund or not to fund this. That is up to the voters if this passes. And so this becomes a next year conversation if this passes at the ballot in 2020. So I'm going to ask for a no on the Appropriations Committee report because that was not up to us, and we should follow the state constitution on those things and value what the voters say. So I ask for your no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
No. The noes have it. The Appropriations Committee report fails. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, we'll give it a minute.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to make sure that we could have the conversation here on this concurrent resolution. So, on the State Military and Veterans Committee, there was one quick correction, and I'm going to apologize. I always ask that I give out my amendments before I ask for them to be displayed, and now I'm also guilty of that. So with that, I move Amendment L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is properly moved and is now properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The State Military and Veterans Affairs Committee did an excellent job of splitting the difference. The issue around bingo and for-profit gaming, which is our casinos, versus nonprofit gaming, which is what happens in raffle and bingo, there's always a push and a pull. The idea here is to make sure that we are clarifying that a nonprofit organization that wishes to get a bingo license can do so within 3 years. This is a technical clarification that encourages that or codifies that, and all the stakeholders are in agreement that this is a good way to move forward. I ask for your aye vote on L007, an amendment to the State Military and Veterans Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L007 passes. Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now to the committee report. I ask for your aye vote on the committee report. Basically, once again, we met in the middle on this. Our nonprofit organizations out there would like to be able to get a bingo license as soon as possible. And originally we had suggested, well, if you're a nonprofit, you should be able to get one. Some folks didn't like that, and so what we're doing is we're taking it from 5 years to 3 years. We'd originally said 0, so we met in the middle. What we also said is this is really dumb that we have this in the Constitution right now. So if the voters pass this House concurrent resolution in November, we will actually have the opportunity to take this component of the issue out of the Constitution. It'll be a statutory change. Does 0 years make sense? Does 5 years make sense? Does 3 years make sense? That will be up to the legislature as well as the voters in future years with a 3-year phase-in period. So this will give everyone time to catch up. The second thing that this does, and this is also important, is it allows those bingo callers to receive remuneration up to the equivalent value of the minimum wage. Once again, this is just an opportunity to ensure that our folks who are doing this out of the goodness of their heart for organizations like our veterans groups, swimming groups, after-school groups, are able to get a little bit of gas money or a shift meal or something to be able to keep up and make sure that these things are run well and provide the kind of resources that people need, especially in the era of COVID-19. And so I ask for your aye vote on the committee report, and I want to thank all the stakeholders for coming together so quickly to make this work.
Representative Liston. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? I'm sorry,
I just said aye. State Affairs Committee.
I apologize.
Yeah.
On the State Affairs Committee report, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The State Veterans and Military Affairs report is adopted to the bill, or to the House concurrent resolution. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, there's some of you in this chamber, and I see Representative Liston here, so he's old enough to have seen a bingo game and participated in a bingo game. Some of you are young enough, you may never have seen a bingo game or participated in a bingo game. This one is to address that issue, that bingo has been in a downward spiral for some time. It's been in the Constitution since 1958. It used to generate a whole lot of money, and it's generated a whole lot less in recent years. So what we're trying to do here is to put into the hands of the voters to allow the hiring of managers and callers and to be able to get this thing regenerated to where nonprofits can actually generate the dollars that they have generated in the past. So we certainly want to recommend an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of House Concurrent Resolution 1001. And I appreciate the sponsors bringing this resolution. Over the last 20 years or so, or maybe it's been longer than that, since limited stakes gaming came to Colorado, it's really been a tough road for the bingo people. And, not everybody has the means or really wants to go up into the mountain communities to do their gaming activities. And there's a lot of charitable organizations that really in the past have depended upon bingo to raise money for their worthy projects or to keep their organizations funded. And so this is a good, reasonable measure to give the voters a chance, for bingo to be in place for those charitable organizations that need it and want it, and especially for the people who really aren't interested in slot machines and whatever. They would prefer bingo, and this is a reasonable compromise. So I urge an aye vote on House Concurrent Resolution 1001, and thank the sponsors for bringing this resolution and allowing the people to weigh on this. Thank you.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing this resolution forward. We need to get all our service organizations open and make sure that we have a safe and healthy environment, but especially now for each and every one of our seniors who want to play bingo, but also for the people. With that, B5, anybody got B5?
Is there any further discussion? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, for those of you that are too young to have never seen a bingo card, and for Representative Kipp, who had indicated a little bit of a concern before, I'd like to have displayed a bingo card up here on the. This would be a bingo card. So those of you that are younger can see what we're talking about. Thank you.
Representative Wilson, I do believe that N1 has too many letters in it.
It wouldn't fit otherwise.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really look forward to coming down on third reading and saying I wasn't going to say anything on third reading. But members, in all seriousness, during the COVID-19 crisis, this is really critical that we do it this year. A lot of people say, why are you running something that's going to go on the ballot this year? Frequently, in even numbered years, we have 10, 12 issues on the ballot. We probably won't see that many this year. But this is incredibly important because our bingo halls, which are the lifeblood of so many nonprofit organizations in our communities, really depend on this. And at the same time, in the era of social distancing and the era of people oftentimes over the age of 55 staying at home right now, when bingo comes back, we want to make sure that it's able to come back in the most efficient way possible. So I ask for your I vote on this House concurrent resolution. Thank you for your attention.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I would be remiss if I didn't again point out to you, if you've never worked with Representative Singer on a bill, you need to do so. He works really hard at it, and he did so on this. And I know he became very frustrated over this because he pulled a lot of his hair out over it. But he worked really hard, and he does so on all his bills, and it was a pleasure to work with him. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure to serve with you.
The love. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Concurrent Resolution 1001. All those in favor say aye.
Bingo.
Aye. Or bingo. All those opposed say no.
Bingo.
House Concurrent Resolution 1001 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, I do not see the sponsors. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1113.
House Bill 1113 by Representatives Titone and Landgraf, also concerning mental health educational resources and in connection therewith creating a website with information on internet links to available behavioral health care services in each geographic region and encouraging health care professionals to take a course in mental health education to satisfy continuing competency requirements.
Representative Titone, boy, it's hard to see people way up there, isn't it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, way over here from the gallery. Thank you, members. This is House Bill 1113, and House Bill 1113 has gone through quite a few changes since we got started. Some of you may remember
Representative Titone?
Beckman was on this bill. I'd like to move House Bill 1113 and
The Appropriations
report. And I'll tell you a little bit about the Appropriations report and why it's gone through all these changes. So I had Representative Beckman on the bill first, then was Landgraf, and now I welcome Representative Assistant Majority Leader Van Winkle on this bill. And the most recent change came recently to get this bill back on the calendar again. It's a free bill. The Appropriations report is going to basically be absorbing what was lost in House Bill 1005. And I would like my co-prime sponsor to talk a little bit about the details of the amendment, because that's going to really be the heart of the bill, and that's what the Appropriations report is all about. So I will yield to Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
And Mr. Minority Leader Van Winkle, would you like to also move the Public Health Care Committee report?
We did move approves? Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, I do move the Public Health Committee report to House Bill 1113 and ask for a yes vote. Oh. Okay. And now to the Appropriations Committee report. And the Appropriations Committee brought in another bill that unfortunately did not make it all the way through the Senate, but it's a very important bill. It's a bill that started out actually in our School Safety Interim Committee, and it started a lot of times with conversations with the chair of the School Safety Interim Committee, Daphne Michelson-Janae, who is on TV, unable to speak, but big thanks to her for her hard work putting together that committee. And in the committee, we heard from Safe to Tell, the leaders of Safe to Tell, and they came up with some very great ideas, and we heard them. We heard the people of Colorado. We heard the kids of Colorado that wanted to make improvements to Safe to Tell. And in the Appropriations Committee, they took a lot of those ideas from the School Safety Interim Committee, approached Representative Landgraf, Representative Titone, and came up with a great compromise deal to bring those good ideas from the School Safety Interim Committee into this bill, and that is what is before us now, and that's the vote on the Appropriations Committee report. So I urge a yes vote. Let's do everything we can to improve Safe to Tell and make sure that all those who work so hard on the School Safety Interim Committee gets to see their work cross the finish line successfully and make Colorado a better, safer place.
Representative Valdez to the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative, or Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I already gave a speech about the bill, but again, thanks to Representative Tatone, thanks to Representative Landgraf, thanks to Daphne Michelson Janae, Chair of the School Safety and Order Committee, and also to former Representative Susan Beckman, who I'm sure would be very happy to see this bill pass. So thank you, members.
Representative Valdez. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of the details of what this bill is going to do now, because the original bill was on mental health education and trying to get more resources out. So this is a completely different bill now. One of the key things that we really like about this is that when calls come into the Safe to Tell line, they're going to be routed to the appropriate place. So if someone needs a police intervention, they'll get a law enforcement intervention on that. And if they need a mental health services intervention, they're going to get the Colorado Crisis Services. So it's going to route to the right place. We're not going to have law enforcement being called in a certain place where it may prevent people from using the Safe to Tell service again. And that was one of the things that I thought was really profound in this. But I'm just really glad that we're able to get this bill across the finish line here, and that we're able to get Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle's help on his bill that he had, and we'll get that passed and turned into law. So urge a yes vote.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this bill forward, House Bill 1113. Appreciate all your help for Safe to Tell and make sure that our students and kids have the ability and also to talk to somebody. Because I did lose 2 individuals last year to suicide, Adam Pena and Perry Sowers, 2 good friends. And with that, you have my support moving this forward. Thank you very much.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a good bill. It was a good bill when it was 1005. It's a good bill now that it's 1113. It was a good bill when he ran it, when I ran it with Representative Tatone. It's an all-around good bill. Vote yes. Regardless of whose name happens to be on it at the moment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1113. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Oh, the ayes still have it. House Bill 1113 is adopted. Mr. Gregorier, please read the title of House Bill 1332.
House Bill 1332 by Representatives Herod and Jackson, also Senator Fields, concerning prohibitions on discrimination in housing based on source of income.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1332 and the
Finance and
Appropriations Committee report.
And Finance.
And the Finance report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated money. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none. All those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005. You just gave me the one.
We will pause while we get a few more copies of this amendment done. The amendment has been displayed, but give us one moment, Representative Herod. Go ahead and try to explain it for us.
Thank you. This is actually just a technical amendment. The drafter caught some errors in his drafting. This was discussed in the Finance Committee. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L005 to the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L005 passes to the Finance Committee report. Any other discussions on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1332? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1332. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. House Bill 1332 passes. That's it. Mr. That's it. Would somebody like to make a motion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we rise and report.
You have heard the motion. If there's no further discussion, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1113 as amended. House Bill 1197 as amended. House Bill 1332 as amended. HCR 1001 as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 163 as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, revised, placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Byrd? Or who? Jackson. Okay. Please.
You all have heard the motion. We have 7 amendments at the desk. We have Williams, and then Ransom, and then Sane. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Williams amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Williams Amendment L097 to Senate Bill 163 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 163 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Could someone display that? Thank you, Mr. Stoka. The question before us is the First Amendment to the report of the Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm gonna talk for a little while on this, just because I promised Representative Bockenfeld that we wouldn't open up the machine until he was in the chamber, and so he's on his way. But I would urge a no vote on this first Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. And Dylan, our Representative Roberts is going to talk about this for a little bit more, and I'm going to go check on.
There he is.
So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think Representative Bockenfeld is here, and so I think we might be closer to being able to vote. I had about a 25-minute presentation on the history of sovereign immunity that I think you all are ready for right now. About the nature of it, it starts with the king and your inability to try to impress liability upon the king while he's reigning, but I believe that Representative Bockenfeld is here, and so then I'll say vote your conscience.
Thank you.
Never mind. I figured it out. Okay, the question before us is the first Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Okay, Representative Froelich, how do you vote?
No.
Froelich votes no. Melton?
No.
Melton votes no. Michelson Janae?
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. Buckner?
No.
Buckner votes yes. McLaughlin?
No.
McLaughlin votes no. Sullivan? Did I say Buckner? Buckner votes no. Yeah, she's no.
Sullivan got blocked out, so he's on his way back up there.
Okay, so Representative Titone. I'm sorry, say that again. Titone votes yes. Herod, Sane, and then Sullivan was locked out, so he's trying to get back in.
Politically, he's there, like, it's the king. I would have enjoyed it, actually. I would have enjoyed it. You went through it. I was actually pretty disappointed. I'll get back here. It's like, it's fine. I'm not going to hold up. I got to go back and find it. Exactly.
Representative Sullivan, we are on the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The amendment is displayed. Representative Sullivan, how do you vote? Yes. Representative Sullivan votes yes. Representative Sane, is she?
Excuse her.
Okay, Sane is excused. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 3 excused, the first Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the second Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Williams Amendment L092 to Senate Bill 163 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 163 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
I'm going to put us in a brief recess. The members who are remote cannot see the amendment, so I'm trying to figure out if maybe we should just read it. Mr. Gregorio, will you just read the section that they are, a student, beginning with "a student is not required"?
1.2, a student is not required to comply with subsection 1 of this section if the student presented the school with an up-to-date certificate of immunization or statement of exemption for a religious or personal belief that is opposed to immunizations that was filed prior to the effective date of subsection 1 of this section as amended.
All right, that's page 5, line 14. So Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we had vigorous debate on this. This is redundant. We have it in the bill already, so for that reason, I ask for a no vote, please.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the second Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
No.
Buckner votes no. Melton?
No.
Melton votes no. Froelich?
No.
Froelich votes no. Michelson Janae?
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. Titone? Titone votes no. Sullivan? Sullivan votes no. Did I get McLaughlin? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative McLaughlin?
No.
McLaughlin votes no. Humphrey? Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, the second Williams Amendment is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the third Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moves to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment, L089, to Senate Bill 163 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 163 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from El Paso County. Again, we had debate about this. Members, we use language, evidence-based, science-based. We talk about risks 3 times in the section that this is trying to change, so I think that that's adequate, and for that reason, I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the third Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative Melton, how do you vote?
No.
Melton votes no. Buckner?
No.
Buckner votes no. Froelich?
No.
Froelich votes no. Michelson Janae?
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. McLaughlin?
No.
McLaughlin votes no. Titone? Titone votes no. Sullivan? Sullivan votes no. Escar? Representative Humphrey, please vote. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, the third Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the fourth Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment, L087, to Senate Bill 163 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 163 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fourth Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
The Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no on this amendment. We are only looking at having the Board of Health be educated on an annual basis or have an annual evaluation come to the Board of Health. It's a may in there. There's no requirement. It's just to update them on the CDC requirements. And for that reason, I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the fourth Williams Amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members, please vote. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. Froelich?
No.
Froelich votes no. Buckner?
No.
Buckner votes no. Melton?
No.
Melton votes no. McLaughlin?
No.
McLaughlin votes no. Sullivan? Sullivan votes no. Titone? Titone votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 41 no votes, and 2 excused, the fourth Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the fifth Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L099 to Senate Bill 163 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 163 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm getting my steps in. I ask for a no vote. Again, this is redundant. We have this in the bill already, so.
The question before us is the fifth Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Representative Melton, how do you vote?
No.
Melton votes no. Buckner.
No.
Buckner votes no. Michelson Janae.
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. Froelich.
No.
Froelich votes no. Sullivan. Sullivan votes no. Garnett, Gonzalez, Gutierrez, McCluskey, Woodrow. Let me see. Representative Tatone. Did I miss McLaughlin again? Oh my gosh. Representative McLaughlin.
No.
McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, the fifth Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the Ransom Amendment.
Representative Ransom moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Ransom Amendment L079 to Senate Bill 163 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 163 as amended passed.
I move the Ransom Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Buenteo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to stand here with my colleague, Representative Arndt, and as special education teachers, we are here to assure you that this bill has nothing to do with the price of rice anywheres, or this amendment has nothing to do with this bill. And this bill in no way, shape, or form impacts IEPs, 504s, really any important legally binding documents for special education. So I just wanted to reiterate that point and urge a no vote.
The question before us is the Ransom Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please vote. Okay, Representative Buckner, how do you vote?
No.
Buckner votes no. McLaughlin?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Melton?
No.
Melton votes no. Michelson Janae?
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. Froelich?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Representative Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Tipper and Escar, please vote. Froelich, how do you vote?
I was a yes, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, I thought you said pass. Okay. Please close the machine. With 29 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 2 excused, the Ransom Amendment is lost. Please read the Sane Amendment.
Representative Sane moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Williams and Sane Amendment L086 to Senate Bill 163 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 163 is amended passed.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the same amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Any further discussion?
Yes. A lot of families feel very betrayed right now. Vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we addressed the homeschool issue in the Senate. Republicans put amendments on to address that, and so for that reason, I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the Sane Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Any discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. All right. Representative Melton, how do you vote?
No.
Melton votes no. Buckner.
No.
Buckner votes no. Michelson Janae.
No.
Michelson Janae votes no. Froelich.
No.
Froelich votes no. McLaughlin.
No.
McLaughlin votes no. Tatone. Tatone votes no. Sullivan. Sullivan votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, the same amendment is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
McLaughlin votes yes. Buckner?
Yes.
Buckner votes yes. Froelich?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan? Sullivan votes yes. Tatone? Tatone votes yes. Michelson Janae?
Yes.
Michelson Janae votes yes. Melton?
Yes.
Melton votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. I have a couple announcements. Representative Wilson will replace Representative Ransom on appropriations tomorrow. Are there any other announcements or introductions? Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, a couple of things. First, while we've been back in session, we have been consuming a lot of coffee, and we don't have the tip jar, I don't know, for lack of better definition, the jar out there, but the assignables actually, out of their own pockets, pay for the coffee that we drink. So if you would all consider making a contribution to the assignables for our coffee, that would be wonderful. But you would need to talk to Kathy. And if you have anything that you'd like to contribute, please see Kathy.
Yes,
Representative Singh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So if you drink coffee, reach deep and give generously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 55 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 185 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 197 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 204 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 3 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 207 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1421 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 51 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 219 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 210 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 211 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1422 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 170 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 181 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 186 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 200 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendations. Senate Bill 214 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the Finance Committee, we will continue meeting in Finance right upon adjournment of the floor. We will add to our calendar for tonight Senate Bill 204.
We are going to introduce bills. Hold on. The House will be in a brief recess. Printing report.
The chief clerk reports the following has been...
Printing report will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker...
Message from the Senate will be printed in the journal. Message from the advisor.
Message from the revisor.
Message from the advisor will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1423 by Representatives Tipper and Neville concerning the one-year suspension of a scheduled pay increase for members of the Colorado General Assembly.
House Bill 1423 is assigned to the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 201 by Senator Donovan, also Representatives Roberts and Catlin, concerning support for Species Conservation Trust Fund projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 201 is assigned to the Committee on Health and Insurance and the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 205 by Senators Fenberg and Bridges, also Representative Becker and Caraveo, concerning the requirement that employers offer sick leave to their employees and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 205 is assigned to the Committee on Health and Insurance and the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Winter and Tate, also Representatives Lontine and Soper, concerning reimbursement for healthcare services provided through telehealth and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 212 is assigned to the Committee on Health and Insurance and the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 215 by Senators Moreno and Donovan, also Representatives Kennedy and McCluskey, concerning measures to address the affordability of health insurance for Coloradans purchasing coverage on the individual market in connection therewith establishing an enterprise to administer a health insurance affordability fee assessed on certain health insurers and a special assessment on hospitals to fund measures to reduce consumer costs for individual health care coverage plans.
Senate Bill 215 is assigned to the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Appropriations.
Senate Bill 217 by Senators Garcia and Fields, also Representatives Herod and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning measures to enhance law enforcement integrity.
Senate Bill 217 is assigned to the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Appropriations. Introduction of resolutions.
HJR 2010-11 by Representatives Hooton and Will, also Senators Corum and Donovan, concerning supporting the call for a federal investigation into possible market manipulation by the meatpacking industry during the COVID-19 pandemic.
House Concurrent Resolution 1002 is assigned to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs.
HJR 2010-12 by Representatives Garnett and Neville, also Senators Fenberg and Holbert, concerning the convening dates for the 2021 first regular session of the 73rd General Assembly.
I don't have that one on my list. Oh, is this it? HJR 1001 is laid over one day under the rules.
Did we do 14? House Bill 1424 by Representatives Coleman and Soper, also Senators Gonzalez and Marble, concerning social equity licenses and regulated marijuana.
House Bill 1424 is assigned to the Committee on Finance. There are a couple more in this. Yeah. Okay. Concurrent resolutions.
HCR 10002 by Representatives Sane and Champion, also Senators...
No, it's 10... Okay, I'm sorry, 1002, yes.
By Representatives Sane and Champion, also Senators Lundin. Submitted to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning legislative oversight of a state disaster emergency declared by the governor.
House Concurrent Resolution 1002 is assigned to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs.
SCR 20001 by Senators Tate and Hansen, also Representatives Escar and Soper, submitted to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution to repeal the requirement that the General Assembly periodically change the residential assessment rate in order to maintain the statewide proportion of residential property as compared to all other taxable property valued for property tax purposes, and repeal the non-residential property tax assessment rate of 29%.
House Concurrent Resolution 1001 is assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Is that it? Did you do 1011? Okay. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members on the House Appropriations Committee, we are meeting tomorrow. Lucky you. We will be starting at 8 a.m. in room 271. We will be hearing House Bill 1419, Senate Bill 185, Senate Bill 055, House Bill 1420. Oh, that one, I'll come back to that. Senate Bill 003, Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 211, Senate Bill 219, House Bill 1422, Senate Bill 170, Senate Bill 181, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 200, Senate Bill 214, House Bill 1423, Senate Concurrent Resolution 001, Senate Bill 204, and potentially additional bills that were just read over the desk. I want to let everybody know that we will be conducting 2 appropriations meetings tomorrow, an 8 a.m. and a 9:15. Appropriations members, I will get you additional information tonight, but plan on 8 a.m. in-house appropes. Thank you all.
Yes. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the Health and Insurance Committee will have a hearing tomorrow upon adjournment. Hopefully that won't be too late. We'll be hearing Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 28, Senate Bill 176, Senate Bill 201, Senate Bill 205, Senate Bill 212, House Bill 1198, House Bill 1264, and Senate Bill 119. This is in the calendar, today's calendar, except we did add 212 to that. So, see you there. Thanks.
Any other announcements? No. Any other announcements?
Can I adjourn us?
Yes, you can adjourn us.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Wednesday, June 10th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over till Wednesday, June 10th.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Wednesday, June 10th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until Wednesday, June 10th at 9 a.m.